he wouldn't get the
again,
reflection
what
he wanted
you're
with this.
Dude, this
doing right
clipping
now,
is killing the
what
audio, dude.
you're
If
doing
the
right
Please.
sun
now
was
is being
outside of the firmament,
ridiculous. What
he
you're
wouldn't
doing
get.
right
If the
you
sun
know
was
what?
inside the firmament, he
All
would not
Could
you
you
get the
wanna
stop
reflection.
clipping that? Could you stop clipping, dude? Like, it's really making it hard to hear.
If his sun was inside the firmament, he wouldn't get the reflections that he needs.
Well, my question was like, if you agree that that's great. If you agree that it happened, they went to Antarctica, great. In Antarctica, they are at a specific point. Like, let's just call on the Gleason map, they'd be on the outer ring. Let's just say we know where they are. The sun would have to go outside of either the containment of whatever the flat Earth is. It would actually leave the flat Earth. Like, would you agree? Like, it would have to go outside of it.
I wouldn't agree to any of that. I don't know what the fucking sun is doing. All right. And I'm not going to make any claims that I do. But you guys say that it can't happen. We got a guy that actually did it. And not only that, but Shane St. Pierre also did a model that fucking made it
Shane.
happen. All right. So you guys want to act like it can't happen. And you can laugh all you want. I don't care. What hasn't happened is you guys actually show a physical model saying what you guys have happens. Where's your physical model at?
Oh,
don't
so
need
we
a
need to
physical
have a
model.
paper mache.
Where is
we
your
need,
physical model? You don't have one. Thank you
Physical
very
we need to
much.
models
have a
aren't
paper mache
required.
model. We need a paper mache
We
model.
got one. We got
No,
a
you don't.
physical model. And guess what? When we put
It
gas
doesn't
in
work.
the container, it expands in all directions and fills up the container. It doesn't go into little balls and forms fucking suns and shit. All right.
Why do you think?
have
Why do you
lot of
think
stuff.
physical
You
models
guys
are
have a
required?
lot of good questions, man. I like the fucking scrutiny that you guys have, but why don't you put that to your own model? Huh?
Why do you? Yeah.
Why don't
you
you
need
do
a
that?
physical model?
Why don't you
Scientific
do
model.
that? It's saying you don't need a physical model is
You
then
don't need
why do
physical
I need a model at all?
Because a model, you
Seems
don't
like
know
there's
models
more
are, do you?
skeptical of
Then a
everything but
physical
their
model
own
would do
model.
a
You know, a
whole lot
model
better.
doesn't. A model
Conceptual.
doesn't mean.
Hold on.
A
A model
physical
doesn't
good
mean that you
model.
like you know.
read out a concept.
This is how you know if you have a good model. It has nothing to do with it being physical, right? A good model makes
actually,
useful
being
predictions. Hold on.
physical makes it
I'm almost
perfect.
done. You were so close.
Yeah, bro, let him speak.
A good model makes predictions, right? It makes useful predictions and it has explanatory power. That's what a good model does. It doesn't have anything to do with being physical. It can be a computer model. It can be equations, formulas, whatever you want it to be. As long as it makes useful predictions and has explanatory power, that's all it needs.
Says
And
you.
No, it says everybody.
No, that's
except for
that's how it
except for
works.
No,
first
not
grade. Except for
just
second
because
grade,
you
where you made the
believe it's
little models
going
of
on,
paper
just
mache
because
and
you believe
matte
it's going
paint.
on doesn't mean that it's actually going on. You have a conceptual model where you can't prove any of it. All right, you can't prove any of it physically. I heard somebody laughing. Can you show me a fucking gas forming into a ball in a vacuum?
Oh, in a
No,
bucket
he
in the lab,
can't.
right?
That's what you
In a
got going on in your model. That's
in a
what you got
bucket in
going
a
on
lab,
right here
right?
on
Got it.
Earth. You say that all
Inside
this, and
inside the Earth's
we
gravity
can't
well.
do it because we're on Earth and there's too much gravity.
That's
All right,
correct.
so you have
Inside the
an
Earth's gravity well.
unfalsifiable model.
Inside the Earth's gravity well, you want me to show what's
Yeah,
like not having gravity?
Again, so you have an unfalsifiable model.
Incorrect. We can model it.
Then prove it. Then prove it. You can compute it. So you can only do a conceptual. I have to use my imagination.
No. Computers, they can make
Like
pictures.
dark matter and dark energy and quantum foam.
Dark matter is the hypothesis. That's correct.
Yeah. So is gravity.
Incorrect.
Who proved gravity?
What's holding your fat ass to the chair right now?
Who proved gravity?
What's holding your fat ass to the chair right now?
You keep on saying that like that's an answer. It's not.
Yeah, it
Who
is.
proved gravity? Show me one scientist. Get one scientist that'll actually tell you what gravity is.
One scientist. How about Newton? He was pretty good at it.
He gave up on the theory of gravity, man. He didn't. He said, "Don't ascribe that crap to me, man. You guys figure it out."
Incorrect again. Incorrect. He was very proud of his theories.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
How do you think?
How do you think that? He said that if you believe a body can
cause,
he
didn't know the cause.
In a minute, you're fundamentally retarded.
He didn't know the cause.
Like if we didn't have gravity, we would.
So he doesn't know what it is, bro.
We would have left the solar system.
He said he doesn't know
eons ago.
No, he doesn't know the cause. He knows what it is. He doesn't
know what the cause is. You don't know what it is.
Incorrect.
No, he specifically said he fundamentally didn't know what it was.
That's right. He didn't
gravity
know
explains how this. Gravity explains so many things, right?
Gravity doesn't explain anything.
Gravity doesn't explain anything. What's on your fat ass the chair right now?
You'd have to be able to explain what gravity is.
What's on your fat ass the chair right now? What's it?
I'm in shape, bro. But you'd have to be
Well,
able to
what's holding your
explain
dumb
what
ass to the chair then? I'm sorry.
you'd have to be able to
For God's
explain
sakes.
what gravity
Sorry.
You
is
keep
to
on
claim
saying
it's
chair thing like you're making some sort of gotcha.
I am.
Ah,
What's holding if
you're
I
gravity
wanted
sitting
to
didn't
hear
exist,
what he.
there,
what's
I
holding
wanted
gravity
to
your
is,
ass
hear.
to the chair right now?
dude. That's
I want
just
to hear
like
what he said.
you do realize that in order for you actually believe what you believe in, the fucking Earth has to be fucking rising up to my ass.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, but it's not a very good way.
That's
But
the only way you can look at it because you have to believe in special relativity.
So
Guys,
how am I
let's
misunderstanding?
all hold
Austin,
on,
how am I
man. We
misunderstanding
gotta go one at a
gravity?
time, guys, and
Yeah, well, I'm just
let's
saying,
not
like,
insult.
when you say like gravity explains everything in the solar system or whatever, like you would have to actually have a proper understanding of what gravity is to claim that it explains everything. Explaining something, explanatory power is specifically like how it works, right? That's what
Hmm?
explaining is.
Yeah. Are you saying that we don't understand how it works?
Admittedly so, right? I mean,
Okay.
you could claim that it can describe motion, which is what it does. It can be used to describe the trajectory of the planets, for example, but it doesn't explain what's going on at all. Like your paradigm,
uh,
admittedly, doesn't know what gravity is.
yeah, but we know
In
Last
we
our
know
time
how it
paradigm,
works.
I
like
yo wait,
we
last
understand
time
how
I
orbits work, right? Orbital
hold
mechanics
up.
and stuff
Last
like
time I
that.
checked, wasn't there explanation like a Higgs boson and a graviton, the newest cutting edge explanation of gravity?
Well,
Higgs boson has
we had
nothing
a
to do with
guy on here
gravity.
that has a PhD last night, right? He was actually very cool. I mean, he's like a, modern cosmology guy, but he's very cool. And he's like into more like the Mond direction of things. And maybe you guys should go back and listen to that conversation, right? Because it seems like you need some guy that's on your side that has a PhD for you guys to be intellectually honest about it, right? But we talked like 3 hours about what is obviously true. And it's the same thing that we always say. And you guys always deny until you got some dude with some letters behind his name. And all of a sudden you guys agree with it, which is that we know that modern relativistic explanation is simply insufficient. It isn't the truth. It has many problems, and this is why there's a huge shift over to Mond and alternative gravity theories.
But that has to do with understanding gravity at the galactic scale. That doesn't mean that orbital mechanics doesn't work within the solar system.
That is such a ridiculous point. Like what does that
No, it's
matter? If gravity is true, it's just true. It's like you're like, well, if we just cherry pick a specific subsect of the data, the math works. So what? What's your point?
point is it works,
It just means
and we
it
use
just
it.
means that yeah, it might be an approximation at certain scales.
Okay, so you're gonna cherry pick a subsect of the data. What does that mean?
It means it works, and we use it to send probes to the planets.
What is that? What's your point? Even if that were
It
true,
works.
what's the point?
The
Well,
point is it
okay,
works.
what does that mean?
It means it works. It means we
It
can
makes
explain
it makes
motion
useful
using it.
predictions. It makes useful predictions at the scales that we're
We
able to
don't
utilize it at.
need gravity to make predictions of the
Yes,
motion
we do.
of the planets. No, we literally don't.
We
Okay,
literally
we
do.
use kinematics to do that. It's called
Yeah, with
Kepler's
gravity.
laws. In fact, Kepler's laws was reverse engineered to even use the dynamic equations for the
Oh,
planet's
Jesus.
trajectories.
But
If you actually read the people that you claim to believe in instead of just repeating like low IQ talking points, you would know that because
low IQ talking points, says the guy who
yeah,
says that orbital
yeah.
mechanics doesn't work. Right, got it.
Okay, brother. Just saying it works is a pragmatic fallacy.
Correct. Well, hey, you don't give a shit. It works. And
You don't
when it
care
has to
about
do
Don't give a
logic.
shit. It
You
works,
no,
don't.
no,
man.
the
You
big thing
don't even know
that
what
is
it is.
the
It works.
big thing in science is does it work or does it not
It
work?
doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Can it make predictions that
No,
accurate? Yes, it can.
no, it
Yes, it
can't.
can. Yes, it
Well,
can.
you mean it can
We send
sometimes?
probes.
Wait,
We send probes.
sometimes?
We send probes all throughout the solar system, and it works quite well.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
guys, this is like this is what's so funny. You guys would never apply this same standard to the other side, right? Like if
I know, eh?
we were to come propose a theory and we're like and you're like,
What?
that doesn't make any sense instantly what you got and trust me, I know this because I've
You don't
proposed
even
like
have a model.
why are you interrupting me, buddy?
Well, which
So
theory are you going to
as
propose,
soon as
Witsit?
why are you
Because it's
interrupting, man?
math. It's what I
Are you
do.
guys
Which
freaking
theory?
out? Are you guys
No,
freaking out or what?
Nah,
What's
not
going
at
on?
all. You don't have the
You have
mental
a.
capacity.
Yeah,
You're
we might
making
need
a.
moderator.
Oh my goodness. All right. So
You're
like
making
as soon as I
you're
point
making.
out the
What you're doing right
possibility of
now
like
is you're making shit up.
as soon as I
What
point out the
theory are you going to
possibility,
propose?
bruh, As soon
Let
as
him
I point out,
speak, bro.
as soon
So
as
that
soon as
way,
I
Yeah, dude, this is not acceptable, bro.
What
yeah.
theory is he going to propose?
So
Dude,
look, as
I'm
soon
trying to
as
fucking listen. Sorry.
yeah, like as soon as I like point out, like say, like the possibility of an electromagnetic alternative or something like that, you guys will line up and have 1,000 questions, right? Well, then how would this work? Well, that doesn't explain this. You know, you'd be super hypercritical. You need everything to be explained, or it can't be true. It can be dismissed outright. But when it comes to your belief, you have no problem with an overt double standard of cherry picking a localized subset of the planets, which literally the dynamic gravity equations reverse engineered the kinematic equations. We already knew what the planets were doing. He literally just put a dynamic variable in there. That's all he did. That's just such a stupid argument. And it's like, but all of a sudden that's permissible and somehow like makes it valid. Do you guys not see how like blatantly hypocritical that is? And stupid?
Yeah, it seems like you were saying. I actually made a graphic about this, the sunken cost fallacy, and I'm so glad you brought that up last night.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the sunken cost fallacy. That's why they can't. That's why they're so hesitant to even like go back to the drawing board with relativity, right? Because it's been like a century. And whatever, man. I mean, you guys get it, bro. Like, if it's true everywhere, right? Like, if your interpretation of gravity was accurate, it'd be accurate everywhere mass exists. There is no it works here but doesn't work there. It's like, oh, that's just the galactic scale. Okay, wait, does the galactic scale not have mass? Okay, so either it's true or it's not true. And so we know it's not true, even in your own
Actually,
paradigm.
yeah, this the pseudoscientist speaking here. It must be true all over the place, all the time. Can't explain anything, we can't use it because it doesn't work galactically. Yeah, go to hell.
Wait,
so
do galaxies have mass?
Uh, are you familiar with the Mercury? Mercury, the Messenger spacecraft mission to Mercury in the early 2000s.
Couldn't no, don't care at all about it.
You don't know anything about
It's
it?
literally impossible for it to bring any substantive value to this discussion.
Well, it did, because you said that the Kepler equations work fine for orbital mechanics, so we don't need to apply relativity to them.
That's not what I said.
But
First of all, what I actually said was that the trajectory of the planets are mapped out. Why are you shoving the word orbital mechanics in there? Mechanics? When did I say anything about mechanics? When someone says that we can use the gravity equations to map out the path of the planets, I'm like, yeah, we did that before gravity was ever a thing, right? In fact, we used the kinematic equations of Kepler's laws, which use the radii and the periodicity of the planets, so their ratios, right? And the periodicity of their motion. We used that as simply looking and seeing, wow, look, these things move around in a specific ratio relevant to each other. And it happens periodically and it repeats, it's cyclical. So when we actually document that cyclical nature, we can map out where it's going to continue to go. It's very simple. It's just kinematics. It has nothing to do with what's causing it. It could be God doing it, which is what Newton said. And then Newton came in. He took Kepler's equations, which already mapped out the planets, and he said, "Well, okay, if these planets are moving, something has to be causing them to move." And so then he just wrote an equation that was dynamic, and he just put a dynamic variable in there because something must be, logically speaking, something must be causing them to move. And so now we're going to use the equations that show us how they move, right? And then we're going to put in a dynamic equation saying something must be causing them to move, but I have no idea what it is. Can't even fathom the idea. It must be God doing it directly. There definitely has to be some type of ether or medium there. That's what actually happened. So you guys come around in 2026 and invoke that guy and just totally, he would roll in his grave hearing what you guys claim about what he did. You totally
Bullshit.
bastardize it and don't understand it at all.
Yeah, he just made it up, right? Got it.
No,
Right. He wasn't
you
right at
just
all.
made it up. Yeah.
And he only invented, differential and integral calculus to explain what he was seeing. But he was just
So then
about
why do you think that you're smarter than him about his own theory?
it's been a few hundred years since his theories, and they're pretty well proven. Thank you.
No, no, they're not, dude. It's
Yes,
literally,
they are.
that's not even, no,
Again,
it's,
we used his theories to send probes all over the solar system. Worked quite well. Thank you very
that's totally
much.
irrelevant. That's a pragmatic fallacy.
What? Because it works? Got it.
No, yeah, if you say something is true because it works, that's a pragmatic fallacy, dude. It's so stupid. You want me to explain to you why it's stupid? Okay,
Oh, please.
let's say we have the gravity equations, right? We're gonna have Newtonian equations, and it works to map out satellite launches and the path of the planets. Okay, you're like, well, look, it's right. It works. It works, so it's right. It's true. I'm like, well, oh look over here. I have an electric equations that also can be used to map out the dynamics of satellite launches and planets. So if both sets of equations accurately map out and can be used pragmatically, right, to launch the satellites, are they both true? That's why it's called a pragmatic fallacy. It has nothing to do with the assertion of truth, the truth of the matter, right? So, like the math can work and it not be true. We can use it successfully for certain use cases and it not be true. That's why saying, well, something works, therefore it's true, is stupid. It's called a pragmatic fallacy.
Pragmatic fallacy or field of practicality occurs when someone falsely claims that a belief or practice must be objectively true simply because they or someone they know have experienced a practical benefit from it. It confuses personal utility. I don't think that's the right fallacy. I think you're looking for a different one.
Nope, it definitely is. You just did that very thing, right? You claimed that it was objectively true because you have a practical benefit of it, and specifically launching satellites or whatever. So,
You know,
yeah, and
but
then
that's you have a
here's the
theory.
even
You
bigger
have a
Maybe we have
theory
thing.
that
growth
if
because
you have a
we
theory,
do.
you make a hypothesis that explains what you're doing. That's pretty much the way science works. There, what's it? Sorry.
Okay, so it's called a pragmatic fallacy. I just explained why. If you have electrical equations that do the same thing, they can't both simultaneously be true because they're contradictory. It would violate the law of
Yeah,
non-contradiction.
except
It's called it's called a
no,
pragmatic
stop it.
fallacy.
Except electricity doesn't work over long distances. Thank you very much.
That's an assumption of the medium. That's not
No,
true at
not an
all.
assumption. No, it's just proven. Thank you very
It
much.
requires an assumption of a lack of a medium. And actually, now
Assumption of a
evidence has come
lack
out
of
in
a
quantum.
medium.
Now quantum has shown that actually that's not even true.
Oh,
We have
quantum is doing
energy.
that now.
We have energy
Yeah.
exchange in vacuum chambers now. Did you not know that? Did you not know we had wireless power
How
induction in
far? How
vacuum
far away
chambers?
is it? How
Hey,
far?
did you not know that we had wireless power induction in vacuum
Uh,
chambers now in
how far?
2026?
How
Did you know
far?
that?
How far? How far distance?
There's been no demonstrated limitation of distance.
There's been no demonstrated limitation distance. Right.
Yeah.
Show me
Okay.
the
So
paper.
wait, what
Show me the
what
paper.
limit? Okay, sure. What limits the
Show me the
distance?
paper.
Specifically, what limits the distance?
I want to see the paper first.
I'm asking you what limits the distance.
I want to see the paper first.
The answer is the medium. You would have to claim that it's a lack of a medium. Do you agree that if we had a 15 football fields full of plasma, that we could have electrical phenomena from one end to the other?
I'd like to see the paper first, please.
Hey, if we had a football field full of plasma, do you agree there could be an electrical current that goes from one end to the other?
Paper, please.
Okay, the answer is obviously yes, right? So the only claim that you can try to make is this is what I'm going to still man what they would actually say, which is like, well, based on the immensity and the vastness of the universe and how it's basically empty, right? For intended purposes, the vacuum of space wouldn't allow like electricity to be the causal agent of the motion because there's no medium to carry that exchange. That is no longer even a viable explanation as to
Paper,
why
please.
it couldn't be true. We have wireless power induction in vacuum chambers.
Paper, please.
Sure, can you not Google wireless power induction?
Oh, it's up to me to prove your assumptions. Got it.
No,
You
no,
get to
I don't
claim
care
shit.
if you.
The
I care
You get
literally
to
none
claim
at all
shit.
if you believe it.
You
I
get to
care
claim
none at
shit.
all.
I get you get to claim shit. I ask you for the proof of this, and you say, Google it yourself.
Well, you show that you weren't actually engaging in good faith when you refused to even explain your claim that it wouldn't work. Like
Demonstrated. Won't work.
you said it wouldn't work over great distances, and I said, well, why not? And you don't even know. You're just repeating things that you've heard.
Demonstrated it doesn't work over long distances
How so? Why does it not?
because it's been demonstrated that it doesn't work over long distances
How so?
experimentally.
In a vacuum?
Yeah, in vacuums.
Okay, okay. So you agree that if it's not in a vacuum, it would work?
It's been shown in air not to work very well either. 'Cause
What?
in air, it doesn't work very for long distance either.
Okay, this isn't true.
What do you mean it's not
So
true? Electricity
so I'm
doesn't.
just gonna drop a lot of
Electricity.
wireless power transfer. What's
Well,
up?
electricity doesn't flow too well through air. I mean, lightning, but that's kind of
May I say something? I'm driving, so I can't get you a link, but you can find some satellite that they claim they sent towards the sun, and you can see that they are saying that there were seas of plasma that it was going through.
Yeah.
Seas, like massive seas of plasma. So
And
it's
Yeah,
what
they're
it's not
actually
a
updating that, yeah.
I went
Yeah,
to
so it,
on the Parker Solar
so
Probe. Yeah, familiar with it.
Yeah, they're updating that. They're basically talking about like an electrical medium, right? Like or a plasma-like medium that makes up way more of the universe than previously thought. And
Don't
then
have
whenever
any
they come
paper.
out and say that, all the people that were super cocky and knew it wasn't even possible, and that's so stupid. We know what's out there. We go out there. We know there's nothing out there. Will just immediately adopt it into their belief system and skate past it like it never happened. They're like, that's how science works.
Paper, please.
Oh, you want a paper for wireless power induction?
No, I want a paper for this plasma all throughout the universe claim you just made.
Okay. Do you research anything? Or like,
It's up to me to do your research for you.
no, the issue is that you just act like you know things aren't real, even though you don't know anything about it.
So it's up to me to do your research for you. Got it.
No, that's
Thank you.
not what I said. I said it's.
You just get to sit here and make claim after claim after claim. And when I say, how do you know that? You just say, oh, look it up yourself.
No, what I said was you act like you know something's wrong, even though you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, we talked about this before.
Okay. So anyway, but like this is the bigger question, right? I asked like because it's like, oh, that's just the galactic scale, as though that's a point, right? And I'm like, yo, the galactic scale is made of mass, right? So like, if here's the question: if gravity is true, if your theory of gravity is true, then doesn't that mean that it has to exist everywhere that mass exists?
Oh, your link is dead, by the way. The exhibits.wilson.edu is
Just
dead.
type it, just paste it in your browser instead of clicking it. Maybe it'll pull the PDF to download. I don't want to download it to my phone. But like, anyway, the question is like, do you guys agree that if your theory of gravity is true, then it exists everywhere that mass exists?
Still not good. I copied it. Didn't work.
Okay, well, I sent 2 links. I'll grab the PDF in a second. Well, the
I
answer is
think part
obviously
of the issue
yes.
with it, I think part of the issue is we're trying to argue things scientifically and you're trying to argue things philosophically, right? This is kind of what Gally likes to do is talk about, well, because you don't know this with absolute certainty or you don't consider it absolute truth, then therefore it's just, like throwing out little things like, well, that's just a pragmatic fallacy. Well, you can literally say that about anything that we know about reality is a pragmatic fallacy because we don't know with absolute certainty or absolute truth that, what's fundamentally underlying what we're able to predict, right? But in science, you just say, well,
That's not how I debate. It is a lie. You just lied about everything. You're just lying.
Everything you're
I
saying
guess
isn't even true.
I guess I just have to get interrupted. I can't even speak for 20 seconds.
Dude, why would you lie about someone like that, bro?
It's literally what you do, Gally. You go, do you know that with absolute certainty?
I'm Torah. You can't even distinguish between people, and you think we should take you seriously right now?
Well, you guys sound alike.
The person you're describing is Torah. And also, he doesn't debate like that either. You just don't know what you're talking about. And also, even if what you're saying is true, you're just attacking the man's character. So it's completely irrelevant to his question of if what they say about gravity is true, wouldn't it have to be true everywhere where mass is present? That's relevant to what he asked. You brought this non-sequitur character attack. That's so trash. Stop doing it. Stop doing
it. Character attack. It's an
Dude,
attack on the
address
argument.
the
A character
point.
attack would be like he's an
Address the
alcoholic
point.
and a wife beater. That would be
Address
that would be
the
a character attack.
point. Address the point. Yeah, just stay on topic. Stop bringing up other people and his character and how he debates. He had a point. He asked a question.
So, but bottom line is, Witsit, if an amateur astronomer observed an object that was, a new comet that was tracking in the sky, and they wanted to predict where it would be 30 days from now, 60 days from now, 90 days from now, is there a better mechanism for them to use than Newtonian gravity to predict where that object is going to be? Is there a better method that doesn't make those assumptions?
It's called periodicity.
Yeah.
What do you mean periodicity?
There's a radii of motion between the two objects, and they have a periodicity of their orbits. You don't have to have anything dynamic to predict where they're going to be.
Oumuamua did not have any periodicity. It was a one-time passage through the solar system.
Okay,
it was not in an orbit. Same with 3i Atlas.
Oh wait, okay. So it didn't attain any orbit?
No.
Really? So how was it launched, bro? Please enlighten me.
Uma? It was
Yeah.
an object that came from outside the solar system.
Oh, okay. So what is your point? Are you
It
talking about
doesn't
a
have
satellite?
periodicity.
Okay, yeah. So what's your
It's an object that passed
You
through the
thought
solar system.
what was a
Okay, what is
satellite?
your point? You think that they predicted it prior to observing it?
Bro, it's
They
it's
predicted its
fake, dude.
path.
It's not real, dude. No amateurs have been able to see it. You guys claim it like changed its course. There's no way for us to validate that. It's a joke.
Even if it was
What do you mean?
real, it
Lots of
wasn't. It
amateurs
wasn't
were able to
predicted.
report.
Dude, it wasn't predicted. Even if it is real, it was only observed.
How would you know? You thought it was a satellite. You don't know what he's talking about.
He just clarified, dumbass.
It
That's probably how
clarified, so
I
now you
know.
know about it.
I would know. Yeah, yes, that's right. I can apply basic
See, dude,
logic
you
to.
got caught BSing, dude. It's fine. We all BS a little bit.
That isn't what happened. I just thought he was talking about launching
Well, it
satellites. Is
just
what we
seems
were
like that's what
previously.
happened, but
If
it's as long
okay,
as it's
all
what
of you
happened.
people are the
You're so
same.
bad
You
at
all
debating, dude. Why
incessantly
are you so
interrupt like
bad at
children.
debating, dude?
You're
You're
like
not
a
good at debating.
child. You're like a child. Queue up. You're like a
This is
child.
what the globe has
I'm like
done
a
to
child.
many people. Yes.
I want to know about this. Like, does gravity work in all
Finally, Taurus
places
here. I've
everywhere?
been looking for you to mute you.
Stop interrupting
Thank you.
people.
I don't give a shit, dude.
Well, you're just gonna get muted.
No, they don't mute here anymore because it's fucking gets slow and they like people like me coming in.
Well, we can get this place popping pretty quickly, bro. So
Oh, you
stop
get it
interrupting.
popping?
Just talk normal. Just talk normal, bro. Like, why can't you just be normal? Like, even if you interject, that's cool. No one cares. But
Why
just
would I
like,
want to be normal?
you intentionally do it every time. You're like, I
I'm
just don't
leaving
care at
soon. I
all if
just
someone
came
else
to
is
mute
talking.
Eden and Tora on my other account, and then I found
This
out
is
you were
like the
BSing.
real
This is
world or
fine. This is good.
something,
I
dude.
came in
Can
at a
we
good
get
time. Leave it
back to
alone.
the topic, dude? What
Okay,
is
the
this,
point.
like reality
Anyway,
television?
I dropped some links. There's like something called an interstellar medium, interplanetary medium, intergalactic medium in mainstream cosmology, where they admit, oh, it turns out there's a whole tenuous ocean of gas and plasma that fills pretty much all of space, or all of the space in between these quote unquote planets, blah blah blah. And when we were saying, yo, there's no such thing as nothingness, there isn't emptiness, that's stupid. It would violate the second law of thermodynamics anyway. And then clearly, it looks like there's a fluid medium in space. Everyone had so much to say about how stupid we were. But now that their mainstream little paradigm is acknowledging it, you're just going to all just absorb it as your new belief system. Because maybe 5 minutes ago, right, I was being mocked about how stupid that was. I just dropped links there. It's the mainstream position now. So now you guys will all just act like, oh, yeah. Oh, well, oh, yeah, I knew that. Oh, this makes sense.
Austin, one of the links is broken though. The one from wilson.edu, just a heads up. I just checked on it, but it's not working. But yeah,
Right.
thanks for all the other links though. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just drop like a Wikipedia about the medium, right? It's like pretty known stuff. I mean, yeah, my meta question here is like, does it not like feel weird at all that you don't like think your own thoughts? Do you guys ever wonder if you're NPCs?
Well, yeah, you know what the thing is though, because with mass hypnosis, essentially with it, I don't think people are given the information to fill in the gaps, right? So when you ask particular questions, I don't think they've ever thought about it. And maybe if they're under hypnosis, they're not going to have a prepared line for that. So yeah, I've noticed that as well. Absolutely.
Like, yo, I'm wrong about all kinds of stuff, and I don't know all kinds of stuff, and I'm totally cool with that because at least I'm like thinking for myself. I literally can't imagine being like, just tell me what to believe. That seems
Nope.
really weird to me.
Nobody makes me think my own thoughts.
I would like to know what the motivation for that is. Is it like a fear of not being accepted or something like that? Like, we don't have to really get into this. It's kind of like meta, but it's just so gay, bruh. Because like it would be different if you guys like did that like humbly, be like, yo, I just default to the people in the wet lab coats. But you come in here like super cocky, like you know it's real or something. And no one's answered the question anyway, where they were like, oh, well, no, gravity does work, and we pointed out it didn't, and they're like, oh, well, that's just on the galactic scale. And I said, well, the galaxies not have a mass. Do you agree that if your theory of gravity were true, it would exist everywhere that mass exists? And none of you could respond.
I sort of think it's weird, Witsit, that you have to make shit up to try to sound like you're smart.
What did I make up?
What do you make up?
almost everything he said
He
so
didn't make
far
up
about
dark matter or
space.
gravity.
Then you can
Come
definitely
on,
name one.
Cole.
You can definitely name at least one thing. Then if it was pretty much everything.
Yeah, the fact that something you were saying about, what was it a while ago, about all the kinematic stuff, all that you're going about kinematics and everything can just be used to use a completely different way of doing things to figure out orbital mechanics and orbits and different things. And you make up a lot of shit, Witsit. You know
Those
you
are
do.
just all
I don't
facts,
have to. I
bro.
don't have to tell you. You know you do.
Those are
It
just
was
facts. Do you know what? Wait, do you know what Kepler's laws are?
You probably just made up Kepler's laws too, I think.
Yeah. You know
Did
that
you just
Kepler's laws came first, right?
Fuck.
So this is kind of like 101 stuff, brother. Cole, have you ever read any of Newton?
Have I ever read any of Newton? I think I got a couple Newton books up there on the shelf that I've read some of, but I haven't deep dived into like theories or anything.
So what Newton did, right, was they saw what people call planets and they are cyclical, and Kepler mapped them out. And he found out that they move in a ratio. So it's like when they're in a certain proximity to each other, they start to shift in their orbit. They have a radii between them. So basically just a ratio, like this dot's this close to this dot compared to this dot, right? So whatever the distances are doesn't matter, it's just the ratio of them. And when you get that radii in ratio, they have a periodicity, meaning they orbit in a certain periodic manner, and you can map out what they're going to continue to do because it's cyclical. So he just figured out with the radii and the periodicity what the planets do and what their orbital trajectories are, and then it would map out infinitely. We did not need gravity at all for any of that. Then Newton came along after that, took that fact that was observed and documented by Kepler, and just said, well, something must be causing them to move, and it must be a force. And he just put that variable, an undefined variable, in a dynamic equation using Kepler's laws. That's all he did. And you could have used an electrostatic variable. You could have used all kinds of different things. He didn't even define it. He just said, like, here's a placeholder because there must be something causing it. Then he wrote about it and he said, I can't even fathom what that could possibly be unless it's God himself doing it directly.
Yeah, and if he would have been alive when Einstein was alive, I guarantee he would have agreed with Einstein and said, "Oh shit, that makes sense. I agree."
Well, then they both be retarded
And
because
your
now we know that Einstein's.
electrostatics is right there is a key thing that you make up.
We would. Well, I don't make that up, but they would both be wrong then, right? Because now we know that Einstein's wrong in your own paradigm.
No, we don't know Einstein's wrong. His general relativity seems to work every time we test it, and it works when we need to use it.
It
The
doesn't
fact
work the
that for
vast
you to
majority
want to
of the
say
time.
it's wrong is just silly.
It doesn't work the vast majority of the time.
It's one of the most it's one of the most uh, experimented things in physics. Like people would love to disprove general relativity and spatial relativity, but no matter how hard they try, it always holds true.
Okay, Cole, you couldn't be more wrong about the stuff that you say, dude. Okay? The
Okay.
mainstream position is that relativity isn't correct. It is insufficient, and a huge percentage of mainstream astrophysicists, astronomers, cosmologists are entertaining Mond theories and other alternative gravity theories for the very explicit reason that relativity isn't working. That is just a fact, bro. So, like, when you say it works all the time and anyone would disprove things, no, they wanted to hold on to it because of the sunken cost fallacy, because they've had it for so long and put so much work into it. But it
Make up
doesn't
something
work.
else.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Austin, do you know what MON stands for?
Modified Newtonian dynamics.
Yeah, so why are you saying that it's opposed to relativity? It's a modification of Newtonian dynamics. It's not a modification of Einsteinian relativity.
Yeah, it's literally a shift away from relativity.
No, it's not. It's a shift away from Newtonian gravity.
No, it's not.
You
It's a
don't know what you're
modification.
talking about, Austin. You are completely wrong
It's
about it.
making shit
Today,
up,
Cole,
just
shut up,
like I
shut up, Cole,
said.
shut up, Cole, shut up. Don't you have to save the guy? Doesn't he have credentials? Why do you feel like you got to save him immediately? So, good try, but actually, it's a shift back towards Newtonian dynamics, and then a modification of that because the relativistic application doesn't work. It's specifically to not have the dark matter. Why are you interrupting me? It's
Yeah,
specifically to not
let's
have.
not interrupt, guys. Let's let people finish, and then you can respond, and let's like not ad hom. Thanks.
It's specifically to get away from the dark matter problem.
Are you finished?
Yeah, clearly.
Dark matter has nothing to do with relativity theory. Newtonian gravity was used to demonstrate that there was a problem. Relativity isn't coming into the question at all. You're completely wrong about that. That's the reason why they talk about modifying Newtonian dynamics.
Okay, that was just a right? But
I know what I'm talking about. You don't know
clearly
what
you
you're talking
don't.
about, Austin. You could not be more wrong. You keep repeating this
Do you want to bet $5,000?
and over and over and over again, and you can't be more wrong about it.
Well,
Okay, you want to jump on camera and debate it?
finish
You
their
want to jump on
points
camera and debate it?
instead of just saying that people are wrong? Let's see what he's got.
You want to jump on camera and debate it?
Well, I don't know if we need to go there.
Okay,
well, I just don't think he would. I don't think he would ever show his face on camera as a professional and make these claims that are that ridiculous. So you're just being disingenuous. So I'll just repeat what I said, right? Which is the reason that so many people in your own field are entertaining modified Newtonian dynamic theories and other alternative gravity theories it's an attempt to not have to deal with the dark matter problem. When you have the relativistic application, you have to have dark matter, and a huge amount of dark matter. It actually makes up like 83% of the total matter in the universe with the relativistic application. But if you go to like a modified Newtonian dynamics theory that does away with the need for dark matter, then you can try to explain it without that discrepancy. This is because it's now been almost a century of people trying to either find it, define it, propose some type of theory to explain how it's viable, and then they haven't been able to do so. We also have other observations like certain galactic collisions that don't slow down the way that they should if dark matter was actually present in the quantities that would be needed according to relativity, right? And so you can look at like Pavel Kropa from Australia explaining that that's basically falsified dark matter to a sigma 5 confidence. So now they're looking for an alternative theory of gravity that doesn't require dark matter.
Let me go over the history of the evidence for dark matter. It was first discovered by Fritz Zwicky looking at the Coma galaxy cluster back 90 years ago. It was comparing the dynamic mass determined from the measurements of radial velocities, or I should say the dispersion of radial velocities of the Coma cluster. And from that, he was able to determine the dynamic mass. It was entirely based upon Newtonian gravity. Relativity, neither special nor general relativity were even considered. And what he found was that the dynamic mass was about 10 times greater than the lighted mass. The lighted mass being from the amount of light we receive, presumably because more mass requires more stars, which requires more light, and that had been calibrated pretty well by nearby observations. He then went on to look at other clusters of galaxies, and he found the same sort of problem in just about every cluster of galaxies he looks at, about a 10-to-1 difference between dynamic and lighted mass. And again, none of those dynamic masses were determined using general or special relativity. They were based upon Newtonian gravity. 7 years later, around 1939, a guy named Horace Babcock was looking at the rotation curve of the Andromeda galaxy. It was the first time that had ever been done, and he found the same sort of thing going on. In the nucleus of the galaxy, things were fine. The dynamic mass matched what you'd see from the lighted mass. But as you get outside the nucleus, get farther and farther out, bigger and bigger discrepancies began to appear. It was pushing the limits of what could be done at that time. This was kind of sitting in the back burner for about 30 years. In the 1970s, Vera Rubin and Kent Ford took the largest telescopes available at the time with the best technology at the time. And
We're doing a history breakdown?
Yeah, it's just a big red herring, but just let him go.
They extended Babcock's work, and they were looking at the rotation curves of galaxies. Vera Rubin earlier had worked with Jeffrey Burbidge on this sort of work. That's how she learned how to do it. And he would stop at the edge of the nuclear region of the galaxy, but she extended on beyond that and found the same sort of discrepancy that Babcock had found before. Again, all of these analyses were using Newtonian gravity. They were not using special and general relativity. And it was 1980s finally when astronomers began to realize that there was a tremendous amount of evidence for that. The only line of evidence for dark matter that involves relativity at all is on some of the gravitational lensing that takes place when you get a more distant object like a quasar being imaged by a cluster of galaxies. And then they use general relativity in that situation. But guess what? They find the same 10-to-1 discrepancy between the lighted matter and the dynamic mass. So again, you could not be more wrong claiming that the problem is with special or general relativity. The problem is with Newtonian dynamics, and even the name MOND, modified Newtonian dynamics, is a modification to Newtonian gravity, not general relativity. Otherwise, it would be called something else. It's silly to suggest that MOND is anything but dealing with Newtonian dynamics. Furthermore,
Okay, that's okay.
the
Good thing I didn't
position
say
is a
that. You got to
minority.
land the plane, dude.
I'm finished talking. You don't like me interrupting you, so you just shut up until I tell you I'm
Well,
done.
this is
I
pretty
also don't
long
talk
though,
for
dude.
5 minutes about everything that's happened since
Well,
1933.
there you go. You were doing that. You were monologuing for quite a while. Let me just say this one last thing, and then I'll shut up for a while. You're claiming that all these astronomers and astrophysicists are going after MOND. It's a very small minority opinion. The vast majority of astronomers endorse the concept of dark matter. Okay, now I'm finished.
Okay, so bruh, yeah, I know that Newtonian dynamics also has these discrepancies. It doesn't really matter for intents and purposes, though, if they're using the Newtonian equations because of the simplicity component, which is why they do that. So, like when we were talking about the galaxy rotational speed discrepancies and Farrah-Rubin, et cetera, right? Yeah, they may use Newtonian equations because it's simpler, because it all boils down to the same thing for intents and purposes. Total non sequitur, doesn't matter at all, because when the mass adopted the theory is relativity. When we apply relativity to the galactic scale, we have the discrepancy of dark matter. Modified Newtonian dynamics is just one type of theory. That's why I always say that, and alternative gravity theories, additional alternative gravity theories, are an attempt to resolve the discrepancy of dark matter. So you're just straw manning the entire point that I made. Like, at what point did I say that modified Newtonian dynamics is actually fixing relativity? That's ridiculous. Of course, I didn't say that. You're right. That would be stupid if I said that. I didn't, though. Right? The point is that relativity, as the mass adopted consensus, is not working. It creates the discrepancy of dark matter. That's why so many astrophysicists and cosmologists are looking into alternative gravity theories, including variations of MOND, but not limited to that, in an attempt to not have to have or deal with the dark matter problem. Very, very simple, right? So everything you said did nothing but strengthen my point when properly represented. So then now we're still just left with the same point, right? When people are claiming that like relativity is the most tested and proven theory ever, no, it's not. It doesn't work. And if you assume relativity, you need 83% of all matter in the universe to be dark matter. You can't define it, you can't find it, you can't prove it's a real thing at all. It's just a religious belief where you blindly assume that it's true because of the sunken cost fallacy, because you can't let go of your religious belief of relativity. Do you have any proof of dark matter other than presupposing that your theory is correct? No, you don't. The evidence for dark matter is my theory doesn't work. It's not like you observed it, you didn't find it. What you found was the things in the sky aren't working the way they should if relativity is true. But I know relativity is true because it's my religion. Therefore, dark matter must exist. That is not science whatsoever. That is religion. Has no place in science. So, like, would you not agree that a theory that would be proposed, an alternative gravity theory proposed, that resolves the issue of needing dark matter would be superior to relativity?
Austin, you denied that you ever tied the problem to relativity theory, and then you proceeded to repeat the argument that it has to do with relativity theory. I'm amazed. I'm just amazed how you can be either lying or so clueless that you don't
Wait, do you actually want me to
understand what you're
clarify?
saying.
Can we go back and forth? Like, are you serious? Are you not understanding me?
Well, I don't think you're making any sense. You denied that did you ever said that it was because of relativity theory that had to be modified, but then you specifically went on and started talking about, well, if you accept relativity theory, you got to admit that 83%
Okay.
of the matter of the universe is dark
Yeah.
matter,
Can
and
we go back and forth?
that contradicts your claim that you didn't say that.
All right,
I'm
let's just
amazed.
make sure we're on the same page here, bro. Okay. We agree that the mainstream theory, like the consensus, is relativity. Right. We agree
What do you mean by that?
that the
That's your current
consensus theory in like modern cosmology is relativity.
Relativity is considered to be the more correct theory. However, Newtonian gravity is a special limiting case of it. In the Newtonian limit, it doesn't make any difference which one you use. And when we talk about the rotation curves of galaxies and the clusters of galaxies, we are definitely in the Newtonian limit. There's no contradiction here.
Well, that's just a
That's
total
another
non
problem you seem to have.
sequitur.
You
That's a
seem to
total
think
non
that,
sequitur.
it's not. You
Yeah, it's
seem
not sequential to my point, bro. Like
you seem
do you agree that one of them is true? Like they're not both simultaneously true.
I'm saying that general relativity is the more general theory and that Newtonian gravity is a special case of it. And again, it can be shown that in the Newtonian limit, the general relativity expression or description of gravity converges to that of Newtonian gravity. And within clusters of galaxies and with rotation curves of galaxies, it doesn't make any difference which one you use. And so everyone uses Newtonian gravity. That's why they call an alternative to Newtonian gravity modified Newtonian gravity. It has nothing to do with general relativity.
That's non sequitur, man. Do you agree that they can't both be true at the same time?
I don't agree with that.
Oh, so you're saying that Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity can both simultaneously be true?
In the Newtonian limit, yes.
That would violate the law of non-contradiction,
No,
bro.
it doesn't. You don't
It
understand what
does.
Newtonian limit means.
Well, they
Okay,
believe in
does Newtonian gravity claim that gravity is a force?
Yes.
Okay, does Einsteinian gravity claim that gravity is a force?
No.
Okay, so it would violate the law of non-contradiction for both of those to be simultaneously
No, it
true. The
doesn't.
door can't be open and closed at the same time.
No, it doesn't. You're missing the point.
Oh no, I'm not missing the point, bro. Those are opposite things.
You
And
don't
there's a
understand.
long list. There's a long list of things, by the way, right?
You
Because
don't
Newton, of
understand.
course, proposed that space was absolute and fixed, and Einstein proposed the exact opposite. Those cannot simultaneously be true, right?
You don't understand what the Newtonian limit is.
Yeah, it's the specific parameters in which, on the more localized scale, Newtonian equations are sufficient and can be used and applied to that specific use case, which again starts to flirt with the pragmatic fallacy and isn't a non sequitur and is in no way valuable in terms of the truth of the matter, which is what we are actually discussing here, right? What is true, what is accurate. We don't care about math. Math just describes things. We don't care that your math works sometimes if we cherry pick certain subsects. That doesn't mean anything in reality. We're talking about what's actually going on, right? So they can't both be true, which is why they're modifying it, bro.
No, that's not the reason why MOND comes into existence. Again, you're very confused on this matter. In the Newtonian limit, the description of general relativity and Newtonian gravity are identical.
They're not identical. They're mathematically similar, okay? And you could even say in certain specific occasions, mathematically identical, right? But and they're
Mathematically, they are identical in the Newtonian limit.
okay, yes, I know, I just said that. But that isn't all those theories are. They aren't just math, right? They're dynamic claims. They're not just math.
They are descriptions of gravity. In the Newtonian
Mathematical
limit, they are
descriptions.
indistinguishable.
Yeah, look, bro, math is a description. It's like a language. But science explains things. So we're trying to figure out what gravity actually is, or even if it exists, right? Then we're going to look at these two theories. They claim different things. They cannot both
Well,
be true.
You're distracting from the point I was making. You repeatedly said that the problem is with relativity theory when it comes to talking about dark matter and trying to fix it with MOND.
Yes.
And again, MOND doesn't even enter, the general relativity doesn't even enter into it. When looking at the rotation curves of galaxies and looking at the dynamics of clusters of galaxies, Newtonian gravity is always, repeat, always used. So if you're to claim that somehow
That's not even true.
relativity
That's
is
not
the
even
problem
true.
here, and Mond is to the rescue, is wrong. There's a problem possibly with Newtonian description. That's the reason why they call it modified Newtonian
Yes,
dynamics. Think
Danny,
about that
I
very carefully,
know.
Austin. I don't think you understand what you're saying and
No, I
what Mond
do.
means.
You keep straw manning it, dude. Okay, so like relativity. Do you agree that Newton has a limit in modern cosmology? It's readily acknowledged that Newtonian equations have a limitation, and that when you continue out, we use a relativistic application. You said that it's always used. That is not true. It's just pretty much always used because why wouldn't you use Newtonian equations? Because they boil down to the same thing and it's way simpler. That's the only reason that it's used. It's not used because it's better. It's not used because it's more accurate. It's used because it's simpler. That means nothing though. So when I say relativity, I'm talking about the current state of cosmology and the theory that's adopted, the consensus theory for the universe as a whole. What's actually going on is typically relativity. Modified Newtonian dynamics removes the Newtonian limitation. That's the entire purpose of proposing it, which means it is literally being proposed as an alternative to relativity.
No, that's not what Mond is saying at all.
Oh my
It's
God.
a modification of how Newtonian gravity works. It's not a modification of general relativity. It's a modification of
No,
Newtonian gravity.
brother, I'm not saying that Mond is modifying relativity. What I'm saying is, okay, we have relativity and we have Newton, right? And look, we have relativity and we have Newton. We're just gonna envision in our head, we're starting at step one, and they're gonna start moving up side by side. And they can both be mathematically applied to all the same stuff. We're going up, we're going up. At a certain point, on the left here, Newtonian gravity stops. It's its limit, but relativity keeps going. What has now happened, people have come in and they've began to modify Newtonian dynamics so that it can go up as high as relativity can, so it can be proposed as an alternative explanation to relativity. So when I say Mond is being proposed as an alternative to relativity, I'm not saying that Mond is modifying relativity. I'm saying the opposite. It's being proposed as an alternative to replace relativity, which is obviously just a fact, bro.
So do you think that proponents of Mond believe that relativity is false?
Yes.
That's not the true.
Yeah, it literally is.
And you
I
can,
literally just talked to a PhD that does it for a living for 3 hours last night.
yeah, I know who you were talking to.
Okay.
And he will say that at the scales, at the scales that we're dealing with things here on Earth
Non
and within
sequitur.
our local region, that relativity continues to be the most reliable method to make predictions about that.
Red herring. Red
Nobody is
herring.
talking. If you ask
That's a
him,
red
if you
herring, but that's also
if
not what he said. He said that it is a placeholder and a not very good one.
Yep. And he said that if he were going to guess for sure, it will eventually be replaced, and we know it's not right, but it's just the best we have right now. But that's not even the point. You just totally used a red herring, like always. No one's talking about Earth or anything about it. We're talking about if the people that are proposing modified Newtonian dynamic theories and other alternative gravity theories, they're doing that for the explicit purpose of replacing relativity. Do I
I
have to
wish he
actually
was here
Google
right
this? Like,
now.
if I drop a link that says .edu, will it just become your new worldview? Is that what you need? It just can't be true if it comes out of my mouth. Is that what it is? Does Mond theories propose a replacement to relativity? Like, why do we have to do this? Yes, because the original Mond was non-relativistic. Physicists developed relativistic frameworks like TEVES to adapt it. Instead of relying on invisible dark matter, these theories modify Einstein's general relativity to alter how gravity behaves at extremely low accelerations. The most famous relativistic extension is tensor vector scalar gravity, proposed by Jacob Berenstein. Ooh, I wouldn't trust that guy. In 2004. This framework keeps the foundational success of general relativity, like describing gravitational lensing, but adds extra fields to reproduce Mond's effects on galactic scales.
Right. So it sounds to me like they
Catch
are
the word
augmenting relativity.
success.
It doesn't sound to me where it said that it's looking to completely replace relativity, right? They're trying
I
to
caught
make
the
relativity
Okay, no,
work
that
on
dude.
the galactic scales, right?
I caught the
Of
word
course of
success
course
in
it's
that there with it.
replacing it. Of course it's replacing it because it's a fundamentally different claim, right? But if they're gonna propose something to replace relativity, then it's going to need to explain everything that relativity allegedly currently explains. These are two different things. Duh. There's not going to be a mass adoption of a new gravity theory if it doesn't even explain what the current theory explains. That isn't the point, though. The point is that modified Newtonian dynamics is fundamentally different from relativity. And again, there's a long list of these things, right? But Newtonian dynamics claims that gravity is a force. Einsteinian gravity claims that specifically it is not a force. Newtonian dynamics claims that an object will continue in a straight path unless an outside force acts upon it. Einsteinian gravity claims that an object can deviate from a straight path without an outside force acting upon it, and in fact can go in a straight and curved path simultaneously, or have a curvilinear path because it's all relative to reference frame. Newtonian dynamics claims that space is absolute and fixed. Einsteinian physics claims that space is specifically not absolute nor fixed. And the list goes on and on. They are directly contradictory in multiple situations. What happens is people come in and they say, "But look, well, we can use the math of both and get the same answer." It's like a caveman with a clipboard that just comes and says some random statement that's totally irrelevant to what we're talking about. Like, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, the irony's getting deep with that statement.
Do you understand that math describes things and is
Or
not
the
relevant to the
hypocrisy, I
explanatory
should
power?
say, not irony.
Can you engage with what I said at all?
I follow on what you're saying, but what you're saying is just goes like against so much of what science says, and you just continue to say it over and over and over, no matter how many
No.
scientists tell you you're wrong.
Danny, notice how Danny hasn't said anything for about 5 remarks now? Okay, so Cole, nothing I'm saying is wrong. This is me stillmanning your belief. See, this is not what I believe. I don't believe in these theories.
And don't you think they have to prove something? I mean, you say they wrote a paper, but they didn't prove anything.
In these debates, what we have to do is we have to stillman your position before we can even have the discussion.
So
Which is really
here we go,
weird.
Witsit. I typed into Gemini, does Mond theories propose a replacement for relativity? Some Mond-based theories do propose replacing or modifying parts of relativity, but Mond itself is not a replacement for relativity. The original Mond idea was mainly a modification of Newtonian dynamics in the low acceleration regime. It was designed to explain galaxy rotation curves without dark matter. It did not attempt to replace Einstein's general relativity. However, later developments have been inspired by Mond further. Relativistic Mond theories, such as what you were talking about, tensor vector scalar gravity, modify general relativity so that they can produce Mond behavior while still describing light bending and cosmology.
Yeah, and that's 20 years ago. Okay, so we're talking about the modern state of cosmology, not when Mond was first proposed, dude. We're talking about variations of Mond today and additional alternative gravity theories. Notice how none of you guys have engaged with that point. You keep on just talking about Mond, but it doesn't matter. The variations of Mond now are practically all proposed as replacements to relativity. We're not talking about when Mond was first proposed for a specific use case, for a specific observation with galaxies. We're talking about 2004 is the vector theory that you're talking about. That's 2 decades ago, bro. Okay, so we had Mond variations being proposed as replacement to relativity 2 decades ago. Okay, that's what they are now. When people in the field use Mond as a reference to the general idea or premise of replacing relativity, thus solving the dark matter problem.
These newer theories are not simply Mond replacing relativity. They are attempts to create a new relativistic theory of gravity that reduces to general relativity, where it has been tested and behaves like Mond in the weak acceleration regime.
That is not even accurate.
Any viable Mond theory still has to reproduce the successes of relativity,
I already
gravitational
said that.
lensing, gravitational waves, black hole observations, and solar system tests.
Already
So the
said
goal is
that.
usually a broader theory that encompasses relativity.
No, it doesn't encompass relativity, right? I already
Then why does Gemini say that then?
I don't care. I already explained, right, that yes, any theory that would be adopted would have to explain everything relativity explains. And of course, us who are not like devoted to this like religious hierarchical, retainment of information or whatever, we can see clearly the writing on the wall is that no Mond theory will ever work because you're trying to incorporate a lot of claims that are false from relativity that you've been tricked into believing are true and accurate. Neither one of those theories will ever work. There will never be a theory, there'll never be a relativistic variation, there will never be a Mond theory that will explain the universe and the galaxy motions without dark matter. It will never happen. In fact, I'll go a step further. There will never be a gravity theory that's based on proportionate mass that will explain the galaxy motion. Never, ever, 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 ever. It's very obvious that what's happening in the universe is not based on proportionate mass. It is not that simple. And think about how simple that is. Think about how arrogant it is of man to think that it's that simple. Just, oh, the amount of mass is how everything moves. Why would you think it's that simple? When on the Earth we can have a magnet that's a foot wide and a magnet that's an inch wide, and the inch wide magnet is 1,000 times stronger than the foot wide magnet. We have phenomena here that shows you that the amount of mass is irrelevant to the net output. So when we see these discrepancies, we see, oh, this galaxy looks really big. It needs a lot of force, but it looks like it only has like 1% of the mass that it needs. Okay. Well, maybe it isn't based on proportionate mass then. Maybe it's based on coherency or magnetic properties, right? But you guys can't believe that because there hasn't been some priesthood that's told you that's a permissible belief yet. You guys will still just regurgitate things like, electricity wouldn't work in space. Why not?
Or maybe mass and gravity, magnetism and gravity are two completely separate things, and you can't compare the two by saying we can have a little magnet that's stronger than a bigger magnet, and then think that that should have anything whatsoever to do with how mass reacts with space-time.
When did I say anything about space-time or mass? When did I say magnetism should have anything to do with how mass reacts to space-time? I just said the opposite.
No, you didn't. You literally said that a small magnet can put out more than a big magnet. So why should we say that mass has anything to do with like the movements in space?
Okay, yeah, I don't think you get it, but yeah. Okay, so like the movements of the galaxies, there's an assumption that it's based on proportionate mass, meaning that the amount of force
Which
or what
has
can be
nothing to do with magnetism.
Yes, that's my whole point. Is
No,
that
your
it's
point was because magnetism
please
can
tell me
be
what my point
bigger.
is. Please tell me
Your
what my
point
point
was
is.
that because a smaller magnet can be stronger than a larger magnet, then that means that we shouldn't be able to use mass in space to determine anything about the way that bodies move in space. They have nothing to do with each other.
Oh, you're so lost. Why are you
I'm
interrupting me
not
while you're
lost.
so lost?
I'm not
Yes,
lost.
you
This is
are.
part of when you make stuff up and then people call you out on it,
No,
and
this
then
is
you
where
forget
people
what
like
you're
you
even
who are
talking
15
about.
steps behind interrupt me and pretend they're right, and then when they get corrected, they just go silent and won't respond in about 30 seconds.
No, it's
You want
not
to bet? You want to bet
whatsoever.
that you
I
don't
think
respond whenever?
no, Witsit, nobody wants to bet with your broke
Do you want to
ass.
bet you don't respond as soon as I actually get to speak? Okay, so all you did was just say what I said and then straw man what I said. Like what? Like yeah, that was my whole point. Is that the assumption that the motion of galaxies is based on proportionate mass is an inaccurate assumption. And then I use an example of a different phenomena that could give us the same phenomena, such as galaxy motion that isn't based on proportionate mass at all, such as magnetism. That's my whole point. And then you jumped in to say they have nothing to do with each other.
Yes.
You jumped in to say they have nothing to do with each other. That was my point.
No, them having nothing to do with each other means that you shouldn't have even said anything about magnetism and
Oh my God.
a small magnet can be stronger than a larger magnet. That has absolutely nothing to do with the other. So
Can you even still man my argument?
using one as like a almost a gotcha because you're trying to say that that shows the other wouldn't work and we can't use general relativity or whatever you is getting at is just stupid.
Can you still man my argument?
No, I don't steal man people's arguments. I know what
Okay,
you're
so you
talking
just
about,
so
and I
you don't
know the
interact.
argument. I don't have to read the argument back to you
Like
to
you
have a
don't know the
conversation
argument.
with you.
You don't know the argument.
So, boy, if that ain't a fallacy.
It's not. Watch, now I'm gonna have to repeat it again. My point is that the current model, all versions of gravity, have a base presupposition that the motion of galaxies is based on proportionate mass. My point is that is a fallacious assumption. It is just a presupposition. So I am rejecting the assumption that the motion in the sky is all based on proportionate mass. I am rejecting the notion that all motion in the sky is based on proportionate mass. I'm rejecting that notion. And then I'm saying, one example of something that could give you that motion is magnetism, which we know is not based on proportionate mass. It's just a random example of how you could have the motion of the galaxies with a force that isn't based on proportionate mass. That's my whole point.
Except for all the things we see in space couldn't be based on magnetism.
Why not?
Magnetism wouldn't do all of that.
Why not?
Because there's a lot of different things between the two that don't work.
No,
What do you
there's
mean, why
not.
not? Number one is strength.
Strength. What? Why? What does that mean?
That means the sheer amount of magnetic strength you would have to hold a galaxy together.
What?
It would be too insane to even allow life
You're
to
Magnetism is like 1,000,000 times stronger than gravity.
Yes.
Okay,
Never
so
said it
that's a
wasn't.
terrible argument. The strength of the force is a terrible.
Why can't we hover an aircraft with magnetism?
We could.
But magnetism drops off really close.
Okay. No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Where can we hover?
No,
where can we
no.
hover?
Stop with your
aircraft
random
magnetism?
dumbass question about flying cars, dude. It's 2026. You guys still say the same stuff you said in 2016. It's so lame, dude. Okay, if you want to talk about the actual topic, that's cool. Just stop with the lame, like, where are the flying cars? Oh my god, it's so gay. So
well, you're claiming that gravity
just
could be
shut
explained by
up. Just shut
magnetism,
up.
right?
Why can't I find a matching pair of socks?
Yeah, what does us talking about galaxy rotation have to do with flying cars? Nothing. So you said that it falls off. That's not true if you have a specific type of medium, right? So if there are specific like filaments or certain plasmic mediums where it can carry the magnetism vast distances. Now, let's say let's try to replicate it in a lab, right? If I go to a lab, I can't replicate the idea of gravity and proportionate mass, right? Like I can't get in a lab and then replicate gravities or replicate galaxies using gravity. I can't bend and warp space time. I can't use mass and then have galaxies moving. I can't do anything like that. But what I can do is I can get plasma and then introduce magnetic fields and perfectly replicate every single galactic structure that's ever been observed. Spiral galaxies.
Except you can't measure the magnetic field. That's the one problem you have.
What do you mean?
Where's the magnetic field? We don't sense it here on Earth. So where's that magnetic field that's able to pull planets closer to us or moons closer to us? Where is
Well,
that
we're
field?
talking about galaxies.
Okay,
so
where is the magnetic field?
What do you mean? Well, like,
Where is the magnetic field? Where is the magnetic field
Movie-
that does this?
at the galaxy?
You've tested this?
Have you tested that it's bendy spacetime?
No, do not do that.
Do you not
Stay on
understand the
topic
point?
here. No red herring.
It isn't
Where is the
materially
magnetic field
accessible,
testing?
buddy. It isn't materially accessible. We're limited to observations of galaxies. So we're currently proposing a viable physics framework to explain it. We're not talking about going out to the galaxies and measuring the forces there. That is stupid.
No, we can't detect the fields that would need to be required to do this.
What do you mean we can't detect them? How will we detect them?
Do you know how we detect magnetic fields?
No, let me know how we detect magnetic fields on the galactic scale. Please go ahead.
Just the way we would do it here.
No.
What do you mean
Okay,
no?
please. No. Enlighten us, bro.
No, you're the one supposing this. We've never
No, you just
detected
made
these
the
fields.
claim. You just made the claim that we can detect
No,
magnetic
you made the
fields.
claims that it's magnetic fields.
You just made the claim.
Where are these fields, Witsit?
Yo, just walk it back, bro.
You're
Just take it back.
laugh right through it. Laugh right through it, but
You
you can't
just
explain
claimed
it.
that you said that we can detect magnetic fields on the galactic scale the same way we do here on Earth.
Yes.
Okay.
How would you detect a magnetic field in the galactic? Come on, Witsit. Come on, just laugh right through it instead of laughing through it. Let's see if you can actually explain it.
You're the one claiming it, so you tell me how we can do it.
How do you think you detect a magnetic field, Witsit?
Wait, time out. Why are you asking me a question? You just claimed that we can.
Because you just claimed that magnetic fields are what is a cause for galactic gravity.
No, I didn't.
You said an alternate explanation is magnetic fields.
Yeah. So what I said specifically, right? What I specifically said is that it's significantly more viable than the current gravitational theories that are.
No, it isn't, because we haven't measured that.
Oh, even when I talk fast, you guys interrupt. And then when I talk
you laugh
fast,
with your you interrupt with your laughing. Go ahead.
What you said.
When have we measured a magnetic field?
Okay, then wait. You say go ahead and keep talking?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what I actually said was that it is a significantly more viable alternative than the current gravitational theories that are all based on and limited to proportionate mass, because that's the reason we have the discrepancy of dark matter in the first place. When we assume proportionate mass, we observe the galaxies and how fast they're moving and how big that they are, and we're like, wait, there's not enough mass here to create the amount of gravity that's needed. It's that
So
simple.
we can.
It's that
So
simple.
you're saying that there's magnetic fields, interstellar magnetic fields, stronger away from the galaxy than actually in the galaxy itself.
What? No, what?
Well,
Just-
we
you-
can't detect them here, so they have to be stronger outside the galaxy to
But
account
what do
for
you mean we
this.
can't detect them here? You realize that everything we do detect here and everything that we observe in the local region, even observationally, like in space, is all electromagnetic? You
From
realize that, right? Literally everything that
Oh
we
wait, now
can
you're going to electromagnetism. When did you get off magnetism?
they're not even fundamentally different.
Yes, they are.
Oh, really?
Magnetic
Yeah, please
fields.
enlighten me. Please enlighten me.
Yeah, you do not need electric field if you have a magnetic field. Do you know this?
Oh, yeah, please give me an example of a magnetic field without an electric component.
A magnet.
Wrong. It has a dielectric field.
No, it does not have an electric
You want to
field.
bet on it?
100%.
Do you know what a dielectric field is?
No, I'm not talking about a dielectric field. You keep moving the goalpost. Keep
No, I'm
moving that
not
goalpost.
actually. No, I'm not
Yeah,
actually.
I said you do
Is a
not need to
dielectric
have an
field
electric
electric?
field if you have a magnetic field. How do you not know this?
Is a dielectric field electric?
I'm asking you again. Do you not
Yes, it
know?
must be.
Do you not?
It must
Do you
be.
not know? Do you not know that a magnetic field does not require an electric field?
I understand what you're trying to say, yes, which is that like stop interrupting me, bro. Like
No.
magnetism doesn't require electricity, okay?
No,
Because
electric
you're
field. Nope, electric
it
field.
has a dielectric field.
No.
Yes, it does.
No, you have to have something
Look it
else.
up.
No.
You need some matter for get that.
Yes.
Dielectric.
Oh, okay. Wait, can you show me a magnet without matter?
Oh my gosh. Yes, I can show you a magnetic field without matter. 100%.
Please, by all means, go ahead.
So
Okay. The compass. Our compass.
Oh, there's no matter in a compass?
No, in the atmosphere, you can detect a magnetic field without having an electric field present.
Wait, where's the magnetic field coming from?
You don't know?
The Earth.
Yes, but
Which
in
is
the
matter.
atmosphere.
Which is matter.
Okay, but in the atmosphere, we have very little matter, and we have a magnetic field, but not an electric field. Why
The
not?
magnetic field is emanating from the Earth.
Okay.
Which
So
is matter.
where is the electric field?
Wait, the atmosphere
in
is
the
composed
Earth.
of matter. What is this guy talking
I know,
But it doesn't
but
even
he
matter
thinks
because it's coming from the Earth.
he
It
thinks you
doesn't
need to
matter.
have an
It's all
electric.
matter.
You got it backwards, Witsit. You got it backwards.
I don't
In
have
order to
anything
have an
backwards.
electric field, in order to have an electric field, you have to have a magnetic field, not vice versa.
No,
Okay,
no,
so how then
I
This
do
is
we
like
use the
this is
Earth magnetic field
elementary.
to make a
This
case
is
about
this is
the
elementary
universal?
magnetism. It's
Yeah,
weird.
if that's the case, Wesley, how can we use the Earth magnetic field to make a claim about the universal, which is what you said, if it's different?
Because we don't detect any other types of magnetic fields strong enough to say what he's claiming.
But you
Okay,
said
buddy.
that we could do a local scale thing to make a claim about like the universe. That was your claim.
Great. Now show me where that magnetic field is. Go test it for me.
You don't see how that contradicts with the magnetic field comes from the Earth, and then as it goes up into the atmosphere, there's less Earth near it. There's less like atoms.
Okay, where is this magnetic field that draws galaxies together?
If you just say okay, do you agree that it contradicts or no?
What's the contradiction? Explain it to me.
I just laid it out. Were you not listening?
Yeah, it was a terrible argument. Try it again.
It wasn't an argument. It's a contradiction you made.
Okay, go ahead. Show me the contradiction.
Okay, so you just said there's a magnetic field, and that comes from the Earth. When Austin said that, you agreed. You also claimed that we can do measurements or detect a magnetic field around the Earth to make claims on the universal scale. How can we do that if, as we go up into the atmosphere, there's less atoms?
The atoms have nothing to do with it. We do not detect this magnetic field that he's claiming is a better explanation for why galaxies rotate and how they interact.
Why do you keep
That's
claiming
a
we don't
red
detect
herring.
it?
Did you miss the contradiction for the third time?
Yeah, it wasn't there.
You just missed it. You just
No,
don't care that you
you
contradict
either
yourself.
don't understand what you're saying, or you're just that scientifically illiterate. You don't understand what you're saying because there was no contradiction there. All I said is, where do we detect this field? We don't
So
detect
your
this
claim
strong
is that we
field.
can do local detection of whatever magnetic field and then apply that to the universal scale. Then you said,
Correct. If we're gonna say, hold on,
stop
I'm gonna respond to that.
interrupting. I'm not done
No,
speaking. Stop.
you
Then
don't
you
understand.
said,
But go ahead.
as we go up into the atmosphere, there's less particles and or atoms, so there wouldn't be a magnetic field to detect.
Never said that.
How then?
Never said that.
Stop
Yes, you
interrupting.
did.
No, it's a
Yes,
straw
you did say
man.
that.
I can interrupt one. No, I didn't say
You
there's
did
less
say
of it.
as we go up into the atmosphere, there's
I never
less
said
atoms
that.
or particle. Yes, you did.
Okay, but what does that matter?
Now you're saying, okay, I said that. A minute ago
No,
you
I
said
don't think I said that. I said in the atmosphere we don't detect an electrical field. We detect the magnetic field. It doesn't come along with electrical field.
excellent. So how then can we do any type of detection or measurement on the local scale and then apply to the universal as you have several times claimed?
Yes, okay, here, I'll explain it real simple.
It's
If
not a
there
yes
is
or
a
no, it's a
magnet,
how question.
Galley, calm down. If on the universal scale, very large scale, there's this huge magnetic field, we would detect it on the local scale. How do you not understand this? This
Prove
is
it.
like fifth grade
That's
math.
your claim.
All magnetic fields are stronger near the origin point, you idiot. Seriously, how is this so hard?
Oh
Right.
man, dude, it
You're the
doesn't
one
matter
who
how
needs
much you
to calm down.
posture, bro. It's not
Yeah,
convincing. All right.
grandstanding. The
All right.
grandstanding
So
frog
here's the
boys.
deal. Here's the deal, dude. You don't even understand like mainstream modern
Wesley, why are you the
physics.
first to name call?
So look, man. In mainstream physics, magnetism still fundamentally is electric. Okay? It's just fundamental.
No, it's not.
Stop interrupting me. Yes, it is. It's based on it's literally a force caused by moving charge. Okay? Now, you,
A
you
changing electric field creates a magnetic field, and a
Yes.
changing magnetic field creates an electric field. Our
No.
electric field is always changing, and so is our magnetic field. So therefore, they are always
Magnetic
present.
field changing?
no, even if you had like a static magnetic field, the actual force itself is generated by moving charge according to modern physics. But even beyond that, right? Like I reject all that nonsense anyway because it's all pseudoscientific particles
Because
and
it
stuff like
breaks your
that.
worldview. Yeah.
It literally doesn't, but it just doesn't work. That's why you have to invoke virtual particles to explain
Okay,
magnetism,
where's the magnetic field,
Stop
Austin?
interrupting me, dude.
Where's the magnetic field?
Stop interrupting me. So
Okay,
you just
where's the
claim
magnetic field?
not okay, then just keep doing it. So you
Well,
just claimed that it's because it destroys my worldview. No, it literally doesn't. It destroys yours because the modern interpretation of magnetism requires you invoking virtual photons, which is retarded. So do you want to stand in here and tell us about how virtual photons are real, or do you want to just concede?
Where is the magnetic field, Austin?
No,
This
no, no. Are
big,
virtual
strong.
photons
No,
real?
no, we're not moving off the subject. Where
No,
is
this
this
is the
magnetic
subject.
field? Nope. Where's the magnetic field, Austin?
Time out. You just claimed that I was wrong about magnetism. You're wrong. In mainstream physics, the force of magnetism is caused by moving charge. You laughed, means nothing. Secondly, you claimed I said I rejected it. You said, oh, because it destroys my worldview. No, it doesn't work. It provably doesn't work. The mathematical discrepancy is so great that we actually had to create a placeholder of virtual particles, as Richard Feynman explained. That's where you get the Feynman diagrams in the first place.
Yep.
And I'll just quote Richard Feynman. There is no such thing as virtual particles. They're merely a mathematical concept we use to plug into the equations because of the discrepancies. They're not the input or output of
Yes,
any
we agree
experiment
with this.
ever. Their existence is questionable at best.
We agree. Okay.
Now why did we have to propose virtual particles to explain magnetism?
Magnetism or
Yes.
gravity?
No, magnetism.
What are the virtual particles for magnetism?
Virtual photons.
Okay, I don't know enough about to talk that subject, so I'm asking you
well, you were
where's
super
the magnetic
cocky.
field?
You were super cocky 5 minutes ago, though. So
Yes,
I'll teach
'cause
you, though.
you
I'll
didn't
teach
think
you.
you thought that electric fields came along with magnetic fields. It's
I
really
just
weird.
showed you that even in your own paradigm, that the force of magnetism is caused by moving charges. But
Yeah, but you said electric field. Oh my gosh,
yes,
you're so
because I
dumb.
don't adhere to modern particle physics, so the magnetism is
Okay,
actually a spatial. Stop
fine.
interrupting me. This is way over your head. The last thing you should be doing is
Yeah,
interrupting me.
word
Like,
salad.
hey, buddy,
Grandstanding.
buddy. If you don't stop interrupting, I'm gonna have to mute you. You're not just gonna just talk.
Muting his
You're not
own
just gonna,
convo. Got it.
bruh. I'll just get someone else to do it. You don't just get to walk all over me, dude. You clearly don't
Yeah,
understand
Wesley, you
this.
gotta stop with the interrupting.
Yeah, I would
And
mute you.
You gotta
Wesley.
let
If
you
I
gotta
was a
let
you really
Wesley.
moderator,
do
I'd
have
be
to
muting you
stop with the
already.
interrupting. It's causing
You,
complete
you,
audio chaos. If someone else
you
in the
gotta
middle of speaking, let them finish speaking. NASA's show, that's not an invite for you to start interrupting
Shut
me.
up. Go ahead, Austin.
The
Okay,
issue is
Wesley,
that this
if I'm in the middle of
conversation.
moderating and you say shut up, you're way more likely to get server muted when you do interrupt.
Yeah, we'll see how
This
long that lasts.
conversation, the problem
Go
with
ahead.
this, dude, right? The reason I don't normally engage in these type of conversations is magnetism is one of the most confounding phenomena that exists. Anyone that knows anything about physics knows that. It's like the one true force. And so, like, if we're gonna actually talk about that, then interruptions literally can't happen because these are going to be terms that you're not even familiar with, right?
Wait,
But
you
magnetism.
said
Stop
you
interrupting me, bro. It's like maybe a
can you
minute.
do back and forth? Can you do back and forth or
Yeah,
not?
can you let me just make a point first, please?
Yeah, in less than a minute, please.
Okay, no problem. So in modern
Thanks.
physics, magnetism is a force caused by moving charges. That doesn't actually work though. The math doesn't even work, so much so we had to introduce virtual photons because the magnetic fields have way too much energy coming out for the actual particle physics prediction. It's stupid, it's retarded, it's easily debunked. You have to invoke fairy tale particles that don't exist. Okay, so we're going to reject that because we're not retarded. So a more like a classical field theory, like the electrical field theory that actually built the entire electrical grid that we have, for example, magnetism is the spatial discharge or the basically the waste product of dielectric interaction, the dielectric field. You cannot separate the magnetic and the dielectric. They're two sides of the
That's
same
1 minute.
coin. Do you
You done?
understand? Do you understand the
You
point?
already done? You said less than a minute. So back and forth. I'll grant you all of that. Now magnetism is well understood on the general level. So where is that magnetic field that holds the galaxies together and,
Okay,
and
wait.
causes their motion?
Okay, magnetism is not well understood on the general level. It is literally
Yeah, we
not
can measure it.
understood. We can measure it, and when we measure it, it doesn't match our predictions.
That's incorrect.
No,
And
it's
you can
not.
only measure it within like a certain proximity. Like beyond that, it falls off. And you don't even
Yes.
measure magnetism at the center of the magnet. You guys have no answer for that. You have no answer why the field effects are still visible beyond the measurable limit of it. You guys are just to say that
Wait,
you have a
how do you
general
have field effects?
understanding is
Wait, is
hilarious.
you if the field effects are beyond the measurable limit, how do we know that they're there?
You can prove it by
Again,
using like a
Wait, hold on.
static TFE.
I was asking Dicelo. Witsit, calm down. Go ahead, Dicelo.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you could take a simple $40 CRT tube set from a thrift store and see the field disparity across the tube set television.
Yep.
So we can detect it further out. So
Yes,
get
but
to the
not.
point
We're
where
not.
You
we
We
said
can't
won't.
detect it
measure it.
further out.
We can't
You said
measure it.
measure it,
Yeah,
and you
yes, we can
furthermore
measure it
you
with a
have no
tube. Cathode ray
no
tubes are
answer.
great.
Yeah, you have
Yes.
no answer. Okay, just keep chanting, and it's gonna make you right. You have no answers for why that is.
Yes,
I don't
if
think
you
you
can
even know what
detect
he's
it.
telling
Hold
you
on a
right now.
second. Hey, Witsit, calm down. Dicelo, if we
Oh
can
my
detect
god.
it, we can measure it. How do you not know this?
You don't even know what he's saying to you right now.
Yes, he is. He's talking about
Okay,
it.
still man it.
He can't help
Still man it.
himself. Hey,
Still man
I
it.
was going to have to mute you if you keep interrupting me. So again, we can't detect it, or we can't measure these magnetic fields that you keep postulating about. So your theory is bunk.
Okay, so
Nice
you
try.
don't even know what he just told you, which is
Yes,
if
I
you
do.
actually stop interrupting me. When you measure the magnetic field, say it's got like a foot radius, right, that you can measure, but you can take that little neodymium iron boron magnet and you can go out on your street and you can have a tube set TV like 50 yards away. And when you start to move the magnet back and forth, it will literally affect the TV from 50 yards away. Even though when you measure the magnet,
That's how we measure
buddy,
it.
stop interrupting
No,
me.
that's not how you measure it.
That's not how we measure it. We measure it like a foot radius.
Yeah, you can
You
only
can
pick it
measure
up
it
with
with
a Gauss meter within
you
like
can measure
roughly
it with
two to 3 feet before it falls off, and
okay, you
that's
can
what you call measuring it.
if it's causing effects, you can measure it. Do you
Wait,
understand
what
this?
do we use to measure magnetic fields?
We can use any type. We can use a
You
Gauss.
don't
We can
even
use
know.
what? We can use magnets. Like
We
if
can
you
use
can
magnets
get
to
things.
measure magnets.
Yes, the strength of a magnet. Yes, easy.
We can use a
That
magnet to measure a
question,
magnet.
Austin,
This is
that
the
question,
magnetic infinite regression fallacy.
that
Bro, you're right. We
question,
use a
we
Gauss
can use
meter.
magnets to measure magnetic fields. That's
Yeah,
so dumb. Like Austin,
yeah,
it's
it
so
is so
funny.
dumb. I agree. It's so dumb. We use Gauss meters, and then it's going to be like 1 to 2, 3 feet, whatever. And they're going to say that's the spatial extension of the magnetic field, and here's the strength at the edge of it, whatever. That's how we actually measure it in your paradigm. But that isn't actually the full extent of the magnetic interaction as shown with the example we just gave you. Now, that's a major problem for you. It's also a major
Another
problem for
2 minute spiel.
stop
I gotta go.
interrupting.
I gotta
It's
go.
a,
I gotta go, Austin. Austin,
all right,
I gotta
later,
go.
man.
You're
Later,
talking
man. Later,
talking for
man. Later,
5
man.
minutes in a row.
Run
You're trying to
away, run
Yeah,
away.
I
you're
know. That's all he does is
grandstanding.
run.
You're grandstanding, and you can't get your
The
You're
point
running,
across,
bro.
bro.
You got no
Badger.
answers.
That's impressive.
Boring.
And
Here's
and
Can't
perspective.
detect
even if
magnetic
we
field
The
even if
from
we were to go
Badger,
there.
the
you're
opposite
done.
Magic.
direction, yeah,
Magic.
even if we were to go to the opposite direction and look at the center of the magnetic field, either the north or south facing side of the magnet, and measure it with a Gauss meter, it's literally 0, dude. And they have no answer for that.
Yeah,
You're done.
but it's obviously just like pure inertia. So like what? Anyway, so if you think about it, that's like a perfect example of how like you could have vast distances of magnetic interaction in quote unquote space, right? And then obviously the only framework that works to explain that is an ether, because you have to have a medium that has mutual contact, right? The only way that magnet's affecting that TV is because there's something touching the magnet and the TV. So, duh. And it's not like you like start spinning the magnet a little bit and then it just shoots little magnetic particles across the street. So, but this is the main issue. Like you saw how confident he was that modern physics understands magnetism, and they don't at all.
Yeah,
Modern
not
physics
at
doesn't
all.
understand magnetism at all. So it's like when they're trying to tell us that like what happens in space, quote unquote, can't be magnetic. They have literally no foundation to make that claim whatsoever. They don't even know what it is on Earth.
Well, to kind of like soak it up a bit, they essentially claim that the magnetic field stretches on to the furthest reaches of the galaxy to near 0, but it still continues like propagating out to the furthest reaches of the galaxy. That's kind of like a way to get away from not having a good answer, in my opinion.
The other thing that they do is they, of course, assume the vacuum, right? And then they say, like, oh, the magnetic interactions won't be strong enough over these vast distances that they also assume over a vacuum, right? And, um, like, imagine if there's just like a tenuous medium, right? I mean, the possibilities are endless. And then imagine if everything's just much more finite. So it's like it's so simple, right? Like we look up at the sky, we assume that gravity is a real thing and it's based on the amount of mass, and nothing works. Everything is drastically off. Nothing works. Can't even mathematically make it work. Doesn't work at all. Have to plug in magical matter, right? Just it's just all just terrible. It's a shit show. But whenever we invoke magnetism, we can move that variable up and down however we want. So what we would be doing from that paradigm is we'd go up and we'd see, oh, the galaxy is supposedly like this big, it's moving this fast, therefore it needs this much force. Okay, well the magnetic field strength must be this, because that's effectively like an observational, not really a measurement, but it's like a calculation, right? But you would observationally be able to determine the magnetic field strength, but you would have to make the assumptions of the size and the distances and stuff, which is why kind of cosmology is a rabbit hole of like presupposition, because you can't go out there and tell how big it actually is or whatever. But the point is that when you go and look at it assuming gravity, you're like, oh, we're missing 99% of mass, and you're just stuck there, and you have to just claim that there's magical invisible mass. But if it's magnetic, you don't have that problem at all. You're just like, oh, well, this magnetic field is super strong, bro. Like the coma cluster's magnetic field is very strong. So even though there's not much matter there, it's just very strong for its size, right? It's a very coherent magnet or magnetic field. So therefore, it's keeping those galaxies together, even though there's not a lot of visible, like, or just let's just call it matter, visible matter. So it's like like overnight, you instantly snap your fingers and you fix the vast majority of like dynamic problems in the entire universe. You like
You just got
immediately.
you got coherent and incoherent magnetism, and that's all gravity is just incoherent magnetism. So instead of being a multiplicative like coherent magnetism, it's an additive. So it's much lesser than, but it's
Yeah, and the
literally the
galaxies
same.
would be coherent. And then, dude, When you look at like Ferrel cell imaging of magnetic fields, they look like freaking galaxies. They look like black holes. When you go into the lab and you take plasma and you introduce magnetic fields, you can replicate every galactic structure that we observe. That would be an insane coincidence just on its face. Like, what are the odds of that? Like, have you guys ever looked into that? Like galaxies look crazy. There are many different types of galaxies, right? They have like the spiral galaxies. They have the little arms that are coming out. You can replicate all of that. You go into a lab, you get some plasma, you bring in some magnets, and then they just start creating all of these different structures that we see in the sky. Like, bruh, you have to like literally be trying not to see the truth to ignore that. And I'm gonna drop a link in case anyone wants to look at it. It's like it was first done in like the 50s.
Also, there's new findings, and a lot of people are not aware of this, especially the ballers. Cosmic web. Look into that. The cosmic web. They're increasingly believing that there is electromagnetism tied to the whole universe.
Dude, of course. Why wouldn't it be, dude? I mean, everything in the universe has a magnetoreactive component to it, dude. You're not going to get away from that.
Right. And the answer to Wesley's question, how do they detect it? I couldn't speak before, but it's polarized light. That's how they detect it. Polarized light. They claim that, and I'm not saying I believe this, I'm just explaining for next time somebody asks. They claim that there's plasma and cosmic dust, and it affects the way the electromagnetism flows, and they're able to see it. So next time somebody asks that question, there's your answer.
Didn't they come up with that because of the cosmic microwave background, and that was like one of their excuses on the reason for the axis of evil?
Well, that's a bit different. They found this cosmic web in the way they see how the galaxies are aligned, and it appears that they're all like along these lines, and there's empty spaces in between them. So that's why they call it the cosmic web. These are new findings, and a lot of people are not familiar with them. Google it, cosmic web, filaments. It's intriguing stuff. Danny, have you? Maybe Danny Faulkner knows about this.
Polarization that you're talking about comes from alignment of dust particles inside of
And
magnetic
plasma.
fields.
Yeah, that's
Not
what they
the
claim.
no, the dust particles are not plasma; they're solid particles. The
I
plasma
said
you're
and
talking
plasma, Danny.
well,
I
the
didn't say.
plasma you're talking about causes Faraday rotation in the in radio waves, and
That's the one.
one way to probe those
Exactly.
because they're two different effects completely.
The Faraday rotation is how partially they explain it, but yeah. So are you aware of this, of the new findings, and how they think that the way the galaxies are aligned are to like electromagnetic web? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the claim of that. Yeah.
Okay, good. Just wanted to put that out there because questions were asked and not answered. So I couldn't talk before, but I can talk now. So I thought I'd put that out there.
Here are some of the galaxy structures replicated with the magnet and plasma. In 1956, dude.
I can draw some with my pen too.
Did you hear what I
Is that a
said,
good theory?
Wesley?
Is that a good theory? What's it?
Question?
It's not
No,
even
I didn't hear
really
what you said.
relevant at all to what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I can recreate it with my pen and pencil too.
What's that had to do with magnetism?
No,
Is that
it
an
has to do
argument
with
for the
it.
creator being an artist? I like this argument.
Like,
I
it's
feel
just
like
so
Yeah,
goofy. We're talking
exactly.
about an
It's
actual
another
dynamic.
alternate
We're talking
theory.
about
Sorry,
an
Witsit, I was still
actual.
talking. Witsit, I
Well,
was still
you're just
talking.
being a dumbass. You're just trolling.
Witsit, no. The alternate theory is it was drawn in. It's not magnetic field. It's drawn in. That's a better alternate theory in my
No, it's
mind.
literally not. We're proposing a dynamic force. Do you understand that the motion of galaxies? Stop
Goalpost
giving me like a
mover.
little girl. Do you
Goalpost
understand?
mover.
Do you understand that
Don't be a hypocrite then.
Oh my god, bro. You're just like McToon. Go hang out with him.
Yeah, smarter than you. I agree.
Yeah, for
Wesley,
sure.
You
He's so
giggled
there's a
half
smart.
with
He's
the
live
so
line.
stream
smart. He's
going
so
on though.
smart, dude.
Like
Go
we
hang
are
out with
trying to
him.
host a live stream here. So if it's possible, like all the like unmuting so you can giggle while someone's speaking or just chiming in while they're talking. If you could just not refrain from doing that, because we're trying to host a live stream here.
Oh, thanks. I actually didn't know that. My apologies. I will
I mean,
stop.
I told McToon that I would go live with him and it could be live stream. We take an IQ test together. So I'm not the one that backed out of that.
169 IQ.
No, 159. But why don't we just take the test together?
I would happily do that with you anytime.
Okay, let's do it. You gotta be on camera.
Let's set up.
We're gonna go to an official
Yeah.
place. We'll get it approved that it can be all live streamed. But
Perfect.
McToon has to go. I don't care about you.
Oh.
So
Okay, there
you
it
can go
is.
too.
He did a bet. He did a bet, and then he instantly retracted. Good job,
No,
Witsit. Well done.
buddy. Try to calm down. See if you have any emotional control
Well
whatsoever.
done. You ran
there
away
you go.
from it.
Interrupt again. You have no impulse control at all. Literally none. So I said,
Spazzy
I said,
Wesley on a stream less than 2
dude,
months ago.
just stop. Yeah. Oh, good
Impulse
one.
control.
Yeah, good one. Cool, man. Good one. Yeah, you guys were talking about my children because you're weirdos.
No,
and
I
don't
wasn't
start talking about it
your
right now.
child
I'll
at
mute you.
all.
I swear to God, I'll kick you from the server.
You brought it up.
Yeah, because you brought it up, actually.
No, I never brought your kids up once.
You just brought up the issue that happened a couple months ago, which was about my kids. So shut the fuck up.
When you were crying, and I never mentioned your kids once.
Shut the fuck up.
Wesley, this is why I call you a troll, and I sometimes, a lot of times, refuse to talk to you. You're unconscionable, man. For real.
Ban him.
Like, get control of yourself, man. Behave
I
like
have
an
total
adult.
control. You just heard Witsit going off swearing, and you tell me to not to. Good job, SC. That looked really good on you.
freaking mute you, and I'll
Yeah, I've tried muting him. I can't
I'll
mute
time
him.
you
I don't
out,
know.
bro. Control yourself.
Just
Final
fucking mute him.
warning.
He's
Anyway.
worthless. We don't need him.
I know he is, but I mean, come on, man.
I mean, I don't even apologize for that because like it's just too far. So, but anyway, I said I'm happy you can go, but he has to go. That was the whole point.
Yeah, you moved the goalpost. I got it. I'm fine with
No,
that.
actually, the first comment I made was about McToon. Then you wanted to be involved and said that you would do it, and I said, okay, fine, but he has to go. So
No, that's not how it went. You said I would do it with you, and then you instantly retract and said McToon has to be there.
No, the
Perfect.
first thing I said was that I told McToon I would do a live IQ test with him. Then you just inserted yourself into it, and I said, okay, fine, you can do it too.
No, you asked me if I would do it, and I said 100%
No,
yes.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, okay, and when I ask you, do you want to bet $500? You'd be like, you don't have any money because you won't bet it because you know you're lying.
I didn't say that. Why?
Okay, you want to bet $500?
Strawmanning.
You want
Weird.
to bet $500?
Wesley,
Yes,
he did.
100%.
Wesley, he totally started with McToon, and then
Yes,
you
he
kind of
did. I
like
agree.
jumped in on it and said, "I also will do that."
Nope. He asked me if I wanted to do one. He literally
But I
asked
know
me. I would
why.
have never.
Why do you think it's like just you alone? No, he was talking about
Because
McToon,
he asked me.
dude.
He asked me, Tora, you idiot.
Heliocentrists. The
No,
world
that's not what
revolves around
happened.
them.
You said I would
100%.
love to. You said I would love to do that, and I said, okay, you can do it too. And this is the reality of it, right?
No,
Like,
you asked me if I would do it.
no,
Stop
no,
moving
I
it.
didn't.
Okay, I'll pull it up. If
Because
I
the
pull it
whole
up, will you
point-
apologize?
Yes. The
Okay,
whole
all right,
point.
cool.
The whole point was that this was from years ago, and all of a sudden, all that talk about how I'm so stupid and I'm lying about my IQ got real quiet when we talked about putting $1,000 up and going and live streaming it. So and like this is all kind of petty, but I'm just so tired of you people because
Yes,
the
it's very
reality
petty.
is you think about how cocky you were a second ago, like you knew so much about magnetism, you didn't even know that you need virtual photons for it, bro. You don't even
Yes.
understand the basics of the stuff that you believe, but instead of approaching the discussions with any type of humility, you come in there like you know everything about it, you know how everything works, and the mainstream has
Nope.
everything figured out, and we're all so stupid, and you don't even understand the basic, most elementary
That's a straw man.
components of your belief systems. You pretend you're about to teach us how magnetism works and that it's fully understood. That's what you said. And you didn't
No, I
even
didn't.
know.
I
You
did not.
He did say
I did
generally
not.
understood, but
Yes.
I don't even
yes,
think.
thank you.
Okay,
I don't even
how
think
is it
he's
generally
got a fair
Straw
understood?
man
understanding.
city.
Wait, Wait, what? How's it generally understood if they can't even actually predict the energy output
Because
of
we
it?
understand magnetic fields. We may not know 100% exactly how they're created, but we understand their effects and how to detect them. How is this so hard? You have to
That
go all the
what?
way down in order to understand it? Is that what you're saying? You have to have understanding all the way down to the initial whatever happened to cause this event in order to measure it and use
No,
it?
no. I'm
Well,
saying
then why are you
you
making
can't
that
even
argument?
explain how it works at all.
Yes, yes, but you can't explain how we can't detect. You can't. I agree. I can't explain that, but I can explain how do we not detect the magnetic field here if it's pulling galaxies together?
Wait, how do you have a
How
general
hard is this?
understanding of it if you can't explain how it works at all?
I can explain how it works.
Go
Not
ahead.
not to the very. Okay, I will as soon as this is a very basic topic. The further you get away from the point of magnetism, the source of the magnetism, the weaker the field gets. So how is magnetism holding the galaxies together if we can't detect it here?
Why are you deflecting? I didn't ask you
Oh, see,
about
there
how
you
the
go.
field
See ya.
works.
Bye.
No. You're just doing this
Bye.
desperate tactic where what you guys always do is you deflect, and then when I bring you back to the point you're deflecting from, you pretend I'm deflecting. And I'm sure there may be like occasional retarded people that fall for that, but the vast majority of people don't. So we're gonna go back to what you deflected from. I asked you how you're
Oh,
gonna explain it,
no, no,
and
no.
then you
You're
stop interrupting me. The reason that you interrupt me is because you know if you don't, you just get completely exposed and all your points get debunked. So you
so
claimed you knew how to stop interrupting me. You claimed you knew how to explain it. I said, how do you even have a general understanding of it if you can't even explain how it works? And then you said you were going to explain how it works. And then you started talking about measuring how magnetic field strengths fall off, which has nothing to do with explaining how it works. So go ahead and explain to us how magnetism works in your paradigm. I've already given you most of the answer.
So notice how his claim was that magnetism causes the galaxies to attract or to the shape of them, but he can't even detect the magnetism here at a local scale.
What?
Thank
Okay,
you.
so you're not going to answer it. That's fine. The answer is that you don't know how to explain it
Doesn't
even within
matter
your
for this
own paradigm.
discussion.
Okay, so you don't have a general understanding of magnetism because you don't even
Can
fundamentally
you
know
guys
Yes, I
how
stop
it
do.
works.
speaking for each other? It's really fucking
Yeah,
gay. One
weird.
guy speaks for the other guy speaks for the other guy. No claims, no science.
Yeah,
Right,
and
I'm making very
I
specific
showed him
claims,
that
actually.
magnetic fields do not necessarily create electric fields. He said that very first thing. Like it's
I
so
didn't say
easy.
that they create electric fields, dude. I
You
said
said
that
wherever there's
They're
a
still
magnetic
doing
field,
it.
there's
They're still
electric
doing
field.
it. They're still saying you
Yeah.
said this, you said that.
Okay. Tell me, does a magnetic field always come with an electric field? What's it?
you just changed it. You notice how you revised it? Yes. Yes, it's two
It
sides of the
does?
same coin.
Nope.
Yes.
Incorrect.
No, it's
We can
not
have
incorrect. I
magnetic.
just debunked you.
I just posted it in chat. We can have magnetic fields without electric fields. It's
No,
not that hard.
okay. I've already still manned what you think you're teaching us, which is that they claim that a static magnetic field won't have any electricity or an electric field, but that isn't even actually true because it's fundamentally electric. They're talking about a net charge, which you don't comprehend. You didn't even know that. And we're talking about the fact that your paradigm itself doesn't work to explain it. So why would I care about you posting a mainstream link that says that magnetic fields do or don't do something when admittedly your mainstream paradigm can't even explain how it works?
Okay. How are magnetic fields created? What's it?
How are they created?
Yes. You said I didn't understand it, so please teach me.
Okay, so you have the dielectric field, and then you have the magnetic portion, which are two sides of the same coin. They're basically just a conjugate geometric expression. You have the center, which is like what I call is an ether portal, but you basically just have pure inertia, which is effectively just ether, and then you have an autonomous exchange of energy looping in and out of that torus field. That's all it is. It's
Okay.
just
And what causes the looping in and looping out and the ether?
what causes the looping in and looping out.
Yep. And then the ether. What causes those?
Yeah, that's the geometry of the field. That's the
Oh, Witsit
magnetic
can't
flux
answer it.
lines.
I already
Did you
did
need a white
answer
knight?
it. I already did answer. I said it's the conjugate geometry of it itself. It's
What
basically
created
like
it?
a really crude analogy would be like a seesaw, like two people on a seesaw that are basically the same weight, right?
I
Like
know.
the geometry itself keeps it infinitely looping. So it's the
Okay.
hyperboloid
What
and the
created
toroid.
how was the field created?
Big Bang.
The geometric field?
The geometric field.
Yeah, you just said the geometric field is what causes this to happen. So go ahead. What causes the geometric field?
Well, it depends on how you create the magnetic field, right? There are multiple ways to do that. One way to do that is like to introduce voltage. You can use electricity to
No, no,
the
no.
medium.
We're talking about what creates the magnetic field.
Wow,
And
that's
then
what I
you
was
went and
just
said,
talking about, my guy.
I know. Well, no, then you went down, it's the ether and this vortex. So I'm asking you what created the ether and the vortex?
I could probably answer that.
No, go ahead, Witsit. If Witsit
I
can't answer,
already
he can't
explained
explain
this. I already
magnetism.
explained it. It's just the discharging of the dielectric field, right?
Okay,
And
what created
bruh,
the
why do you
dielectric
keep
field?
interrupting when you don't understand any of this?
I'm asking you what created that dielectric field?
It's intrinsic to all matter.
Yeah, it's the
Oh, so you
primary
can't
field.
explain.
What created
He
the
can't
Big
No,
explain.
Bang?
that literally is the primary field.
So
That
he can't
literally is.
explain magnetism because he doesn't know. He just claims it's fundamental,
No,
intrinsic. He calls
wait,
it
are you
intrinsic.
saying static electricity isn't intrinsic to all matter?
No, I'm asking your worldview. You don't understand, so you just call it intrinsic. So you don't
No.
know
It's
how
just a
magnetism is
fact. It's
actually.
just a
A lot of
fact
projection.
that matter is intrinsically
So
electrostatic.
okay, so nothing causes that to happen.
Well, good question, right? You're asking me what causes the fundamental building blocks of all matter
Yes,
and the okay.
that's your claim. Yes,
First of all, I don't need to know what causes the
exactly.
material
I agree
world.
with you.
Stop
I agree with you
interrupting me.
100%.
You're
Thanks
such
for
a
making
loser,
my
dude.
point.
And you're just allowed to run wild. And it's because you're used to hanging out with all these losers. Where anytime a flat earther comes into the room, you guys just all dogpile them. You can't actually
Incorrect. It's the
admit.
other way around.
No,
It's the other
I'm
way
not
around.
dogpiling you.
Wesley, you
Yes,
haven't shut up once, man.
Di-
You haven't let anybody
Dyslo,
not once.
Dyslo did, Galley did, Torres did. So I
They
don't know
did
what
No,
not
you're listening
no,
to.
dogpile you.
Wesley, no one's been ganging up on you. What's been happening is you've
Oh
been
my gosh,
viciously interrupting someone the entire time. You've been
Lay off the
completely
Adderall, dude.
belligerent and unhinged. Just
belligerent.
control your
As the
Yeah,
guy
behavior.
that
you are,
belligerent, the
bro.
guy
Like
that's
you're super
yelling
spazzy,
f
bro.
bombs, f
Dude,
bombs in the.
you'll ask me a question, and as soon as I go to answer it, you'll be like, "Yeah, exactly," like as though I didn't
Nope.
answer it or something. You just did it.
Correct.
No, it's
Correct.
not correct. We're not children, right? So when you say, "How does this
Stop
work?"
bringing
and then I go
children
to,
into it.
you're doing it again. So as
Don't
soon as I
bring
go to
children
answer,
into
you're
it.
doing it again. As soon as I go to
You
answer
have
the
a mute
question,
button.
you jump in to say, "You're not answering the question," right? So I'm explaining that it's the discharging of the dielectric field. You said, "What's the cause of that?" First, you denied that it was an intrinsic property, you claimed it was just an excuse. You don't seem to know that dielectricity is static electricity, which is admittedly in your own paradigm the fundamental building blocks of all matter. It's literally all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature in your own paradigm. It's literally what holds matter together. So then you moved it to what causes that? Good question, right? Tesla would claim that it's the ether under stress or strain that actually creates the vibrational displacement of the ether that then creates the static electricity. So we're talking about the primary substance and then what creates the material manifestation of that, which is obviously an insanely profound question. And you're not actually asking it with like the appreciation of the profundity of it. You're trying to desperately seek out a gotcha. So that's
Well,
my
no.
answer. I'm going to default to Tesla, who was 1,000 times smarter than the people that you believe your whole worldview is built by or whatever. And he said that the ether is the static electricity is the ether under stress.
No, you just completely missed my whole point there. And it's kind of funny because I told you I don't have to understand where everything came from in order to know what a magnetic field is. Even you now agree with it because you don't understand at the very base level because it is a big, large question. So you just agreed with me that we don't need to understand. Now, where are your magnetic fields that hold the galaxies together?
No, first of all, that's not what happened. I never asked you where it came from. I asked you to even explain what's happening.
Right,
So
right.
those are two different things.
No.
I didn't ask you where static electricity came from. I didn't ask you where magnetism comes from. I asked
I
you
don't.
to even explain how it works, and you can't because your paradigm claims that moving charges causes an electric field. It claims that the exchange of electrons cause the magnetic fields. But when we go and count the electrons in your paradigm, it
Well,
doesn't account for the amount of energy that's actually measured.
the
So they
thing
have to come and add virtual particles to try to make up the mathematical discrepancy.
and
And
the
you have
thing
to
to
say
answer your
it's not
question about
intrinsic, and
galaxies,
you
Wesley,
you have to
just so
say
you're
it's
aware,
intrinsic. So it's the same
just
thing. So go ahead,
just
Dyslo.
so
Go ahead. Sorry.
just so you're aware, when we're dealing with fields, right? It's counterintuitive because the stronger the source, the smaller the spatial footprint, meaning the smaller the field. That's why when we
Okay.
deal with things that are like higher on the blue end spectrum of light, right? The footprint is magnitude smaller than that of the red end spectrum of light, right?
Okay.
Which is not as strong. So
Okay, I'm going to give you all that. Now I'm going to ask you a question. What magnet is there that the further away you get from it, the stronger the field is?
Why is that a
I don't
requirement?
know. I don't remember
That
ever
doesn't
saying that.
exist. Yeah, I mean,
So you
why would we
disagree?
need?
You wait, hold on. So you say you don't think
Oh
that's
my
a
god,
thing?
I'm about to just disengage. Like, oh, just hold on. You don't get to talk. We're just gonna ask questions, and pretend that they're gotchas, and we're
No,
not gonna let you answer. I
I
gotcha.
had I have a point. I have a point. It's very simple. I only go in like 20 seconds. You go in 2 minutes. So if you can't find a magnet that increases in magnetism, the field increases as you get further, the strength of the field, then how do we not detect the magnetic field here on Earth if it's going across galaxies?
Doesn't even make sense. Like that would literally
That's a
strengthen our
malformed
position that
question.
if the galaxy's further away, you wouldn't detect it. But like, nevertheless, dude, this is the way it actually works. This is the way it actually works, right? The spatial extension is
Good
inversely
try.
proportional. Shut up!
Eden.
You're so far out of your league. Stop interrupting.
Hi, Eden.
The spatial extension is inversely proportionate to the strength of the field, just like he said. So actually, the center portion of it, right, is bigger when it's stronger. So when you look at galaxies and you see them spinning around and you see a giant portion in the middle, right, the bigger that is, the stronger that galaxy's magnetic field would be. Which is what
We
we
can't
see.
detect it.
What a coincidence that when
We
we
can't detect
look,
it.
no, we do literally detect that very thing, which is where you get into the Newtonian discrepancies of the galaxy rotational speeds. So you don't even know what you're talking about.
What is
We
the
literally,
strength of the magnetic
no,
field
no, time
then?
out, time
What is
out.
the strength of
When
it?
we see a galaxy and the center of it is bigger, then the strength of the force needed to explain its motion is also bigger. Do you think that that's
Yep.
another coincidence? It's another coincidence that it perfectly matches what magnetic fields do?
You mean more mass, right? Bigger, more mass?
No.
No?
No,
When
there's no
something's
mass
bigger
there. There's no mass there.
at the center of a galaxy?
That's correct.
Oh my
Dude,
gosh.
just the insecure giggling doesn't do anything.
There's no mass at the center of galaxies that
No, it's just
Witsit
another example is like
2023.
in your paradigm of like black holes, where they claim that they have an image of it and it's really just a computer rendering. They almost perfectly match Ferrel cell images of magnetic fields. And the black holes, quote unquote, that are bigger in your paradigm are stronger, just like when you look at a magnetic field, the central portion, which is basically just inertia. The bigger that black hole is in the center of the Ferrel cell image of a magnet, the stronger the magnetic field, and the smaller the spatial extension of that field.
Okay, where's that magnetic field? What is the strength of it at Earth from galaxy?
How could we dude, that's so stupid. Galaxies are far away, we can't materially access them, how can we measure them?
Well, if it has an effect on our galaxy and distant galaxies, we should measure the effect
Why
of
would it
it.
have an effect on our galaxy?
The center of our galaxy doesn't. I thought you said that the magnetic fields were generated by at the center.
Oh, I don't
Did you
first of
not
all, I
say
don't
that?
even believe your version of our galaxy. That's just a
I'm talking
that's a
about
cool.
you. I'm talking about you. You said at the
Yeah,
center of
yeah,
galaxies.
you said our
So you
galaxy as though I need to explain the claim of our galaxy. I don't need to explain that. I'm talking
so
about
so you don't
observations
think
of
we're
other
in a
galaxies.
galaxy? So you
I'm
don't think
talking
we're in a galaxy?
no, I don't. I mean, I don't believe in your yeah, because it's stupid. Can you prove that we're in a galaxy?
No,
You do
not
this
right
real
now. But
but just so you know,
we could do a whole debate. We could do a whole debate on it. But
the
so
nervous
the
You can't
Milky
laughter
even
Way.
is
debate it. You
intel.
But
can't even
The
prove anything.
you
So
don't
why are
think
you
the
even
Milky
debating it?
Way? You don't think Milky Way is evidence of a galaxy?
no, wait, prove that we're in the Milky Way.
I can see it, and the stars are nearby.
Sutter?
Oh yeah, there you go. Good job, Elbow. Good content.
we can see something that we call the Milky Way in the sky. Okay, cool. Prove that we're inside of it.
Okay, so we're just in some stars. That's not a galaxy.
We're in all the stars.
What about the other distant galaxies? You don't think they're
What about
distant
them?
then?
They're further away.
How do
What
you know
about them?
that? How do you
Because
know
we can
that?
tell we can actually see the full structure.
How do you know they're actually big galaxies?
What I mean, big is just a subjective.
Better.
Stop fucking doing that, dude. Grow up.
Somebody else did it here.
Like you literally can't control yourself. You're like a child.
Did you hear somebody else do that to me in like not less than a second ago?
You do it every single
He's just
time
trolling,
someone
dude, and he's not
speaks,
even.
dude.
He doesn't even care about
No.
the questions he's asking.
So
Like,
no,
how old are
actually,
you?
I have learned. I have learned here. So you don't think we're in a galaxy? That's fine. I get
How
it.
old are you, dude?
You think that galaxies are very large? Is that I don't want to straw man. Do you
Yeah,
think the
yeah. The
galaxies
reason
that
you're straw manning is because you always interrupt whatever I'm saying. So of course you
well
don't
no
know what I'm
you
saying. You're doing it right now.
So I was talking and you
Do
interrupt
you
me.
not
So
like? Do you not like ever just be like, I want to show that I can do something. Like I want to prove to myself I have some type of discipline or some type of control. Do you not live that way? Do you just be like, I don't care at all. I just go crazy and have no discipline and no self control whatsoever?
dude, dude, I've testified 25 times as an expert witness in state and judicial court as an expert witness on engineering. What are you talking about?
I guarantee you don't act this way. I guarantee you don't act this way
That's
whenever the
correct
attorney.
because I'm not dealing with absolute morons.
Okay, but you keep
So
just
what
calling
I'm
people
you.
morons doesn't mean anything.
So
Doesn't
I
actually mean
just want
anything.
to know how big you think galaxies are.
Okay,
And
I'm
how do you
gonna.
know they're far away? How do you know they're far away? That's all I want to know. Actually, I'll
Okay,
leave it to that.
big and far are subjective relative terms, right? But what we
Yep.
see is entire structures that are relatively far away, right? We can tell that they're not right in front of us because we can literally look at them and we can actually see tons of them, and tons of them are even further away than the other ones. So when we can see an entire functioning structure and then look further out behind it and see another entire functioning structure, we know that there is a relatively significant distance between not only the two of them but also us.
How do you know they're not just extremely small and they're only 20 miles away?
There
Well, we
might
can
just be
literally go
brighter
higher than
or
20
Hold on, let
miles.
Witsit answer. Stop white knighting for him. Go ahead.
We can literally go
Nobody's
higher
white
than
knighting.
20
I'm just giving
miles.
you an answer. The fuck?
Yeah, elbow. Shut up. Go ahead, Witsit. So
No, I
please
We
don't
can
need to
answer
shut
literally
up.
again.
go
This is an
higher than
open
20
fucking panel. What the
miles.
fuck do you mean?
Okay, then how do you know they're not 150 miles away and extremely small?
Technically, you don't. Technically, you don't. I mean, they could be in
Okay,
some type of
cool. That's all I
containment.
needed. Okay,
That
so
means
you don't know
nothing.
how far away they are. Gotcha.
Neither do
Yeah,
you.
we never
Neither do
said
you.
we understood how far
Elbow,
the
you're
stars in
not
the
in this
sky we can't
conversation.
measure.
He can
Elbow.
talk.
Well, it seems that the Gia Corona goes out to like 365,000. So like our environment, our atmosphere goes all the way out past the moon.
When have we
So
ever
like
laid claim for anything in the sky?
exactly. All I'm saying is that the
Austin just
actual.
did. Austin
No, I
just
did.
did.
No, I didn't. What I
You
said
did.
was. No, I didn't. What I said
You
was that.
claimed that it was caused
Oh
by
my god, this
magnetic.
guy's he's literally insufferable. It's literally not even possible. You can't do it. I'll try a couple more times. I'm just gonna disengage. So no, I didn't say
All
that.
I'm
I didn't.
like,
Shut up.
okay.
I didn't claim I knew what they were, dude. I said that a magnetic explanation is far superior and more viable than the current explanation because it's limited to proportionate mass, which gives all kinds of mass discrepancies, which is what makes your paradigm claim that 83% of the matter in the universe is dark matter that's magical and invisible that we've never seen defined or even know what it is. But trust me, it's there, bro, because my religion said it has to be there, which is all stupid, fake, and gay. And what I said
So
was, well, we actually don't have that discrepancy if you use a force that's not limited to proportionate mass. One very obvious example is magnetism. And what do you know? When we actually replicate the galaxy structures in a lab using plasma magnetism, we can replicate all the galactic structures that we observe. We also see a lot of other things that are exactly in line with what we would expect to see if it was magnetic in nature. That's all I said, was that it's more viable than the current paradigm. It also makes the most sense because we can verify that everything had a fundamental dielectric and magnetic component on the Earth. So it would be insane to think that that didn't translate to the sky. So that's all that I said. I didn't claim I knew what anything was. That's what your fairy tale does. I don't do that. That's stupid.
okay, so what were the lights in this experiment that showed these galaxies? What were those items that made the galaxy formation?
I think they just use different fluids. And
How do you know?
then how do
Go
I
ahead. Go ahead.
know?
No.
It's
Go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt. Go
they
ahead.
just use different fluids. Like they use like a ferrofluid. The ferrofluid is going to actually react to the magnetic field, which is going to give you the galactic structure. And they use a different fluid. Like I don't know what they would have used in 1956, right? Like when you use a ferrocell image now, you use like I don't even know what type of fluid it is technically. It's just called like mouse something, whatever you use those for like optical imaging. But they just use a certain type of fluid mixed with ferrofluid, and then they introduce. So basically, you put ferrofluid inside of plasma, and then you're going to introduce a magnetic field, and then the ferrofluid is going to react to the magnetic structure. If I were to guess, I actually don't know all the specifics. It was 1956
Okay.
because it
So
doesn't really
you're
matter.
assuming that the stars are in some type of ferrofluid. You're making a lot of assumptions to say all these things. Do you have any evidence that it's ferrofluid out there,
Well, let
other
me
than
just
it
look up
just looks like it?
and see if they used ferrofluid.
So you're going off of an experiment. You don't even know what they used as the underlying cause to do these things that you're saying look like stars and look like distant galaxies, and you're positing that as a theory. Am I getting
Just
this right?
They use
Am I
plasma
getting this
magnetic
right?
fields. No, you're not. They use plasma magnetic fields. I just don't. I don't know
Okay,
the
so
exact experimental setup.
So you have to assume that these distant galaxies are plasma, right?
No, that there is plasma around them.
Okay, so you have to assume that, right?
Of course, we're talking about space. We can't go there.
Okay, okay, that's all. That's
Which is
fine.
why I'm not making the positive claim of what they are.
I know you said that you don't think we're in a galaxy. You don't think we're part of the Milky Way galaxy. So now I understand why you don't think we can measure magnetic fields, because you don't think we're in a galaxy.
Yeah, but what I actually claim though is that if I were to propose magnetism as an alternative explanation, it's 1,000 times more viable than what you believe in.
You say that assuming that it's plasma out there.
No. You
You're,
don't have to. You
you're
don't have
saying
to assume
because it
anything.
looks like it. You're
I
saying
don't have to
because it
assume
looks
anything.
like it. Yeah, you're
No,
saying the only reason that you're saying that you're positing this is because it looks like it.
no. The actual primary argument is the lack of confinement to proportionate mass.
Okay. So because of that, you're throwing gravity out and you're inserting magnetism because the shapes look similar.
No, because it isn't limited to the confinement of proportionate mass.
Well, couldn't it also be true that there is a particle out there that we cannot see, that light doesn't interact with?
So you're saying, like, oh yeah, couldn't it be
Everything's
true that
particles in their head.
Yeah, so we're
isn't it possible
assuming
that there's
we're
invisible
making an
fairies
assumption.
there?
Yeah, or that it's ferrofluid, right?
I didn't
Has
see
to
Either
be
anything
there's
in here.
particles.
matter we can't see, or there's ferrofluid that we can't detect, right?
No, I don't even know that they use ferrofluids are relevant.
You said they did, or no, plasma. Sorry.
Yeah, they
Okay,
use
so
plasma.
you have an assumption. You have two
So it says
assumptions.
no, they did not use ferrofluid. It wasn't even invented until 7 years later.
Why would you suggest that it was ferrofluid?
I explained it whenever we talked about it, which is that when you use a ferrocell image of a magnet now, the way that you can do it is you use ferrofluid and it'll interact with the magnetic field, and then you'll wrap like an LED strip light around the outside of the optical flat, and it'll show you the magnetic field distribution based on the ferrofluid reacting to the magnetic field, right? It was literally, I just said when I said it that I'm just guessing, I have no idea. But it turns out it wasn't even invented till 7 years later. So here's how it worked. So they had self-luminous plasma, that's fire. So it's just self-illuminating. The button guns vaporized tiny wires, usually titanium loaded with deuterium. So you guys claim that those metals are in space anyway. Using an intense electric
But
arc,
you don't.
this
But you
create
don't.
I don't know what's in space.
Right.
This created a highly ionized. Again, my claim is that this is significantly more viable than your belief system.
I
This
know you're
created,
claiming.
and you can't debunk it at all. This created a highly ionized gas plasma so hot that it naturally glowed brightly with its own light, allowing it to be photographed directly in the dark vacuum. Low pressure gas braking. The Boss stick introduced a very trace amount of low pressure gas into the vacuum chamber. As the high speed plasmoids tore through this ambient gas, it created an electromagnetic braking action. This twisted the magnetic field lines and caused the plasma to pile up and glow even brighter along the spiral arms and bars, perfectly delineating the shape of a galaxy. And that's from Harvard. High speed sequence photography. Because the entire process happened in microseconds, Bostic used ultra-fast, rapid exposure cameras to capture sequence photos. The resulting images showed the glowing plasma transition from a simple ring into a complex multi-armed spiral structure.
So you're assuming plasma. The mainstream is assuming mass that we cannot see. So how do you say yours is wrong and the main paradigm isn't
Yours
wrong?
is illogical.
Go ahead, Witsit.
What?
Produce mass you can't see,
So
dude.
so you're saying that there's plasma out there. You're assuming that's a plasma and a magnetic field, neither of which you can tell. We're saying that there is invisible matter out there, which we can't tell at this point either.
Well,
So how do you,
your paradigm admits that there's
hold on a
plasma.
second. Why are you jumping in? Why are you interrupting?
I'm trying to
You
help
can't
you.
control yourself. Can you control yourself, please?
No, I'm trying to help
So
you.
you can't control yourself. So why is yours better than the mainstream paradigm?
Your mainstream paradigm says there is plasma there.
Okay, but you can't detect it. You don't know. You don't trust the mainstream paradigm. So I'm asking you again. What's different about your assumptions than my assumptions or the mainstream assumptions?
Again, it's not limited to the confinement of proportionate mass. It's objectively more viable, significantly more viable on its face.
You don't know what mass is there.
And by the way, do you even know how we supposedly
You don't know what mass is there. Answer my question. Stop running away.
what?
What? How do you know mass isn't there that you can't see?
I didn't say. How do I know mass that I can't see isn't there?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know that, would I? Because you
Yes.
supposedly
Thank
can't
you.
see it.
Thank you for
Okay.
admitting. So why do you
Imagine
think you can
thinking
see
that's a good
bookends?
point, dude.
Yes.
How do you
Yes.
know there's not fairies that you can't see there?
Right. How do you know there's not a magnetic
How do you know
field
there's
there?
not flying dragons there?
How do you know there's not a magnetic
How do you
field
know there's
there?
not dwarfs there?
Exactly.
How do you know there's not unicorns there?
Fucking
Exactly.
retarded, bro.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's
but
pretty
You
stupid, right?
got a very like ridiculous line of reasoning
No,
here,
I'm showing
Wesley,
you.
that
How
you're
do you
trying
know
to
there's
go
not
down.
magnetic field there? How do you know there's not a magnetic field there?
Well,
You're just
it
asking
would be
spazzy, childish
insane.
questions, dude.
It'd be insane for there not to
You
be
said
it
you're
would be
claiming
insane
it's
for
a
there not to
magnetic
be
field.
it would
You're
be insane
claiming
for
it's a
the
magnetic field.
yeah,
Go ahead.
first of all, no one's claiming it is anything. The
Yes, you
claim
are.
is no. The claim is that it's significantly more viable than your
Why?
explanation
Why?
because it's not limited to the confinement of proportionate mass. But do you even know how your paradigm claims to know that there is plasma in space?
No. Keep
Okay.
going. Tell me
Okay,
how
so
you debunk it.
it's one of the things that I actually am most inclined to agree makes a good amount of sense, right? Because they actually
Yeah, because it fits
use
your worldview. I get it.
no, because no, it actually formulated my opinion, right? Because when I looked into it, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. So then I went and looked at
Because it fit your worldview. All right. I'm out.
no. Yeah, see, it could never hang in a real debate. Because what actually happened was when I looked into this claim that there was plasma, and then I'm like, oh, well, they're actually just looking at like radiation in space. And then if you look at how radiation reacts to plasma in a lab, it's like what we see in space, right? So there's no way to prove it, but it does look the same, like identical. And if that's true, then plasma makes up like almost 100% of the universe. Right, and so it seems like there's a tenuous fluid-like medium. So I'm like, well, if there and I've always thought that there was a fluid medium. So then I'm like, okay, if there's a fluid medium, then what like force would explain all the motion in the sky? And then I found out that they'd already done this in the 50s. They literally took plasma with magnets and replicated all the galaxies. I don't know how much more apparent it could be that that should be at the top of the list of what's possibly causing galaxies. You see how they're kinda like brainwashed though, where they need someone to make a positive definitive claim about what space is. And if you're not gonna give them that to replace what their current positive definitive claim is, then they just dismiss it. So you actually get punished for being intellectually honest. But whatever. Like, I really think the mainstream is that, like, 99% of the universe is plasma. It's an interstellar medium. Dude, that guy's on something though, bro.
Shouldn't waste your time with him, bro. I
Oh,
usually
Weasley?
ignore
Yeah,
him.
dude. I mean, you couldn't tell by his cheesy questions that he just was trolling. I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah, but what sucks about it is, like, the only options are to either let him make all of these, like, unfounded, incorrect characterizations or to try to rebut him, right? And, if he's not muted, so
Nah, it's not even worth it, dude. That guy's in no way, shape, or form trying to understand a different perspective, dude. He's got his mind made up, and everything else contrary to that is just not acceptable.
Well, what do you guys think about it, though? Like, what do you guys think about them, like, replicating the way the galaxies look using plasma?
Eric Dollar did a similar experiment, and he talked about creating what looked like this whole microcosm of like the universe on a micro scale with little galaxies twirling and all sorts of stuff. I'll see if I can find the video and send it to you. But yeah, he had some sort of device that they created that supposedly
Oh,
generated this.
cosmic induction generator.
Maybe.
That's
Maybe
what it
that's
says
it.
here. Eric Dollar conducted a highly similar and famous fringe science experiment known as the cosmic induction generator.
There you go. Yeah, that sounds like it.
That's cool. So it says Eric Dollard used high frequency Tesla coils to generate luminous plasma structures in midair. What? In midair?
Yeah, bro, it was floating there, like in the middle of the fucking room, dude. Like, it was just wild.
What's crazy is that a lot of the ballers, right? They don't know the current findings of their cosmological model. Like these arguments we're making now are old, right? There's new findings that totally destroy their cosmological model. I tried many times to explain it to them, but mostly don't know. Like Professor Parks and Danny are the exception, but most of these guys have just no clue of what's going on in the current findings.
Yeah, but this is my honest opinion. Like the people with the credentials are the only ones that can even kind of engage with us.
Exactly. Yep.
Now it sounds like super cocky or whatever, or like delusional, whatever. And obviously, like that's serving them up to be like, oh look, it's like, oh, these narcissists think they're smart. But no, it's just their beliefs are so fundamentally wrong and like confined to the status quo that they're kind of traps. So the people that are coming in here just like defending the mainstream, like they're totally set up to fail. They have no chance. They have no chance. But the people
It's
that know a little
basically
bit
that
more,
Yeah, it's basically that they're not caught up with the new findings, right? They're arguing like 20, 30, 40-year-old things. That's mostly what it is.
and they just don't even really know much more than like the little catchphrases that they've heard other people say. Because
Yeah.
kind of how we were all taught, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, like Wesley, a basic question, how do they know about the magnetic fields? Well, that's an old thing like that they know. I mean, I explain how they do it. Cosmic filaments, dust, plasma, you know, the way the light behaves. I mean, if you don't know these things, why are you even in the conversation? You know, like, I don't know.
Yeah, this is pretty fascinating. So you have Winston Bostick in the 56, and then you have Eric Dollard in like the 80s. And so the first method is high velocity plasma button guns inside a vacuum chamber, and then Dollard used opposing high frequency, high voltage Tesla coils. And the goal of the first experiment was to simulate galactic evolution and magnetic interactions. And then Dollard was to replicate Tesla's wireless power and cosmic forces. And then it says mainstream plasma physics is the status of the first, and then the second is independent alternative science, of course. Of course. But it's interesting that they're saying that that's mainstream plasma physics. I mean, is it though? Did you guys know that though? Like I know Dysel, I know you know this, like you brought it up, right? That although it's counterintuitive, that the spatial extension is inversely proportionate to the field strength, right? Like the bigger the magnetic field, the weaker it is. And it's counterintuitive until you learn about the like inertial center of it, right? Because learn about like the counter space, it doesn't. It's not really as counterintuitive, right? Because it's like, oh well, that's actually the source of it. So if it's bigger, it's stronger. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
it's inversely proportional, and that's the mistake that a lot of these guys make. They think like, oh, I'm gonna make this massive magnetic field, and it's gonna be like this gnarly, huge, strong thing. And it's like, no, it doesn't work that way.
now, in theory, right, you could have a huge magnetic field that's super strong, though. If you think about like a galaxy, right? Like a galaxy could be like hundreds of miles wide, like even in like a flat Earth cosmology, right? You could have a galaxy that's like hundreds of miles wide. That's a huge magnetic field, right? but it's like the ratio of the field's like spatial extension and the center. So like it could be this huge field, but actually the center is so much bigger than the field itself, and it would be very strong.
I heard
Right.
Ken once say that if you had like a super massive magnet, like the size of the moon or the sun or something, that it would literally disappear from the visible universe, but all of its effects and attributes would be left behind. So I was kind of trying to wrap my head around that. It's been a while trying to make sense of that, but
Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
I don't know. He's just talking about this special cosmic field state, I guess, in which the magnetic fields completely decimated the dielectric field to the point where it's kind of collapsed it. And I don't know. It's like some theoretic thing he was talking about.
But how does he reconcile that the plane of inertia is the only place that can sustain life?
What is the plane of inertia?
The plane of
It's the
inertia is there's like a literally a plane, like a line, if you will, that cuts through the center axis of a magnet.
Yeah, it's also called the block domain wall.
Can you show me a physics textbook where this is shown?
Yeah,
Yeah,
block
I mean, you
domain
got
wall.
different terminology, like Witsit's telling you. You guys call it the block domain wall, but
so it's not a
it's
plane of inertia.
literally straight. Like the only thing straight within a magnetic field when everything is like curvilinear. This is like literally a straight plane that cuts through the axis or wall, if you will. But there is no wall.
Domain wall, not a plane of inertia.
Well, I mean, if you could explain that, then maybe we can call it a domain wall.
Well, what is
No, the
inertia?
mainstream claim is that block domain walls do possess actual physical inertia.
What does that mean?
It's inertial.
What does that mean?
Unchanging.
No, that's not what inertia means.
It is literally what it means.
No, inertia is resistance to acceleration.
The definition of inertia is that it's unchanging.
No.
So when you say resistance to a change or motion, you're just saying the same thing in different words.
No, that's different. They're different. Inertia is a property
actually.
of mass. Inertia is a property of mass. It's not a property of electric fields.
We're actually talking about magnetic fields, but
Yeah, it's not a property of fields. It's a property of mass.
okay, do magnets have mass?
A magnetic field does not have mass.
Oh, really? Can you give me an example of a magnetic field without mass?
Yeah, every single electromagnetic field
Cool,
does
give me
not have
one
mass.
example.
Every single one. That's how it's defined. It doesn't
Just
have
give me an
mass.
example.
It's a field.
The only example of that would be a black hole by definition.
Yeah,
like
well,
The
magnetic
field
field.
and the field and the object that creates the field is two separate things.
No, they're not.
Yeah,
No, they're not. You
yeah,
can't
yeah.
have the field with about what creates it, and it literally goes through it and emanates from it.
Magnetic
Still two
field.
separate things.
Magnetic field is presented in bosons. A photon. So
No.
yes, massless.
No.
Correct.
Can you have a magnetic field without mass?
As to define the field or to define the source.
Oh, well, you can't actually separate the two, can you?
Yes, we can.
Wait, tell me how you can separate the two if the magnetic field emanates from the source and actually runs through it.
Because we're talking about the field, the characteristics of the field, the strength of the field, behavior of the field, the inverse square law of the field, and then we can have the strength of what elements are aligned to make to generate that magnetic field. Yeah, those are two different sciences.
The inverse square law of the field fucking fell apart when I gave that little experiment with waving the fucking magnet at the CRT2 set at 100 feet.
No, you have never refuted physics.
And your argument is that we can talk about it separately. You obviously
in your experiment, was the magnetic field point source?
He doesn't know.
All magnets are point source objects.
Except when they have dimension.
What creates the
Bro.
magnetic field? What
Bro, wait,
creates the
tell me, I
magnetic
gotta
field?
wait. Can we not get away from it for just a second? How can we separate the magnet and the magnetic field if we can't have the field without the magnet?
What creates a magnetic field?
Can you
Still two
physically
separate things, Witsit.
separate? Can you physically separate the two?
Matters not. They're still two separate things.
None of you can answer the question because you're all
Yeah.
intellectually dishonest. You're a monolith of
I
intellectually
just
dishonest
answered it.
interlocutors. That's what you are.
What's
I
it?
want to
you
hear
didn't
Brenda
ask the
explain
question.
to us
You
what
didn't ask the
creates the
question slow
magnetic
enough.
field. Go ahead,
Yeah, you
Brenda.
didn't ask.
Can you separate the
Lower.
magnetic field from the magnet?
Yes, you can.
Okay, please go ahead and enlighten me.
Okay, we have the magnetic field. There you go. We got the field. We're measuring the field, dealing with the field, the behavior of the field. Now, the source could be spinning electrons, could be atoms,
Yeah.
all
What
aligned
what
in
is
realms.
force?
Yeah, there's a
Mass
variety of
times
sources.
acceleration.
You said yes, we can, and you just repeated the fact that you're just gonna
Yes,
not talk
we
about where
can.
it comes from. Why are you guys
What
so
creates
desperate to just disagree with us that you'll just say the most retarded?
Well, the
stuff?
different
What
sources.
creates it?
Well, the field has its own behavior, and different sources create a magnetic field. So yes,
Uh-huh.
different
Uh-huh.
sources creating magnetic field.
What's the magnetic field comprised of, Shoebill? What particle is associated with the magnetic field? Can you give us that?
Field. It's not made of
I'm asking
anything.
Shoebill. This is for Shoebill. Thank you. Shoebill, please.
Bosons.
Is that it?
Bosons is what supports the magnetic field.
They're
Yeah.
the force
Comprises it.
carrier.
Yeah, and light is a boson.
What comprises the magnetic field?
The flow of bosons.
That's it?
That sounds pretty bozo-ish.
That is
Well, the
definitely
photon
not. That is
does
definitely not
force
the mainstream claim. So
Yeah, I
Brenda
mean, you
should
got a
explain
new.
it to us.
You should go get
Brenda
your
knows
Nobel
it.
Prize award, dude. Sounds like you got a new theory, Shoebill.
yeah, Brenda, jump on him.
Come on, Brenda, explain to us. What makes the magnetic field? Go.
Google.
Silence. We'll give you time to Google it.
I
Okay,
was
man.
on.
Wait, do they not know the answer? Holy shit!
It's not gonna help him anyway. Like, there's
I
nothing they
was
can say
doing
right now.
something else. I was doing something else. I was closing
Okay, what's the
windows.
magnetic field comprised of?
It's bosons, as it's
What
been
else?
told to you.
What else?
The bosons are the force carriers of the electromagnetic field.
So that's all that's in there?
Oh my god!
What do you mean in there?
In there.
In what?
The magnetic field.
The electromagnetic field is created by interaction.
No, not the electromagnetic field. We're just talking about a magnetic field.
Yep.
The magnetic field is orthogonal to the electric field.
What
That's
is
how
the
you're-
Come on, you're a
magnetic field
Googler. Just
comprised
Google it.
of?
No, you
Just
were
Google it.
describing light just then.
Yeah,
The
you were.
electromagnetic field is
No.
orthogonal
Oh
to
my
the
god.
electric
In
field.
light, but
What
absent light, we just have the magnetic field. We don't have the
what
electric field.
what is the
Okay.
magnetic field comprised of?
A magnetic field exists because there are interactions with bosons. Bosons are the force carrier.
Oh my god, you don't even know the basics of the mainstream claim of what a magnetic field is?
All fields are created by force carriers, by interactions. It's particle
Oh
interaction.
my god, you actually don't
Particle
know.
interactions. Well, then inform me if I'm wrong.
Wait, what particle interactions? We're asking you what it's comprised of.
Bosons. Bosons.
That's okay, dude. It's electrons. The answer is, for starters, electrons. The primary interaction is the
No.
electron. The electron spin and the
No,
orbital
it's
motion
not.
of the electrons. I'm sorry that
No,
you
it's
don't
not.
understand. Hey, chill out. I'm going to teach your own belief. Okay, your own belief is that what is comprised, the magnetic field is comprised of, is the electron spin and the orbital motion of electrons around the nucleus of the atom, and it acts like an electrical current on a loop. Right. So you have the
No.
looping exchange of electrons in your paradigm, and then you need something else, because whenever we do the math and we assume that the magnetic fields are comprised of the exchange of electrons, the math doesn't work. So what else do we need?
Well, the magnetic field is not electrons. Electrons are a source, but that's not the field.
Correct.
It's just magnetism is created with any electric charge, so any electrically charged particle can produce it.
A
Protons,
moving
muons,
electric
etc.
charge.
They can all
Yeah.
produce a magnetic field. You don't need electrons.
Yeah, moving electric charge creates a field, right? It creates a field. The field consists of interactions at the subatomic level.
No, what? Okay, cool. What carries the force of the magnetic field?
The same
Boson.
thing that carries light, a boson.
No,
Yes.
that is not the only thing. So do you guys not? You actually don't know? Okay, we got you. Okay, you have to invoke virtual photons, and they're effectively mathematical packets of energy exchanged between the charged particles that pop in and out of existence.
Yeah,
That
they
is what
refer
you
to it
believe.
as a exchange of information. Like the virtual photons are literally exchanging information.
Dude, a virtual photon is a boson, you moron.
Buddy,
Oh
buddy,
god.
buddy.
A virtual photon is a boson.
But in magnetic field, we're not talking about virtual. We're talking about the same photons as
Well,
light.
No. A virtual
well, there are
photon
other
is claimed
bosons.
to be a certain type of boson, which is irrelevant. In order to explain the actual energy output of a magnetic field in the modern particle physics paradigm, you have to invoke virtual photons. And so here's the better question, and I mean you literally have to. And when they then updated the equation for that discrepancy and they implemented virtual photons, it then gave us one of the most precisely accurate mathematical predictions in the history of physics. Right.
So
And
the
so
virtual photon.
what people will do now is like, we understand magnetism so well that we can precisely predict it more precisely than any other phenomena ever. It's like, no. You couldn't predict it at all. Your theory sucked so bad that you had to make up magic and then put it in the equation. And once
There's
you
no
put the
magic.
magic in the equation, then you could predict it. But here's the more important question, right? Are virtual photons even a real thing?
Yeah, they actually exist. Right.
How do you
So
know?
virtual photons are the force carrier for the electromagnetic field.
Well, why are you acting like you're correcting me? I just taught you what
That's
it
not
was.
true.
No, you didn't.
Has
You know,
nothing to do
virtual
with
photons.
electricity, dude. We're just talking
Vir-
about the magnetic field specifically. And if you
virtual
look at Richard
photons
Feynman's quote, Brenda,
doesn't actually exist apart
he
from.
specifically says in his quote that they don't exist. They've
Yep.
never been the input or output of any experiment ever.
Correct.
Yeah, that was 50 years ago.
Yeah, but
That's
there's nothing
how he
that's
came up
changed
with the
since then.
concept.
Yeah, there has
Yeah.
been changes since then.
Okay,
He's
go
the one
ahead,
who
let us
came
know.
up with the concept. It's a false concept to make mathematical
No, it's
equations
not a
balance
false
out.
concept.
That's all it was for.
Well, the guy who came up with it said it was. The guy who came up with it
That was
explained why he came
70.
up with it.
That was actually 70 years ago, I think. Now, in the 50s, that would be 70
You're
years ago.
saying that
We're not
you
gonna
know
kill the
more
time.
about it than the person that
Yeah.
came up with it?
Yes. Science advances, right?
No. This was
Yes, it
admittedly
does.
not a real thing. It was just a mathematical
That's just
construct.
what that's just what he said 70 years ago.
No, he's the one that made it.
So
he made up a mathematical construct that he knew wasn't a real thing.
And he
So
openly admitted it, dude. And you bought into it and want to sign on like the leprechauns and fairies are real, dude. It's
virtual
not.
particles
It's
have been
not.
observed. Virtual
Never been
particles have been
observed.
directly observed. Virtual particles have been directly observed. There was a paper published earlier this year on exactly that.
Brenda, the
Virtual
proof is in the
photons have
name
been
of it.
directly observed.
They're virtual. They're virtual because
Yeah.
they virtually don't exist, Brenda.
Yes,
Yeah.
but they've been directly observed anyhow.
No, they have not.
Yes, they have.
No,
paper
by
was
definition,
published
it's
earlier
physically
this year.
impossible to do so.
It's not.
Yes, it is. If you
No,
actually were
people
to,
are smarter
if a
than you.
detector were to
So
actually,
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Brenda. Do you think an electron or your boson, i.e., virtual particle, is larger? Which one's
An
larger?
electron is not a boson. An electron is a fermion.
I'm asking
Virtual
you.
photon is
I'm
a
asking you
boson.
about the size difference. Which one's larger on scale, an electron or your virtual particle photon?
Electrons are fairly large, aren't they?
Okay, in comparison, right? And you do realize that an electron has zero spatial volume, right? So if an electron has zero spatial volume and you're claiming it's larger than
They're
this,
way.
how could you ever perceive of it? It makes no sense.
wait, it's even worse than that.
But
It's even worse than that.
people
It's
are
even worse than
smart.
that. Virtual
People are smart.
photons have Listen, Brenda, virtual photons have never been directly observed. If a detector were to capture or measure a photon, right, that photon would, by definition, be a real one, not a virtual one.
Well, detectors measure photons all the time. Your eyes do, right? But we're talking about virtual photons that are force carriers for the electromagnetic field.
No, you're
Yes,
making a
if
big
you were
mistake.
to detect the photon, it would, by definition, not be virtual.
When you're dealing with
They
light,
have
it's a
been.
virtual particle. When you're dealing with magnetism, it's a virtual photon. So you're a little mistaken
So
on that. We're talking about the
they've been.
magnetic field specifically.
I don't know how to tell you anything else. There was a paper published earlier this year that directly detected virtual
No, there wasn't.
particles.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah, there was.
Drop
You
it.
just say nuh-uh.
Drop it.
You just say nuh-uh.
Drop the paper.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not
virtual
going to
particles
phone
is pertaining to light, but we're talking about magnetism once again.
But I know for a fact that you're wrong,
Magnetism is
so
an
drop the paper.
Magnetism is a component of light, but we're not getting that
Yeah.
far down the road. We're talking
Yeah.
about the cursory to light being the magnetic field. This is the precursory
Electromagnetic
to
field.
electricity. You can't have electricity without the magnetic component. Okay, so
Electricity isn't electromagnetism, moron.
we're talking about magnetism specifically.
Dude,
You keep
you really
wanting to
shouldn't call
conclude
people
things.
morons. You just
electromagnetism.
claim that you can detect virtual photons, which shows you fundamentally don't even understand what the term means.
Yeah. So number one, the electromagnetic field consists of electric and magnetic fields.
Stop deflecting.
Orthogonal to each other. They don't really separate, right?
We're not talking about light.
Yeah, we are. We're
No, we're
talking
literally
about
not.
electromagnetic
No, we're
spectrum.
not. You are. You're making a
Radio,
misassociation, and you're trying to die on a false
And you're
hill.
not even properly defining that.
radio is light.
Or non sequitur.
No, radio is light.
Red
right?
herring.
It's
I don't
light,
disagree.
right?
I don't
Obfuscation.
disagree, but that's not what we're talking about, Brenda.
Yeah,
Deflection.
we're talking about electromagnetic propagation through
No,
through space, right?
no.
That's what magnetism
dude?
is.
All right, bro. Just take a break.
Magnetism is an aspect of the electromagnetic field.
All right, can you go get that paper?
Oh, when I get around to it.
Can you just admit you made it up?
No, I didn't make it up.
I know for a fact the paper doesn't say what you claim it does.
It's actually in the title.
No, it's
what
not.
I said in the title. Yeah,
No,
it is.
no. The paper. Oh, you probably didn't even read the paper then, right? Because if it does say that in the title, then you're misrepresenting it and you didn't actually read it. Because this is very simple. The very definition of a virtual photon is that it cannot be observed or detected. If it were to be detected by a detector, it would by definition be a real photon. Duh. That's the whole point of having to create the virtual particles, is that you needed something that couldn't be detected. So they detected all the interactions. They then added up all of the energy output. It did not actually equal the amount of energy output that was observed in the magnetic field or measured specifically. So there had to be something invisible and magical that was there that we couldn't detect or observe that would explain the energy discrepancy. This was virtual photons. And Feynman straight up explained, just like Dyslow said, he made up the Feynman diagrams. He said, this is just a mathematical construct. It's not the input or output of any experiment ever. Their existence is questionable at best.
And then he goes on to say, however, they're very useful in rendering mathematical equations, or rendering mathematical concepts and facilitating and balancing out of mathematical equations.
This is just like dark matter, right? And this is just like, you guys aren't scientifically minded at all. You just have to comport to the status quo. It's like in science, if you have a theory and then you go actually measure the phenomena and your proposed theory or explanation of the phenomena doesn't match what's observed and measured, your theory's wrong. But you guys don't do that. You actually just make up invisible, magical particles and then just pretend they're there. Or invisible, magical matter and just pretend it's there. And you'll hold on to it for decades or over a century and you'll swear you know it's real. And we say, wait, what's real? Can you define it? No. Can you find it? No. Do you have any proof of it? No. Have you ever seen it? No. How do you know it's there? Trust me, bro, because if it's not there, then we would be wrong about our theory, and that is not an option because it is a religious belief. It is not to be questioned. That is antithetical to science. So we're over here and we say, well, you're trying to quantify the immaterial, and though you're trying to actually put a phenomenon in a box it simply doesn't fit. You're trying to put a like a circle in a square peg or
Well, they're
whatever.
trying to
You know?
count everything. If they can't count it, it doesn't exist. And unfortunately, when we're dealing with magnetic fields, they're not a qualitative thing. Sorry, a quantitative thing. They're a qualitative thing. So we're not dealing with something where we're counting particle interactions. There is no particle associated with the magnetic field to support its existence, and
But you
that's a
could still, in
fundamental
theory,
fact.
quantify it, right? You could actually quantify the field itself. So the primary substrate is having like a baseline potential. And then you could take the physical interactions that are observed, detected, and measured. You could you could apply like a mathematical component to those things.
No,
And
I'm not
then,
denying that. I'm just my
yeah,
my
I'm
whole
just
thing
explaining.
is when we're talking about specifics and we're talking about a magnetic field, and I asked a very specific question as to what supports the existence of the magnetic field, meaning what is it comprised of, and the answer I'm getting is particles. Like, where are you getting this from? And what particle is it? And there is, like, it's just ridiculous, dude, as to what supports the existence of the magnetic field, meaning what is it comprised of? And the answer I'm getting is particles. Like, where are you getting this from? And what particle is it? And there is, like, it's just ridiculous, dude, when you really look at the answers given. They
Yeah,
don't
I
have
guess
an answer.
I'm just trying to be as charitable as possible
So,
because you can understand, right? Like if we've put this much time into it, and we now, like when it comes to magnetism and modern application, we have like highly precise predictive capability, like
Yeah,
mind-blowingly
based on
precise,
theories that you don't understand.
mind-blowingly precise predictive capability, right? And
I
like,
posted a
yeah,
link to the paper,
shut
by the way.
up, please, thank you. So
I posted a
obviously,
link.
okay, sounds good. I guarantee you, it doesn't say that they detected virtual photons.
Well, it's not.
So
It's not going to say what you understand.
oh, you're already backtracking.
but yeah, but I hear what you're saying, dude. Like all of our greatest inventions, like generally contain a magnet or a laser, if not the combination of the two.
Yeah, but you know about like how they literally invoke that as the most precise prediction in all of physics history. So like, it is actually pretty wild how precisely quantum will predict the magnetic field. And so when people hear that, they're like, "Oh, we obviously must have a really good understanding of it." No, 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 not at all, though, right? Like, obviously, we know that's not the case. The way, like, the prerequisite to the predictive capability was virtual particles that don't exist, right? But my point is, like, I can understand why you wouldn't just want to give that up. Whatever got us to that point, who cares? We now have something that's very useful for terms of replication and productivity and technological advancement, right? Like, we obviously don't want to give up the descriptive value and predictive capability, right?
Right.
But and I know I might preach to the choir here with ISO and probably a lot of people in here. That's why we make the distinction about math and science. It's like understanding what it actually is and properly explaining what's actually going on is distinctly different from mathematically describing it. You know, it's not like either or, they're not mutually exclusive. You can mathematically describe it and still understand that that mathematical description, that model that we use, that we reify, isn't actual reality. It's just a model that we're using to predict and describe it. Like,
Models.
and that seems so simple to concede. It's so weird that people cling on to it.
Right. So you're completely wrong. The paper that I posted does do that. It does do exactly what that says.
Wait,
Sabian
where did you post it?
I posted it in the text. So Sabian Hasselfelder did an episode just talking about it, and it is evidence for virtual particles being real and not merely conventions.
Okay, measuring spin correlation between quarks during QCD confinement, definitely not in the title, so you were wrong about that. In the abstract, it doesn't in any
That's
way
what it
say that
is.
they did. Well, I can speed read, bro. Okay,
No, you
so
can't. You don't
yeah, I literally
need
can. I
understand
literally
though.
can though. I literally
You
can
don't
though.
need understand though.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You don't have the
Okay.
background.
Okay, look, I'll close my MacBook right now, and I'm on my phone. I just closed my MacBook. I guarantee you, I know for a fact the abstract does not say they detected virtual photons. So do you want to bet that it does? I guess you'd have to believe me that I closed my MacBook. I put that on everything I love.
It talks about something else. Talks about transition
Okay, yeah. So I'm
of
gonna open my MacBook back up,
transition
and we're just
of
gonna ignore you.
it's a
So
transition. It talks about a transition to a final state of hadrons, right? Quark
oh,
confinement.
Oh
But
my
that's by
gosh.
way of virtual particles.
No. Here we report
Yes,
evidence
it
of
is.
spin correlations. Here's what it actually says. Here we report evidence of spin correlations, hyperon pairs inherited from spin correlated strange quark, anti-quark virtual pairs. That doesn't say anything about detecting them at all.
Yeah,
It's
it shows
merely
that they're
conceptual.
yes, quark anti-quark virtual pairs are virtual particles.
Bro, it says measurement by the STAR experiment at the relativistic heavy ion collider at Brookhaven National Laboratory reveal a relative polarization signal.
Yeah,
Do you
that
know what
was
that
how they
means?
measured it.
Do you
That's
know what that
how they
means?
measured it. That
Okay,
was how
so
they
is that
measured
a
it.
detection?
It's they detect the final state, where they become hadrons.
Okay. Do you know what a relative polarization signal means? Do you know what that means? I mean, you brought this up.
Yeah, they become hadrons. That talks about it right in there.
Do you know what it means?
They're correlated quarks that become hadrons. That was the detection.
Do you know what it means? Relative polarization signal. Just say no.
Go ahead.
Do you know what it means?
No.
Okay.
What does it mean?
Well, just to clarify, right? You were
What
claiming
does it
that they
mean?
detected virtual particles, right?
They detected virtual spin quarks, right?
Okay. The
No, your
relative
original claim was
polarization.
virtual particles. That is
It
correct.
was
Okay,
virtual.
relative
They're
polarization
virtual.
signal. Relative polarization signal. Literally, though it's in the word relative, right? So they're not saying that like 18% of the particles were polarized. They're saying that one group of particles was around 18% more likely to have a specific spin or orientation than the other reference group. Okay, this is called a reification fallacy. You're presupposing the very thing in question, and then once you presuppose it and then use
That's not a
it as a
reification.
relative comparison, you turn around and claim it's a detection. But of course,
Yeah,
I knew
yeah.
it wasn't going to be an actual detection because the definition of virtual particles are something that is undetected. If they were actually physically detected, they would instantaneously no longer be considered virtual. That's the entire point.
They're virtual spin quarks that eventually become their hadron counterpoints, right? That is the detection.
Okay, do you actually not understand it, or are you just being bad faith? Can you still man what I said?
You said something that was not relevant to what we're discussing.
What is literally relevant? It says reveal a relative polarization signal.
Sure. What does that mean to you?
Did you not hear what I just explained? Like, is this what we're doing? You're like, I just speak and then it's like I didn't speak or something? One group of the particles were about 18% more likely to have a certain spin orientation relative to the reference group. That is not a measurement or detection. It's measuring, quote unquote, a difference between the two groups.
So 18% is not a measurement?
It isn't a physical detection measurement.
Is 18% not a measurement?
It's a relative reification of the reference group
What's being
based on
reified?
orientation.
18% is a measurement,
Okay, I just don't think you're even like, I don't think
right?
you even
So
know
what's
what
the
this paper is
reification?
saying.
What's the reification? That's just a buzzword that you use.
Do you,
It's just a
what
buzzword.
no, the actual the actual reification is the virtual spin correlated quark pairs themselves.
That's not a reification.
It is. What does the word virtual mean in quantum mechanics?
It means that it exists for a very short time.
That isn't what it means.
Yeah, it does. It means it exists very shortly. They spontaneously appear out of the background, right, and exist for a very short period of time that is very hard to measure, right? So, but they found a way to do that. They do physics today is statistics, right? So 18% is a statistical measurement.
Yes, I know that, which is why I
Oh, it's a
pointed
measurement,
out
right?
that
Yeah.
it was a relative calculative reification.
Right. So saying reification doesn't mean anything because you
It
don't know
doesn't
what
mean
you
anything.
reified. Saying words slowly doesn't give them any importance.
No, I say them slowly because you guys, your brain just shut off and you claim things are word
No.
salad when I speak with any
Yeah.
speed.
Now, saying words slowly doesn't make them have any more sense.
Okay, what did I say that didn't make sense?
You said reification. You have no
Well, what is the
justification for that,
definition of that?
right?
What's the
Reification is
definition of
taking.
it?
Reification means that you are taking something as abstract as being real,
Yeah, so how does it not make sense if you just defined it?
because they detected the real products, the hadron counterparts of the quark spin virtual particles.
How they detect it?
I don't. They use it. This was done in Europe, I imagine. So I don't know what the detector would be.
Okay, so you don't actually know that they detected anything.
So we could learn together. For
Yeah,
the
well, I
audience,
just
'cause he's not the only
explained
one that
it.
doesn't know.
Well, yeah, I know. I just explained it though, right? I mean, it's like we could go way into the weeds here, but they have a model, right? And then they have like basically in simple terms, they have asymmetry. So they have symmetry and asymmetry. You have one spin, then you have the counter spin. You have basically it's like you have up, you have down, you have clockwise, you have counterclockwise, right? So it's just the assumption of the reciprocal. And so when they observe a certain thing, they assume the reciprocal's there. They do the same thing with matter and antimatter, gravity and anti-gravity, particles and antiparticles. Like they do this with everything. And they're using that assumption of these pairs, these virtual pairs. They're looking at the one observation, like the actual physical interactions, and they're assuming that there's an inverse reaction, a reciprocated reaction that when they say something's virtual, she wasn't completely wrong whenever she said,
Witsit, what did the polarization signal
chill
do?
out, chill out, chill out, chill out. You weren't completely wrong whenever you said that, like what they would define it as, that it's just so fast you can't see it, right? Like that is kind of right. What they would say is that,
Less than a
well,
Planck length of
you
time.
can't actually prove it's there. You can't detect it. You won't be able to see it. It's such an
What
immediate excitation that you'll never be able to actually prove it's there. You'll never be able to physically detect it. But trust
what
me,
did
bro, it's there.
what did the relativistic polarization signal do? What did it do in the experiment?
What, say it again?
What did the polarization signal do?
What did it do?
Yes. What did it do?
What does that
Read it.
mean?
Just read it.
What did
It
it
says right
do?
here. It says right here, the relative polarization signal links the virtual spin correlated quark pairs to their final state hadron counterpoints.
Okay.
The polarization signal is the signal that detects the virtual particles by correlating them with the hadron counterpoints. That was how they
Okay, explain what
detected
that means.
the
Explain what that means, Brenda.
It means that the signal is what connects, right, the final counterparts with the virtual spin um, particles, the virtual particles.
Wait, what's a hadron counterpart?
I don't know.
Okay, so why are you invoking like you know what it is?
I'm just reading it. Laboratory reveals that the relative polarization signal links the virtual spin correlated quark pairs to their final state hadron counterpoints.
Okay, so what does that mean?
That means that's how they detected the particles.
No, no, no.
They link,
Okay, the hadron counterpart is an actual detection.
yes.
Okay. They make the assumption based on their model that there is a reciprocated, undetectable, immediate excitation that can't be detected that is virtual. They have to make the assumption that it's there because it's literally
The
not
polarization signal.
detectable. Dude, it's not detectable. This is just like saying, look at the magnetic field. If we know that there are electrons and we know that there's more energy that needs to be accounted for, then we know that there are virtual particles there. It's exactly the same thing. It's the assumption that
Oh,
the
so we
particle
know they're
physics
there?
bro, listen. It's the assumption
So,
that the particle physics model is correct. Therefore, the discrepancy proves
so it's
the
not an
existence of
assumption
the
then.
virtual.
If we know it, then it's not an assumption, is it? We know it.
No, that's my whole point. The assumption that you know it's real is why it's a reification.
That's not how science works. Science works by validating your hypothesis, but through experimental data. If the data shows that our assumptions are correct, then we know that our assumptions are correct. That's how science works, by validating your assumptions through testing and experiments. This experiment generated a
This is
signal,
so
right?
dumb, dude.
The signal connects the final counterparts, the hadron counterparts, with the quantum entangled virtual particles.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. First of all, right? This is called a reification fallacy. I want you to notice how
That's
I
not
can still
reification.
man. No, I
That's
want you
not
to
what
notice.
reification is.
Stop
This
interrupting me,
is
please.
the word that
Did
you
you notice
heard.
how I didn't? Do you notice how I didn't interrupt you? So I want you to notice how I can still man your argument and you cannot still man mine.
No, you claim that there's reification, and that's false. It's not reification.
No, still
You don't
man
know what
it.
the word means. You don't know
Still
what the
man it.
word even means, and you use
Still
it
man it.
incorrectly.
Still man it.
Still man what?
My argument.
You just think that it's a reification error.
No, still man it.
Yeah, you think it's reification to claim that there's a connection between the final products, the hadron counterparts, to the virtual particles, right? But their experimental data, they have data generated statistically. All physics today is statistics, right? It's because they're dealing with massive particles. They have millions and millions of megabits of and bytes of data that are generated by their experiments, and so they got an 18% signal. That signal, which is statistically significant, and it connects the hadron final counterpart.
Why do you keep
With
on saying
the
terms you
virtual
don't know
particle.
what they mean?
Yeah, I do.
You just admitted you didn't know what that was.
Virtual spin correlated quark pairs from the vacuum state to the final state hadron counterpoints.
You
That
just
is what
admitted
the relative
they're
polarization
counterparts.
signal
You're
did.
saying counterpoints, they're counterparts. You just admitted you don't know
Yeah,
what that is. Okay.
because
Okay, let's see. Look, let's just help the
older
room out here.
and
Let's help the room out here. Brenda, come on, dude. Okay, answer my
right.
questions directly, please. Okay. Did they directly observe the virtual quark anti-quark pairs, yes or no?
They have a signal right to the final counterpart, which is connected right to the initial particles. The
You didn't answer
correlated
the
quark
question.
pair.
Did they directly observe virtual quark anti-quark pairs, yes or no?
Yeah, they got a signal right that is
No.
directly connected to them. Yes.
No, what they did
Yeah.
was they got a signal from the proton collisions. Okay? They got a signal from proton collisions. They then took like the angles, the angular momentum, the spin. They took those, like the decaying of the proton collisions, which are real physical interactions, right? Although I wholly reject the particles themselves, it doesn't matter. They are real physical interactions. So they see these real physical interactions, and then they infer a statistical significance based on the assumption of the spin between the collisions. Right? So this is what they're
Yeah,
claiming.
there were
They're
no
claiming that
protons.
protons collide, they create a
There were no
particle.
protons involved. There were no
They,
protons involved.
dude, so you don't understand this at
There were
all.
no protons involved. Quarks are a billion times smaller than protons.
Yes, dude, the proton collision, it literally says it right here. The fundamental theory of strong interaction, high energy proton-proton collisions could liberate virtual quark-antiquark pairs from the vacuum that subsequently undergo the confinement to form hadrons. They're literally claiming that the protons collide and then they generate the particles. So admit you were wrong.
Yeah, the proton is gone.
You just said it had
It
nothing to do with
collides.
protons. Admit you were
That's
wrong.
right. That's right, because they're gone, right? They collide, it shatters into its component parts, which are
So
quarks
you
and
were
gluons.
wrong. Okay, so they're
No,
claiming that
they're
protons
not
collide.
involved.
You just said it had nothing to do with protons. You
That's
were
right.
wrong.
It has nothing
So
to do with it.
they're claiming that protons collide and
You
then
collide.
create. Stop.
Yes.
They claim that protons collide and then create this particle they're calling a hyperon or whatever, right?
Yeah, that's a composite particle.
Okay. Then, based on their model, it's a model. It's a theoretical model. Based on their stop interrupting me. Based on their theoretical model, right? They're claiming the origin of the spin in the pairs that come from the proton collision. They don't have any detection, any observation, any evidence of it at all, other than they have a model. They have a theoretical interpretation built within the framework of
That's how science works.
quantum chromodynamics.
Yeah, quantum
QCD.
chromodynamics is about the strong nuclear force. That's what chromodynamics is. It's about the interior of atoms, the interior of protons and neutrons. It's
Okay,
about the interior.
dude, look, Brenda, can we stop doing this thing where like a couple little factoids, so you just throw it in there, even though it isn't relevant to what we're talking about? Because this is the issue with this conversation, and I'm not going to be an expert on this.
No,
This
that
is like
was
a
helpful.
how's that helpful?
Witsit, if I smash two baseballs together, right, to examine its components, right, the baseballs are gone. What I'm left with is the stuff that composes the baseballs, the stuff, whatever it is inside, right? So that
Yeah,
has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with the baseballs.
well,
I'm
let's take that
examining.
analogy a step.
Excuse me. Excuse me. You asked me not to interrupt. I'm examining the material that composes the baseball. What composes a proton are gluons, right? That's chromodynamics.
None of that's relevant to what I said. You can't engage with the point that I said because it refutes you. So let's just take the analogy a step further. We're going to smash some baseballs together. Okay, we're going to have some debris from what the baseballs were comprised of. That's cool. What you're doing is coming over here and saying, hey, you see all this debris from the baseballs? That's not all that's there. There's also some invisible stuff that's here interacting with the physical debris we see. Trust me, bro.
Right. Wait, we can deduce it's there because of what it must be based on a statistical signal that we got, right? Because we deeply analyze exactly how everything fell apart when the baseballs collided with each other, and we can deduce because there was a new thing that was formed by the energy of the baseball's collisions, so we can deduce what was there by its final products, which is what they did.
No, what they did was an experiment that demonstrated that certain hadrons, quote unquote, emerge with proton collisions, and they have specific correlated spins based on those
Yeah,
collisions.
and those
Stop
correlate,
interrupting me every time.
and those correlate with the
You can't do.
virtual
Let's be
particles
real.
they
You
were
can't do
studying.
this. You can't do this. Sorry, I just don't think you can do it.
They correlate. They said that.
It doesn't matter how patient I am and let you repeat yourself and don't actually discuss what I'm saying and skate past it. Every time I go to actually explain it to the room, you interrupt it. It's like you don't want the audience to understand it. Is that your objective? Are you afraid that if they understand it? Because it seems like every time I start to build to my point, you realize like it's like you get this subconscious anxiety that you realize I'm about to debunk you and you have to just impulsively interrupt me or something. It's very frustrating. Okay. So I'm going to try one more time. Okay. So you have these protons collide. I like try to keep it as simple as possible. The protons, they collide, right? And so they did an experiment that demonstrated that when these protons collide, they have a certain interaction, and they call the emergent interaction a hadron. And these hadrons have a correlated spin based on that collision of protons, meaning they're moving a certain way. So when these quote unquote protons interact and collide, you have other little interactions that have a certain spin. That's it. That's all that they actually observed. That's literally all that they observed. Then what they did was they invoked their QCD theory, right? and they have like hadron models, and they claim that to explain that spin, there must be invisible interactions taking place. Then they just did the math. All they did was say, look, here are the amount of interactions and the spins that we have based on our model. That means that there needs to be this much more of the anti-quarks, and therefore that's how many are there. It didn't
Can I?
do anything in terms of proving that it was real. It didn't observe it. It didn't actually record it. It didn't actually detect it.
Witsit, can I say something?
Yeah, of course.
If you scroll down, quote, thanks to high energy proton-proton collisions, these virtual quark-antiquark pairs from the vacuum can be liberated and materialize into real particles. Besides other strong experimental indications in hadron spectroscopy and lattice QCD calculations, observing the correlated pairs from the vacuum in spin triplet states can be, quote unquote, direct experimental evidence of the quark condensate. In other words, they directly observed, right, the real particles. They were liberated in the collisions. That's literally what
You
they
just
say.
proved my point, which is that they
No,
said what's directly observed is not the virtual pairs. Duh, because if they were observed, they wouldn't be virtual. So any paper that's discussing virtual anything is saying we didn't actually detect it by definition. We could have saved
it
the last
literally says.
15 minutes. No, it doesn't. It does not say
It
that
literally
it
says.
does not say that they
Literally says
detected
they can
anything
be
virtual.
liberated.
All right, I'm gonna have to
It
disengage because you
literally
keep
says they are
interrupting,
liberated and
dude.
materialize into real particles. It
So
literally
if
says
we
that.
assume that the invisible things are real, then when we see an actual physical interaction, we can just claim that it came from the invisible stuff. That's proof that the invisible stuff is real.
I'll just say it again. It literally comes. The quark pairs come from the vacuum and are liberated and materialize into real particles. This is it is like they said, this direct experimental evidence of the quark condensate. Direct evidence, which is what I
isn't what
said.
you're supposed to
Which
be
is what I
proving.
said.
Matter and energy being
Get wrecked.
created at that point. You think they can
Get
just
wrecked.
create matter into thin air? Is that what you're claiming?
Virtual particles,
Yo,
yeah.
yo, did I just
Yeah,
hear you say that
that's what you want to
magnetism
sign
has
on
mass,
to?
Loki?
Matter
It's
being created
direct
from nothing.
experiment. The paper literally says it's direct experimental evidence.
It literally
Okay.
says it's simulated, bro.
Can I
Which
give
are
It literally says it's direct experimental evidence.
I'm just gonna say my final thing here, okay? This paper admittedly says that the detector never observed a virtual quark or anti-quark or even the QCD vacuum itself. All of those components are assumed within the simulated models. It observed what they call a hyperon, an anti-hyperon, and the decay of those particles, and then they formulated a statistical correlation between those decay products. Right?
It literally says observing the correlated pairs from the vacuum can be direct experimental evidence. Direct experimental evidence. That's what I said. That's what it is. It literally says
No,
it
that's not
in
what
the
you said.
paper.
You said you have a paper that was put out earlier this year where they
Yes,
actually did detect virtual particles.
yes,
That
that's what it
isn't,
says. That's what they
no, it's,
did.
bruh, by definition, a particle is called virtual because it can't be detected. The official quantum definition of virtual is not like just fake. The official quantum definition is that it is so fast of an excitation that it is literally impossible to detect it. That is the definition of virtual. The definition of virtual in quantum is that it literally cannot be detected. Do you understand that?
Then where did the real particles come from?
Good question. That's a totally different question. And
They
I would
came
say
from the virtual
obviously it
particles.
obviously comes from no, it doesn't, no, that's retarded. What it comes from is
No,
the
that's
primary
in the
substrate.
paper.
It comes from the primary substrate that everything comes from.
There's no. You mean the vacuum state?
No. Even in your paradigm, right? Like let's say there are different paradigms, but like the quantum field paradigm is basically just describing an ether. So it's
There's
like
no ether. There's no ether, Nathan. There's no ether.
okay, that's a cool story, but the point is that
There's
there's something
there's
that there's some
there's
listen.
vacuum.
If we if we adhere to the first law that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, yet whenever we're observing a vacuum chamber and certain interactions take place, all of a sudden there's more energy in there than was previously in there. We can't account for it based on the previous measurement, right? Because energy can only be transferred. Then one can then logically deduce that it's coming from somewhere that wasn't previously visible in that vacuum chamber.
The
But
paper
because
said,
they're so addicted to their balls, they have to claim that there are magic little virtual particles that pop in and out of existence. But if you understand that there's just a primary substrate and that all the phenomena is based on excitations of that inertial state, that initial inertial state of that primary substrate, right? Very simply, it's an unchanging, at rest, fluid background. And once it's excited, we get phenomena that pops up into the material world. So it's not that they're completely wrong. They're not completely wrong, but at the same time, they are completely wrong, right? So like
right. So
they're technically right in the sense that these interactions are coming into the material world from somewhere where it wasn't previously physically observable. That's the only part that they got right.
no, they said literally that the quark-antiquark pairs materialized into real particles. That was the
Well, you're
that,
violating laws, Brenda. Did you
But
not
once
hear
if
it?
it materialized as a real particle, it's no longer virtual. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
the quark-antiquark pairs materialized into real particles.
That's the assumption that those were there in the first place. But if
No,
they're
that was
actually,
what they detected.
hey,
That
can
was
you
what
answer
they
my question?
detected.
Can you answer my question? If they materialize as real particles, that would mean they're no longer virtual, right?
They were no longer virtual. Yeah, they materialized.
Okay. Okay. So then you have to just assume that they were virtual prior to the materialization, right?
Yeah, we know that they're there though,
How do you know they're there if you can't observe them?
because the theory demands that they be there.
Okay, so you have a theory
Reification.
that you believe
Yeah, that's
in
not.
and you're reifying it.
No, that's not science. Scientific
That's right.
theory,
Yeah,
That's right.
scientific
you're
theory,
You
presuming the
got it.
nature.
You
You're
got it.
scientific
presuming the
theory,
nature of it.
scientific theories are not just guesses. They're not just beliefs. A scientific theory is not just a belief. You know
Okay.
that,
Okay, time out. Can you define a reification fallacy?
right? Is taking some abstract concept and mistaking it for something
No.
that is
Right.
real.
It's okay. So it's also called a concreteness fallacy. Like it's misplaced concreteness. It's making a thing out of an idea.
Yeah, like
It's treating a conceptual abstraction as a concrete, tangible, physical entity. Right?
right.
Okay. So you have a theory, also known as, drumroll please, an idea. You have an idea
No, it's
that
not.
you
It's not just an idea. A
no,
theory is
that's
not
literally
just
what it
an idea.
is. That's literally what it
No, it's
is.
not.
Yes,
That's
it
not
is.
what a scientific theory is. A
Okay.
scientific theory is not just an idea. It is a mathematical framework. It has been experimentally verified.
First of all, if you use a mathematical description to describe an idea, it's still an idea.
But it's experimentally validated.
Okay, let me just read the definition. A scientific theory is an idea that serves as a well-substantiated explanation for how or what.
Experimentally
Hey,
verified.
stop interrupting me. A scientific theory is an idea that serves as a well-substantiated explanation for how or why natural phenomenon occurs. So
That's
it's
what I said.
an idea. So if we
Yes, it's
cannot
an idea.
so now if the constituent parts of your theory are other ideas, such as virtual particles, right? For you
No,
to just say, we know it's real because my idea dictates that the ideas are
no,
real, it
nope,
is
nope,
literally, by textbook definition, a
nope,
reification fallacy.
nope. It's not based on simply other ideas. It's based on experimental evidence. Those are not ideas.
You had no
Evidence.
empirical evidence of the virtual particles because by definition you can't.
Yes, we do. We have We have this
Oh my God.
experiment.
Okay, define
This
empirical.
experiment. This experiment shows them there's a signal, 18%, that
You have a
connects
reaction. You have
the
the
final product.
aftermath of a reaction, and you're presuming the
Yeah.
precursor nature to it, right? And
Yeah.
extrapolating something to be there based on your idea, and the only thing that you're measuring is some sort of aftermath effect.
Yes,
An
I'm
issue.
justifying. Let's say this is a chemical reaction. It's chemistry. I have two products, A and B, that combine to form another product, C. But all I can detect is C, right? But if I have the conditions that are sufficient that I know that A and B must exist, and I detect C, then I can make a valid inference that A and B do in fact exist.
The problem is you can't actually prove that A and B must exist.
I just did. It's a valid inference.
But based on who? Who determines the validity?
It's an inductive inference to the best explanation. If A and B
Who
must
determines it's the
exist,
best?
So hold
right?
on, I want to get this right. You want to laugh at the ether, yet tout this around.
The ether has been experimentally falsified.
No, it hasn't.
My God.
Yes, it has. It was
Dude,
falsified
okay.
by Nicholson
Listen,
Morley.
in your paper, it talks about the QCD medium. What is that in your paradigm?
That's the vacuum.
Define a medium.
That's the vacuum state. It's the
Wait,
vacuum.
I thought a vacuum was a lack of a medium.
When you remove everything, what you're left with, right, due to
Is?
Heisenberg's uncertainty, is a medium. It's everywhere, and it's particles coming into and out of existence with they're virtual particles.
Wait, are vacuums considered mediums?
The vacuum in physics is not empty. It is filled with virtual particles.
Oh, let's go. So the vacuum is not empty. It's a medium that's filled. So all of space
Everywhere.
is not empty. It's actually filled. That's interesting. That's kind of like exactly what ether is.
Yep.
No, that's not what ether is.
It literally is.
That's
No.
literally the same exact definition.
No, it's not. It's not the same definition.
A medium, a background medium that perturbates everything everywhere, and virtual particles in your paradigm.
Not a medium. The vacuum is not a medium.
It literally says QCD medium.
Sure. They mean it in a different sense than what you're using.
What sense is that?
Right. What is in the background?
What sense is that, dude? You just said
what exists as brute facts are the quantum fields.
I think I should just I'm just going to start typing in the stuff to AI, Google overview, and then reading it to you. And I think that there's something about that process that allows you to accept it. You interpret it as like intellectual permission. Okay. So
when you do
claiming that a vacuum is a medium that fills space is identical to the classic concept of the ether, because both define empty space not as absolute nothingness, but as a physical substrate required to transmit energy in waves. In the 19th century, I'm almost done. In the 19th century, physicists observed that light behaved as a wave because all known waves, like sound or water, required a physical medium to travel through. They invented the luminiferous ether to fill the vacuum of space. Similarly, modern science treats the vacuum as a medium permeated by overlapping quantum fields and fluctuating energy through which electromagnetic waves travel.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So both concepts share the belief that space is an active participant in physics, not a passive backdrop. The ether was meant to carry light and govern the speed of celestial mechanics, just as Einstein's space-time and quantum fields dictate how particles interact and move.
There is no medium for light.
Bruh. Okay, so
it was literally falsified by Michelson Morley.
Okay, cool.
Michelson Morley falsified the luminiferous ether.
For sure.
It was falsified.
For sure.
It was.
Give me one example of light where there isn't a medium. Go.
An empty space.
Well, you just claimed that empty space wasn't empty, it was a medium.
Yeah, you just said there is none.
Medium. It's not a medium for the transmission of light.
Whoa, you just said it was a medium.
It's not a medium.
You just now claimed it was a medium.
You just said it was a medium earlier.
The light is a perturbation of the electromagnetic field.
Yo, she's saying light's a perturbation now, bro. This is crazy. By 2030, by 2030, the Globers are just gonna come here and say that light's an ether perturbation based on the excitation of the background medium. Like they're just gonna straight up jack it.
The ether is not a field.
Dude, I'm reading these papers right now. It's pretty wild what they're saying.
The ether is not a field.
Yo, you said that because he read in the paper that it said that there was a medium, a QCD medium. Yep. And then you said
they mean something different than what you were thinking of.
Doesn't matter. You said it was a medium.
Matter if they have a different sense of the word.
Time out. You said it was a medium, and then you said that light doesn't need a medium. And I said, can you give one example of light without a medium? And then you pointed to the very thing you just called a medium.
Witsit, why don't you ask Chappy GPT or whatever AI you're using, what is the shape of the Earth?
You lost, Brenda. You had to fall back
What
to that one.
what will it say? What will it say? It will say the Earth is a globe,
Here, I'll read
and that
this
it
to you,
revolves.
Brenda.
You're
And it
crashing out,
revolves
Brenda.
around.
Just stay on
It,
track. You're crashing
and it
out.
revolves around the sun. It revolves around the sun, and
What
the
is the
sun
relevant? What
revolves
is the
around.
relevance of that? Like
And
if,
the
if
sun
we're if
and
we're
the
having
sun
an
It's an
revolves.
all or nothing fallacy, and that's
Brenda,
what
do you
And the
people
not?
then
sun
have
But
no more
wait,
arguments to make.
but it's not even
and
that.
the
It's not even that. It's worse
and the
than that.
sun
We're having a discussion that's an internal critique.
and the sun revolves around the
Hey,
galactic
Brenda, do you know what
center.
an internal critique
Sagittarius
is?
A.
Do you know what internal critique
The
is?
sun revolves around Sagittarius A, the galactic center.
You're
Hey,
Right?
just
do you
chanting now,
know
Brenda.
what internal critique means?
Is that what you think you're doing?
Well, this entire discussion was an internal critique within the assumptions of quantum mechanics, right? Because I wholly reject these particles, yet I went and showed you that even within your own paradigm, you're misunderstanding it, and now we can move on. And just to recollect, like just to actually properly wait, chill out. This is how this started. I said, by definition, virtual particles in your paradigm mean that they cannot be observed. If they were ever actually observed, then that would mean they're no longer virtual. By definition, in your own paradigm. You said that's not true. Earlier this year, there was a paper where they detected virtual particles. I said, no, I guarantee you the paper doesn't say that, because
It,
if they
it
actually
literally says.
detected them, then they wouldn't
It
be
literally
virtual
says.
anymore. It would be a real photon. Then you claimed that it
It
literally
literally
says it.
says.
Stop interrupting me. You then
You're
claimed
just filibustering. You're just filibustering. Real conversations go back and forth. It literally says it's direct evidence.
okay, so you claim that it says in the title that they detected the virtual particles. Of course, it doesn't. It says measuring spin correlation
Oh,
between quarks during QCD confinement. It doesn't say that at all. And then I began to read it, and you started to down and change your whole
it
entire
literally
claim.
says it's
And when
direct
we
evidence.
finally, I'm almost done. When we finally got to the end of it, what we found out was exactly what we said, right? Which is that there was no actual direct detection of anything virtual. There was a direct detection of certain physical interactions. They've plugged that into a specific model that then says that they assume that there is also the inverse reaction, the reciprocal reaction, the virtual
Literally
reaction.
says.
And
It,
then they just claim, look, if we measure the amount of the physical interaction, assuming our model where there's a virtual reaction that we just can't detect, this is the percentage of them that would exist. Because you can't detect them. It's just like dark matter. It's like what
except
you're
they did.
basically doing. Look, Brenda,
Except they did.
what you're basically doing is you're pointing to the coma cluster, and you see that there's only 1% of the mass that's predicted by gravity that's needed for the bunch of
It
galaxies to
literally
actually.
says.
Hey, I'm almost done.
You're filibustering. You said you're
No, this
almost
isn't
done 5 minutes ago.
filibustering. Okay,
You're
but
filibustering.
will you actually engage with my point here? This is just like
Well,
pointing at the coma
no, you just
cluster,
go
and
on for minutes and minutes.
this will be maybe 15 seconds. This is just like pointing at the coma cluster
You
in
said that
1933.
5 minutes
This will
ago.
be maybe 15 seconds. This is like pointing at the coma cluster and seeing it has 1% of the mass predicted and saying that's proof of dark matter.
Yeah, nobody says that that was proof of dark matter. They said it was evidence, right? And the paper literally says, right, that observing the correlated pairs constitutes direct experimental evidence.
But I don't care what the paper says. They're not gods. Whenever it's so
That's what
illogical, and
it's
it's logically fallacious and retarded to point to the discrepancy of your theory and say it proves the theory. That isn't how science works.
There's not a discrepancy. There's a correlation.
No. There's a discrepancy. When we
And a
assume
ton
the
of
physical
assumption.
we assume
That's
the
not
physical
true.
when we assume the physical particles model, right? We get a certain prediction, and when we go make the observation, it doesn't match that prediction. There's a lot more energy that needs to be explained that isn't there with the particle model that we have. So then what they do is they just make up invisible particles. Just like they make up invisible matter and they make up invisible energy. It's a religion. You're in a religion. Brenda, you're in a religion.
No, quantum mechanics is not a religion.
Oh, it is. It
It
is.
definitely
No,
is.
you need to prove that. You need to prove that. A
Okay, it's a
religion,
belief system built upon the doctrine of men without empirical evidence that requires blind faith.
yeah, quantum mechanics is the most experimentally
You're
validated
indoctrinated.
scientific theory in history.
You're
And yo,
indoctrinated. You didn't
and
even know
dude,
what the fucking thing was, Brenda, and you signed on to it and said, "Here, it said it right here in Google."
and dude, you
It,
know
it
what's
does say it.
crazy is
It
is
does
like
say it.
dark energy is like
observing the correlated pairs is direct experimental evidence. It literally
Yeah, I
says
know.
that.
I'm sure you would like it to mean that, Brenda. But
Well,
logically
what do you think it
speaking,
means?
after we just broke it down to you, it couldn't be
You
the
didn't.
case.
You didn't break it down.
Couldn't be the case.
Yeah,
No, you didn't break it down.
I'll read. Can I read this though? This is interesting. So this is directly from the Web of Conferences 364 on Quark Matter 2025, right? They're talking about a Z hadron azimuthal correction, and to this correlation with these that you guys are talking about. It says this. It says this observation is consistent with expectations of a hydrodynamic wake created as the QGP, which is the quantum polarization. The polarization is depleted of energy by the hard proton propagating through it. Models that omit medium response effects fail to describe the data, whereas those that incorporate medium response achieve significantly better agreement. However, the current statistical uncertainties do not yet permit more definitive conclusions. So in their simulations, they actually have better results when they incorporate a medium response, such as like a wake that the proton leaves behind itself, just like in hydrodynamics. It's the same thing. That's the ether, dude.
Yeah, this is not this paper. We're talking about a different paper. In the paper, they describe their methodology. They accelerate protons to close to the speed of light. They liberate quark pairs from the condensate. The quark pairs consist of the QCD vacuum.
The medium, you mean it says?
The QCD vacuum.
It's just
Of these quark pairs, they're strange quark-antiquark pairs, right? Owing to confinement, the liberated quarks can't exist independently, right? But they undergo quark to hadron transition, right? Some pairs hadronized into other hyperon pairs, right? And then there's for which the spin polarization can be measured through the decay, right? The decay particles, along with other particles, can be measured by the star detector. So
what do you
that's
think
basically
spin
the process.
polarization means, though? Like,
So,
if you were to
so
just
that's
take
the
it and look
process.
at it as like a vortex, right?
Takes
Like
a quark to know a quark. I guess that's what you get for being quirky.
So the
They
spin
accelerate-
polarization, right? It's a certain spin. Which way is it spinning, right? Which way is the vortice spinning? It's the same exact thing. It's if you just take all of this
Quantum
quark,
spin
anti-quark,
isn't a thing spinning. Quantum spin isn't a thing spinning. That's not what it is.
the direction of the polarization.
Yeah, there's not a spin. Quantum spin isn't a thing spinning.
Okay, so
it's different. Just like color quarks are not colored.
Why do they call it spin?
They're given a name to a mathematical object, right?
There's
So
actually
again,
motion. There's actually motion.
the
You know.
satellite- again, let me. You got plenty of time. Protons are
What?
accelerated.
I haven't been talking.
You talked for several minutes. I get
No,
time.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Go ahead, and,
Protons are accelerated. The acceleration they liberate quark pairs from the QCD vacuum. The quark pairs are confined by quantum mechanics, but they convert into hadrons, and the hadrons are detected by the star detector, right? And from that, then we can deduce the quark antiquark pairs. Those are the virtual particles.
what are they confined by?
Quantum mechanics says that quarks can't exist separate alone. They can only exist in pairs.
Okay,
Right. So again, the
what are they
proton is
confined
accelerated.
by?
The proton is accelerated very fast.
All right,
That
ignore my question.
speed liberates quark antiquark pairs. The pairs become
They're
hadrons.
defined by their spin
hadrons-
directions.
The
Beast, to
hadrons
answer
are
your
detected.
question.
The hadrons are detected by the star detector.
No, not defined. There's literally a thing called confinement in this field. So what are the quark anti-quark pairs confined by?
They're confined by the fact that they can't exist independent. They always exist as pairs because the energy that separates them creates a new pair.
Okay, like, are you guys done?
Well, I'm just repeating what I said. And what the thing said is that this is experimental evidence, right?
All right, cool. Sounds good.
Quark
Sounds
and
good. We've
quark
already
pairs
thoroughly
versus
debunked.
virtual
Yeah,
particles, which
sounds
is
good.
what I said. We have
No,
these are
that's
real
not what you
things.
said.
They're not simply mathematical beliefs. They're
No, my
real
God is
physicality.
real. My God is real, Brenda. What's up? My theory says God's real.
Fine. What's your evidence?
Oh, you just talked and based on
Any
my
on board
theory, in
with
order
that?
for you to be able to talk, God
What's
has
your
to be
evidence?
real. I just told you.
No, that's not evidence.
Yeah, huh? And in order for you to talk, God has to be real. That's what my theory says. And you're
I
talking
actually
right
have
now.
a theory that
Tell
says
me your
that your
theory.
God is not real.
No, but it doesn't matter because
Austin.
my God says that my God's
Well,
theory is better than
but
your
my God
God's
says your
theory.
God's not real.
But it doesn't matter
Austin.
though because my theory predicted you would say that, which proves that God's real.
But my theory predicted that you would say that I would say that also. So
Oh,
what do you
damn.
got now?
I was just getting gay.
But yo, check this out. Check this out. Like, I don't even think you guys realize that you're in a religion. I'm going to give you an example, okay? So you have something that's invisible, omnipresent, unknowable, eternal, and the primary cause of all things. You have a big G God and a little g God. And it's literally omnipresent. It's the primary cause of everything that exists. It's the creative force of the entire universe. And you can't actually find it. You can't define it. You can't fully know it. You have to just believe it's there. You can't see it. What does that sound like to you?
A religion.
Because that's
Not
gravity.
that,
That's
because
gravity. That's
it's not
gravity. That's
conscious. It's not conscious. It doesn't have a will. So it's not the same, is it?
no, that doesn't matter. How do you know? How do you know it's a creative force?
It's not.
It is.
Citation?
Sure. And look, we can also do the same thing with dark energy. It's invisible, it's omnipresent, it's unknowable, eternal, and it's the primary cause. It shapes the whole universe.
The primary cause of what? Because dark energy is not the creator of the universe.
No, it's the primary cause of the shape of the universe, like the entirety of it.
The flatness. The
Like
flat universe.
the very like spatial existence of it. So its existence, right? I mean,
Nah, the expansion maybe.
yeah, but if it's a
But then
singularity
again,
and
it
then
doesn't do
it
the
expands, I
creation,
mean,
and
what's up?
it's not conscious either.
Do you not get that you have to at least acknowledge that it is so blatantly similar, and
No,
whether it's
not
just
at
because
all.
a lack of sentience or agency is not actually relevant. The
Oh, it
argument
is.
is
It
no,
absolutely
the
is.
argument is not about it being a god. The argument's about it being a religion. So you have a belief
Yeah,
system.
and we don't
I just
have
think that I
faith
just
in
think the
it.
big
It's
G, little
evidence.
g, I think the big G, little g part of it's just funny. But just in general, it's something that you can't fully understand. You can't even define it. You can't find it, but it has to be there. Why? Because, well, you have other beliefs that require it to be there. And, well, even though we can't find it,
We have
detect it, observe
measurement.
it, or define it, trust me, bro, I know it has to be there. And it's omnipresent. It's literally everywhere. And it's eternal. It's always been there. And it shapes the very fabric of existence. And just trust me,
You have blind faith.
trust me, it's there. Yeah, exactly.
You're
Blind
repeating
faith, yeah.
yourself. So let me give you an analogy. If you see a blood spatter on the wall, and then also you see a human silhouette there, are you justified in saying, oh, when this blood splatter happened, there was a person standing there?
But not analogous at all.
Answer the question.
Not analogous at all.
Answer the question.
That's a forensics
It's
question.
perfectly analogous.
Answer this
Answer the question. Yes or no?
First of all, no, but it's not analogous
Oh.
anyway.
It is analogous, and let me
It's
tell you why.
literally not.
The correct answer is yes.
What?
And let me tell you why it's analogous. It's because
Yeah. What's the silhouette? What's the silhouette in the
it's
analogy?
the silhouette of a human person, of a human being.
What's the silhouette in the analogy?
The silhouette is that we have measurements of the expansions of galaxies, and the math would dictate that there has to be something there.
What's the blood splatter?
And the blood splatter is the expansion of the galaxies, and the silhouette would be dark matter and dark energy.
Wait, you just contradicted yourself. But
No, I
so yeah, you did. You just said they were both the expansion.
Now, let me clarify, because you're not keeping up. It's okay. You're
No,
not
you
smart.
misspoke. It's okay.
Yeah, sure, whatever. The blood splatter is the expansion of the galaxies. That's the thing that we actually see. And the silhouette that is missing, that is just the white wall where the person was standing, is dark matter and dark energy.
So that isn't
the analogy
analogous.
maps 1-to-1, doesn't it?
So that isn't analogous
It
because
is.
you can see silhouettes.
Oh, it's an analogy.
It's a shitty one. Yes, that's
It's
right. It's not
okay.
analogous.
It's
When an
okay.
analogy isn't analogous, it's a shitty analogy.
It is analogous.
It isn't though, because in order
It's
for it
okay.
to be
You can talk however
analogous,
you want.
you
You've
would
been
have
running
to
away
have.
from me all day.
You want me to give you the actual analogy? You see a blood splatter on the wall, and then you just assume it came from a person, even though you can't see a silhouette or a person or anything to do with the person anywhere there. And then it's even worse than that. And you have CCTV footage of the very room that the blood splatter's in, and you watched every single second that passed for like the last 2 days, and no one went in there. There were no humans in there. The cameras don't spot anybody in there. But then you come along, you find the blood splatter, and you say, this is definitely from a person that came in there.
By the way, small thing. It's called blood spatter, just so you know.
Oh,
really?
Thank you. That was my bad. Thank you.
Well, I was saying it too.
So
I like
yeah.
blood splatter better anyway.
Anyway, man, like this is the thing. Just be real about it. Just be real about yeah, I just believe it. Like I believe it because you have to have a pre-existing
No, there's
energy for your
evidence.
Big Bang theory. Oh, okay. What's the evidence of the pre-existing energy of the Big Bang?
But I don't think talking about pre-Big Bang makes much sense, though.
But there has to be a pre.
Oh, that's a claim.
Well, if there's a bang,
Yo,
if there's a bang,
why
if
do
there's
you have to believe there is a?
if you think there's a big bang, then there's the moment before the bang, right?
Well, there was
Well,
a
I don't know if
survey
you've
done
heard.
of physicists, and most physicists don't think that the Big Bang is the beginning.
Which is why they
I don't
shouldn't be
know.
allowed to
I
leave
don't
the
know if
house
you
without
heard with it,
helmets.
but there's quite a bit of these Globers that actually
know, it
believe in a
was
flat universe. They're actually flat universers.
Yeah,
It's a
in that
thing,
flat
dude.
universe, the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
believe the Earth is a globe and the universe is flat.
Yeah, but
And,
it's a major fine-tuning problem. It's actually called the flatness problem.
It's kind of coincidental or synchronistic, one of the two.
Yeah, do you know about that? Do you know what the flatness problem is? It's one of the biggest problems in cosmology. So they believe it's flat, right? Like the universe is relatively flat, but it's a major fine-tuning problem. It should not be flat. Because if we have a singularity and then there's going to be a big bang and then there's an expansion, we have multiple problems with it. One of which is this ties into the flatness problem. So if it expands out, it should go in all directions. So if you have a singularity and then boom, it expands out, how would the final product be flat?
Right.
It wouldn't, right? It would be a sphere. It wouldn't be flat. It's like it's like throwing a grenade and then it just shoots out horizontally and that's it.
Well,
That makes
they
no sense.
claim that
Bro, that's not what we mean by flat though. We mean it's 3D flat.
No, that is what it means. Yeah, it has some depth, but it's overall relatively flat. And actually it's mind-blowingly flat in context. So relative to the universe itself. So yeah, it has some depth, but it's flat overall. It should have negative or positive curvature, but there's basically none. It also has 0.0000000000000000000000001 energy density, which makes no sense at all. So it's called the flatness problem. Okay, and do you guys know what the explanation for it is?
Let me guess, refraction? No, I'm joking.
No, but it's worse though.
Gravity.
No,
Gravity being
it's
the weakest force.
no, no. I want to say if anyone that believes in it knows what it is.
Wait, what's your question? Is it
So there's
inflatons?
something called yeah. But I just wanted to know if any of them knew. So
Nope.
there's something called the flatness problem, right? Which in like I just explained, is like you have the singularity, then you have the Big Bang, which supposedly expands out and creates the universe. The problem is that if that actually happened, it would expand in all directions. You'd have positive or negative curvature at the least, and really you should have like a sphere. You definitely shouldn't have like a pizza, right? And so they have to explain it, how that happened. And so they claim that there was the inflation theory, right? Which like is that it when it initially expanded, it expanded outwards so much faster than any other direction because it was inflating, and it goes no deeper than that other than like what would be needed physically to require it to somehow be flat. So they said, oh well, if it just had more energy pushing outward, then that would explain it, and they call it the inflation theory. But then they're like, wait, there's nothing in physical reality that comports to this. Like there's nothing that exists that actually does that. So they literally invented a particle called the inflaton that they claim no longer exists.
Oh my god, bro, these guys are too fucking much, dude.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. They literally claim it no longer exists, dude. So it existed just to create the flat universe and then it went away.
Fucking insane.
Bro,
Yeah.
wait till you read like in quantum chromodynamics. Right, so this is what they were talking about with the hadron jet, the hadron pairs, blah 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 blah. They
After
call
this,
it
can we do more esoteric topics? That was just a question, but go ahead.
sure. I mean, are you referring to the
I
QCD?
want to talk about like a third dimensional chess,
Fourth
super
dimensional
advanced
chess.
techniques. Fourth.
Let's
That's
talk
what
about the
Anyway,
multiverse theory.
it's
Let's talk
called
about the multiverse theory,
okay.
if you guys don't mind.
All right,
Sure,
go ahead.
let's just
Sorry,
all
just
interrupt.
I had to input.
Okay, so anyway, it's
That was a
called
waste of time.
it's called color confinement or infrared slavery. Just saying.
Okay, so look, you have this is pretty funny in the context of this conversation, the major fine-tuning problems. You have the flatness problem and you also have the horizon problem. Okay. Have you guys heard of that? I'm really hoping that these people that swear they know that we live on a
Oh,
ball
hold
that's
on. Do you
tilted,
mean how it
wobbling,
doesn't
spinning.
rise to eye level? Yeah, that is a problem.
No. I'm talking about your religion that you believe in.
Oh, okay. What's that?
Yeah. So you know the flatness problem now, and I'm curious before we go any further. Did you just immediately integrate that into your worldview as if it was true? That there was
No,
a
I've
No,
actually seen
I
the
never
evidence.
trust anything you say.
wait, just look it up. Look up the inflation theory and the flatness problem. So as
All right, I
mentioned,
will.
so yeah, as I just mentioned, right?
Are you talking about for the universe, like the flatness of the
Yeah, the
universe problem?
universe's geometry is perfectly flat. And they to try to solve that problem, they invoked inflation, right? Which means that it just expanded out horizontally super fast before any other directions. And then they had to invoke a particle to do that. And they called it the inflaton, and they claimed that it just doesn't exist anymore. Okay, that's just ridiculous and retarded. I wonder how many times we just make up things that don't exist, claim to know they exist, blindly believe them, and then still call them science. Not only do we
Like the
call them
ether?
science, not only do we call them science, but we actually are arrogant about how we swear it's real.
Like
So
the
then we
ether
have
and you?
the ether isn't that's not the same at all. The ether is a logical
Mm,
requirement.
mm-hmm,
But do
mm-hmm.
you understand the topic
I
though,
feel you.
Austin?
So no, I
I'm asking this genuinely.
Yeah, the
If
topic is that you
if they
have a
propose the
religion, but you don't
solution,
think it's a religion.
well, if they propose the solution is cosmic inflation, do you understand that? Like why they would invoke that as a solution?
Because it's a
Or you're
religion.
saying that? So you're saying that it's just a band aid?
It literally is, yeah. I mean, there's no proof of it at all.
Yeah, I can't speak on the topic, but it
So
does
there's also
seem
the
like
horizon problem, okay? So have you guys ever heard of that?
I'm
So
sure you
in your
will tell us all about it.
so in your paradigm, just imagine like zooming all the way out and looking at the universe as a whole, right? And it's basically like a pizza that's almost perfectly flat. So it's this giant universe. It's got all these galaxies and planets or whatever. So it's got depth and it's like mind-blowingly big, right? But if you zoom all the way out and looked at it from the like an orthographic view, it would be flat, like a pizza, right? And it's expanding out, so it's like an ever-growing, expanding pizza. Okay. Now, if you draw like a circle in the middle of that, it's like a relatively small circle. It's like maybe like freaking 1% of the full pizza or something. It's crazy small. Just draw a little red circle in there. That gives you a horizon. Like if you stood in the middle of the red circle and you looked all the way around, you would see a horizon, right? The red circle would be a horizon. So that's why they call it that. So basically, the problem is that if you go all the way to one side of the pizza and then all the way to the other side of the pizza, the particles are the same, meaning that they have the same temperature, right? And in order for that to be the case, they had to, at one point in time, be in contact, especially under the idea of a singularity, meaning that these particles came from the same place they were once touching, and now they're on opposite sides of the universe, but they have the same characteristics, primarily temperature. Okay, this is a major problem though, because if you take the speed of light and the age of the universe, there's only so far those particles could travel, and that the maximum distance the particles could travel at the speed of light is that little bitty red circle. Yet somehow they have to get to the opposite sides of the universe. It's a major problem.
Oh, I figured out what their religion is, by the way. Called the Eightfold Way.
Who's the head of the religion? Just I'm making notes.
Satan.
American physicist Murray Gell-Mann and the Israeli
Hail
physicist
Satan.
and
Are they
Israeli
both Satanists? So
physicist
Satan is two
Yuval
people.
Neeman.
Got it. So
Did you say two?
Independently.
Did you say? Did you
What I
say
was
one of
saying,
the
Austin,
authors
I was
was?
asking them to think.
Hold on, listen to this. It says this. It says the American physicist Murray Gell-Mann and the Israeli physicist Yuval Neeman independently and simultaneously proposed the idea in 1961. Wow.
I actually do want to challenge Austin on this. Austin, do you really think that
Wait,
it's
that sounds
Satan?
like
Or
a fake story.
hold on.
What?
Like
What
you're
that guy
just
just
saying that
said
like kind of
sounded like
tongue
a
in.
fake ass story, though, and you're just trying to breeze past that shit.
I'm not. I didn't breeze past it. I actually went before that. You can address it after. But like Austin, you're just saying that tongue in cheek, right? Like,
Whoa, the Satan thing?
yeah.
Sort of,
I
yeah.
believe it.
Like, I mean, I
That's
think
what I
that
would say.
people fall under delusions, and I think that does come from Satan, which means opposition to the creator,
Dude,
which is truth.
they're called Masons.
Okay, wait. Go back to the thing where they said that they discovered the what is it like a neutrino at the same time or something?
A hadron. And the
Yeah, that
quark
sounds like
model.
bullshit. They both discovered it at the same time.
Yeah, they call them Masons. I'm not even kidding.
There's
Yo, but
a particle called Masons that two guys discovered simultaneously at the same time. That's what you're telling me.
Yep. It's
so
called
I
the
actually
Eightfold
believe
Way.
that I believe that they probably did do that because there's like that phenomena happens quite a bit, and I mean, it could all stories could be fake, or it could just be like
It's
demonic.
based off of something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just demonic. It's just demonic. And look, I don't even care about like the people in here like getting triggered about this. So like I just tested my blood yesterday, right? I was talking about yesterday, and I have like B negative blood, which is like 1% of the world or whatever. And like if you look into it, and there are like CIA studies on this and everything, people with the Rh negative factor, they have like crazy like intuitive and psychic capabilities.
Yep.
And the GATE program, have you guys familiar with the GATE program, like the gifted program in like middle school or whatever? So that was actually a military operation, and they would make you drink that little pink fluid. They would make you do those hearing tests. I don't know if you guys were in there, but like I was in the GATE program or whatever, and I was all for it because you get out of class, right? And you get to do more what's it called? Like when you go somewhere, I forgot what it's called, but
Extracurricular or field
when
trips.
yeah, you get to do more field trips. So anyway, they would always make me do this hearing test, and then when they took my blood, they were like obsessed with it, dude. They wanted to always take my blood. And then I would always like stop up the machines and stuff like that. But anyway, I normally don't say stuff like this because it makes me sound like crazy, but
Who
I don't really
cares?
care. Like every time I've ever dated a girl, one of the first things I tell them is, look, this is going to sound crazy, but I know when people are lying. Like if I'm in person with you, I know for a fact when someone's lying, and I can
No, you
feel it.
don't.
I trust me. That's a reasonable expected response.
Can we
But
put it to the test?
just stop. I said when I'm with someone in person, I know when they're lying.
Can we
And
put it to the test?
can you please stop interrupting me? Thank you. Especially when I can like see their eyes. And typically I can even like kind of see their thought process that they go through sequentially and then they lie. But there's this thing that happens where I can just tell they've lied. And I said, I know that sounds crazy and I don't expect you to believe me, right? But I'm only telling you because you're gonna see that it's real. And the same thing always happens. Like when I date a girl for a little bit, she'll end up lying about something. I'll be like, you just lied. And then they'll be like, there's no way that he could possibly know this, right? Say it's something about their past or whatever. And they'll like double down or whatever. And I'll just know for a fact it's a lie. And eventually they'll end up admitting it's a lie. And they'll be freaked out that I know when they lie. Okay, this totally happened. This happened with Kai, it happened with everybody. And I'm
Can
only
we
bringing
put
that
it
up
to
to
the
say
test though?
I'm gonna tell another story. So 3
So that's
times in
a
my
no,
life,
thank
3
you.
times how are we gonna put it to the test if I need to be in person?
Oh, yeah, but we can arrange
For
that.
fuck's sakes.
Oh, dude.
That's
I
what that
actually would
means.
love to see this done in
It
person.
He
means
wants to
setting
spend
up
time with you,
this
man.
in a controlled environment so that we can determine that you're full of shit.
Honestly, I'm down. So the other thing
All
that
right.
happens, right, is I'm like hypersensitive to electromagnetism and like electronics always mess up around me. Okay. And I just found out that's like literally a characteristic of Rh negative blood. That electronics will inexplicably mess up. Like you can look it up. The CIA studied all this. And then another thing that happens to me is this has happened only like 3 times. Well, okay, so one thing I do get like dreams at times, and there's a certain type of dream that I'll get that's distinct from all my other dreams, and it's almost like I'm floating above a setting in my dream, and I see something, and I'm like I get like a download of information, meaning like it's like I all of a sudden have like an intuitive knowing of what's happening in the dream. It's not like I'm hearing them talk or anything. I just know what's going on. It's like I'm being shown something and it's like really vivid. It's distinctly different from the rest of my dreams. That's happened to me multiple times, and every single time I've been right about what the dream showed me. Every single time. Every single time. And then there's this other
Can I
thing that
ask a
happens.
question?
Yeah, one more thing. The other thing that happens is I get this crazy feeling in my gut. This has only happened 3 times. And it's like, like if you're on a roller coaster or you're free falling or something and you just like your stomach drops, it's that feeling, but it's like sustained, for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. And as soon as the feeling hits my stomach, I all of a sudden have a thought in my head and I know something. And I knew that something happened to my cousin. And I had this crazy, it's like the most uncomfortable, unbearable feeling ever. It's like you literally want to run away. You can't escape it. It's like the maximum amount of anxiety you can imagine. It's like in your stomach and then you have a thought at the same time that happens. And I literally knew something happened to my cousin before anyone else in my family did, and I got a call like 30 minutes later that my cousin killed himself, like shot himself. And it happened another time, and I found out that one of my really good friends had died in a car crash. And this was hundreds of
So
miles away from me. And then I had a third one, which I'm not going to say the details of what it was about because it's like private, but it was 800 miles away. I knew exactly what was happening, exactly when it was happening, how long it happened, and that ended up being exactly right. So that's pretty crazy, right? And I brought all that up to say that's like a real phenomenon. This is like a metaphysical realm. This place is not as simple as people think that it is. People have people are way more capable of like intuitive downloads than maybe the average person would think. And I bet most of you guys have a story like this. Like my brother waking up from a dream and running in and saying, I just got to tell my mom, I just had a dream that your best friend cut her hair. And then she got a call that day that her friend who had super long hair for like 20 years cut it all off. Stuff like this happens. And my point is, so it's not like a stretch to think that people at different locations will have like this epiphany or invention or idea at the same time or discovery at the same time. And if you read what Tesla said that's how he came up with most of his inventions. That he would be like in a light state of sleep and that he would get these like downloads from the ether that would give him an idea for an invention.
what do you
So sorry, I know that was
suppose
a lot.
is the
Someone,
cost
hold on,
for
wait.
this?
Someone else wanted to ask a question. I just wanted to make sure they
It's
were able to
Ginger
get in.
Jesus.
Yeah. My question was like, have you tried astral projecting with it?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
I haven't, but I'm kind of scared to do it.
just pray beforehand if you actually are gonna do it. But
I just don't think I should do it because I've had like a really crazy what's it called when you like sleep paralysis. And when I had sleep paralysis, I was on my stomach and someone it was pushing down on me. And like I woke up and like I couldn't move, but I could move my eyes and I couldn't breathe. And there was like something pushing down on the top of my back. I thought my roommate was in there and it scared me so much. I thought I was gonna die. That's my experience. I mean, obviously I know there's like
How
a
high
quote
were
unquote
you at the
scientific
time?
explanation.
Real
I
quick,
was sober, dude.
dude, real quick though. The RH negative thing. So like I'm O negative, and apparently, you know, there's a high likelihood that we're Basque people. You heard of that? BAS
QUE, yeah.
QE, yeah. And then like
Yeah, but
in
I'm
terms of,
German.
yeah, that's okay. You still migrated from like the
Maybe. I mean, I know it's like 50% of them have that, and then it's like around like 1 to 5% of other populations.
right. But like
So
the
it's 30, it says 30 to 50% of the Basque people or whatever. It's a specific region, yeah.
But like the donating aspect of it is what's interesting. O negative is
Donating
like
blood?
yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude. You know the place that you can go and then they'll pay you for your plasma?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I went there before, and when they found out my blood type, which I
They
didn't
wanted
even,
more.
dude, they freaked out, bro. They were like
They
all
wanted you to double
excited.
donation, huh?
Yeah,
Yep.
they were all excited, and also like I fill up the blood really fast, and I have like these big veins. But every time I've ever given blood, it hurts. Like they mess up
A
and go through
bruise.
my
It's
vein
just
or something.
that's a shitty phlebotomist, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway,
But
yeah, because I guess the blood is like I guess B negative is like
you can only take O
1%.
negative or B negative. I can only take O negative.
I don't know if I'd ever even accept a blood transfusion.
Well, you might not
It's
have.
when you need a blood transfusion, you're generally not in the position to decide that you need it. They do that to save your life, and
Or
you
you can
don't
just put
really get
in
access.
writing that you reject it before something happens.
Oh, so you'll die like a Jehovah's Witness. Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of I don't know,
Source
taking
That's kind of
someone's
a
blood.
non
Where,
sequitur.
Like I wouldn't want
well,
someone else's
Yeah.
heart put in me either, right? I think that's crazy. So like I don't know, teach their own. Have you guys heard the stories of like people having
put a
organ
kidney.
transplants and then having memories of the
yeah.
other people? Yeah.
Oh, is there any derp that you don't believe?
Well,
This
can I
this
ask
is stuff that's like
well,
studied by atheists.
Can I propose? I have a non sequitur for you, Witsit, if you're open to it. It's about the Earth, and it was about a topic that was brought up earlier. And he left, but the question was about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and
Oh my
because obviously you saw it. We've talked about this, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse, or it's not a gotcha.
You are literally doing that, but go ahead.
No. I don't think I've asked you this. But the question that I proposed to him, and he basically told me like, cool story, bro. What about this? I don't think you'll say that, but like the 24-hour sun appearing like due south, it seems on like a Gleason type projection, right? If we're just taking it for what it is, it does seem like we have to reconsider that map, right? Like it can't be that sort of, or
Well, I mean, it would have to be like on a totally separate apparent sun. And in that theory,
say that one more
yeah,
time.
like
I'm sorry.
like where like Joe Hanvey takes the dome, he takes the light, and then over in the corner there's like a separate apparent light that does a little mini circle. It would have to be something like that, or yeah.
Okay.
But you would be able to see the two suns.
No, why?
Because
How far do you think you can
in
see,
Joe
bro?
Hanvey's model, you could see the two suns, right?
Well, that's just an
No.
assumption that if you're all the way out in Antarctica, you can see the real sun. I mean, if you actually traveled there, you would not.
Witsit,
You would.
you
You
were
would
there.
not.
You'd know that they
If
checked
you
that it was the
actually
real sun.
traveled there like I did, you would understand it's insanely far away.
So?
Okay. I mean,
You know that you were there. You know that they checked that it's the sun, that it's not an apparent sun or anything like that.
brother, I'm the one that looked at it. I know what it looked like. I was the first one that looked at it at the solar filter.
And it's the sun, right?
It looks like the sun, absolutely, yeah.
What do you think that all the
sun.
the others on the trip? I could be wrong, but what do you think that at least the majority of the others on the trip, even in your on your side, I guess, like maybe had different thoughts about what was going on and what.
Well, Jaren like put all his eggs in the model of flat Earth. He said he needs a model, and so that's to each their own or whatever.
Well,
I
he's
don't
correct.
know. I don't know. I don't think he's correct, but cool
He
story.
is.
If you need a model, then like, do you also need someone to hold your hand when you walk out of the house?
That's a lovely cope. Did you know that I'm going with Jaren in December to Punta Arenas?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
We're going to
But this is
continue
the
destroying
thing,
flat
right?
Earth.
This is
It's
the thing. Like,
amazing.
it's just so funny because you guys don't need a model for the rest of your beliefs. All of a
No,
sudden, it's
we have a
all of
model.
a sudden it's perfectly permissible to just not understand things, to not fully know things, to accept that you may never know the things. But when it comes to this, because you have a model, conveniently, you throw the hypocritical standard that you need one. You don't need one when it comes to dark matter. You don't need one when it comes to virtual particles. You don't need one when it comes to dark energy. You don't need one when it comes
Not
to the
relevant.
inflation theory.
We
It's
have
all
models
that.
of all
Are
of
those
that.
prerequisites though to like just like going to look and see what the sun does and sort of
No, well,
understanding
I'm
about
the
the
one
model?
that went, man. Like I'm all about going
Well,
and seeing
I
what you
know.
can observe. Like, but like it doesn't mean that I know what the whole Earth is. It's
Well, we
insane.
heard you were
Right.
sleeping most of the time.
I don't care what you
Well,
heard.
well, I think, but like we can observe things that we sort of repredict by a model. By the way, I don't know if you'll say this, but Joe, but like we can observe things that we sort of repredict by a model. By the way, I don't know if you'll say this, but Joe Hanby sort of said the other day when we were talking here that a physical model is all that Globers have been demanding for years. I don't know where you're at on that question, but like, do you have an opinion on that?
You guys have been
Think
demanding
that
a model
they
for
always?
years. He provides you
Do you
one.
think that?
You're like,
Hold
what
on,
does it
I know.
predict?
Look,
Yeah,
let me
the
finish
problem
it.
is that Joe Hamby's
Hold
model
on.
has to.
Been demanding for years. I don't know.
What you
Well,
heard.
well, I think, but like we can observe things that we sort of repredict by a model. By the way, I don't know if you'll say this, but Joe Hanby sort of said the other day when we were talking here that a physical model is all that Globers have been demanding for years. I don't know where you're at on that question, but like, do you have an opinion on that?
You guys have been
Think
demanding
that
a model
they
for
always?
years. He provides you
Do you
one.
think
You're
that?
like,
Hold
what does
on,
it
I know.
predict?
Look,
Yeah,
let me
the
finish
problem
it.
is that Joe Hamby's
Hold on,
model has to lie about the South.
I told him, I said, right, like a good model makes predictions, right, that come true in reality and has explanatory power, and nowhere in those two things does it require that it be physical. For example,
He
like
shows the
stellarium,
star
we can open,
trails.
right? We can look at anywhere
It
that the
doesn't.
light is. We can look at the current conditions on stellarium or many number of apps and just see where the light is on the planet, right? And we can be confident that that's where it's at. I think that flat earthers would agree with this and they would sort of take that and make it what they want to for their model and whatever. But the point is I think that models can be computer generated and they can be math functions, what have you. They don't need to be a dome in your spare bedroom or whatever, right? They don't need to be a physical
Wow, that was
place.
amazing. What a great argument.
I'm listen, I'm not saying that
How
that
boring is
is
this?
in his spare bedroom. I'm saying that it doesn't need to be physical. That's my point. Do you think that it does?
That's what's up, man. Yeah, okay. If you're trying to explain a physical mechanism that needs to be proved, it does need to be physical, right? But otherwise, whatever, because it's all just a model. And, if you actually understand what that means and the intrinsic limitation of it in terms of even like truth value, then yeah, it doesn't need to be anything. So,
What I
like,
understand is that Joe Hamby's model just has a reflection of the northern stars in the south. That's not what I see every single day of my life.
the thing is though, like if he had just made a computer program that showed like a localized sun going in a circle and then just all of a sudden had another sun going the opposite direction in a smaller circle on the outside that followed the observer, you guys would just all laugh hysterically and say that's super retarded and that makes no sense. It could never happen.
Yeah,
But
because
then
there's one sun.
but when he shows an actual physical demonstration of it, you guys will just move the goalpost over to like, oh well,
No,
this
not
isn't
moving
perfect.
the goalpost ever.
Yeah, you
I'm not
are.
moving
You're
the goalpost.
interrupting. That's for sure. You're definitely
My
interrupting.
criticism is perfectly
Your
founded in
criticism
that
is in the middle of me
Joe
speaking.
Hanby has no model
Yeah,
of
can
what
someone
I
mod?
see every single day.
Like, I don't get it. Like, if we were standing in person, would you? And this is a genuine question. Like, if we were
Yes,
talking in person, then
I'm not
then
scared
you're
of you,
not.
dipshit.
It's nothing to do with being scared. It's just you're an
Yes.
obnoxious person then. If in
Yes.
okay, well,
I
are you
will
proud
do
of
the
that?
exact same thing to your face. I don't give a fuck with it.
Okay, so I'm saying you're just an obnoxious person then.
I
Like if we
am.
yes, if we were
Yeah, so
standing in
he just
person,
wants to talk to you like
Yeah,
this.
you're
He's
not
been wanting
scary
to
at
do this
all.
for a long time.
Can you address my argument?
It's kind
It's
of
not about being scary, dude. It's about
yeah,
being
dude, because
Yeah,
like
cordial.
even if
well,
you
because
even
he thinks that he's a tough guy and he's scary and that no one would dare speak to him like this in person.
so here we
that
go.
And
Just
I
isn't
would
more
what I
also
messing up.
said.
like this and even worse to people
Max,
way
I'm gonna give
tougher
you
than you.
one more warning. You're gonna get muted.
Yeah, if you mute me, you just admit that you're a pussy and you can handle it. It's okay.
Okay. He doesn't care about any warning. He's just like the other guys who are disrupting the combos.
Or
It
you
has
could
nothing to
address
do
my
with being
argument.
scared. It's like this isn't just your room. You like it's just disrespectful to other
And
people
you're
just to
speaking
talk.
to me right now.
Stop interrupting, man. It's like just unnecessary. And when I say, would you talk to me like this in person? I'm not talking about fighting. You think if I was in person with you and you're interrupting me, I would just hit you? Of course I wouldn't.
No, you
That isn't
wouldn't.
the
You
point.
don't
You're
have
right
to.
because I wouldn't want to go to jail. I'm also not like a violent person, like
Again.
notoriously. I've let people hit me and not hit them back. That isn't the point.
Except when you sucker
and
punch the guy in the bar, right?
what? I didn't sucker punch anyone. He sprinted at me to hit me, and then I punched him and knocked him out. And that's actually the reason that I don't fight. Is like the few times I've thrown a punch, I knocked someone out. I thought that dude was gonna
Right.
die. Okay,
So
yeah,
you
you're right. I'm
cancel
probably
my
lying
action.
about that. That's probably why I have a conviction for it. Is that I'm lying about it. Like, dude, this is
Care.
retarded. The point is
Yeah,
that
you are.
it's just
I agree.
obnoxious. It's just obnoxious. It's just like
Very
FTFE.
Can you
much.
address my argument and
Wait,
stop with
time
this
out.
silly meta nonsense?
When I was at the debate con, and I was supposed to go debate like this tranny about whether or not kids should transition.
You got destroyed, yeah.
Okay, if that's your takeaway. But when I'm eating at the dinner, right, I intentionally go and try to sit by myself. People take pictures and be like, "Oh, look, Austin, no one wanted to sit with them," and they post it on their website. Immediately the table filled up though, you know? And then what do you know? FTFE wants to come sit over there, and he started screaming and cussing in the middle of the dinner, just being totally just insanely obnoxious and unclassy and just trashy, just
Is that
screaming
when you
and cussing and threatening me.
sign
And
your
then
trading card for Mike?
I walked away and I went to the hotel. I took a phone call. I came back from my debate. This dude's like wobbling, following me, screaming and cussing in the middle of a hotel lobby. And it's like you guys actually are like that. Like
Yes.
I'll give it to McToon. McToon's not like that. Like in person, McToon's not as obnoxious as he is in online, right?
Well,
Like
he
he's
did
like
promise Will that he would tone down the issue with you, so I've
every
never
time
met
I've ever met McToon in person, he's been like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the thing. McToon like basically has a character online.
Say that, yep.
He's not like that in person at all. And I can't tell. I think some of you guys actually are, but if whatever, we can move. This is kind of meta, but it's just like I don't even know how you function like that. Like, I'm assuming you don't actually talk to everyone else like that. It's just on here, right? Like,
No, I just do this to the people that deserve it. Like you.
yeah.
Can you address my argument though? Because I'm kind of sick of the meta.
Your argument is
what?
derailing the conversation that we had.
No, I didn't. I was directly addressing what was being talked about. The
Can you
fact that
restate the
Joe
argument,
Hamby's
Max?
model doesn't reflect what I see in the sky every night, which is
Okay, sounds
either
good.
a reflection of the northern sky or the cope that he was laying out yesterday, which is a kaleidoscope Earth, which is even worse.
But just because you say something's worse means nothing to me. The reality of this realm is insane. Like, really, no matter what anyone believes, the belief is crazy. Like, even the mainstream claims of history, the mainstream claims of cosmology, they're like, or the alternative theories, they're all very wild. Like, this place that we live is crazy. And
It's
just
not.
because you guys have heard the mainstream globe model so often, then it's normalized. But if you actually detach from that, it's crazy. Just like the claim of dinosaurs, just like the claim of abiogenesis. These are actually crazy claims.
This is
You've just heard
deflection.
it. It's not a deflection. It's a specific point, which is
I was
like
talking specifically about how Joe Hamby's model doesn't show the sky as
You
it is
already
in
said
the south
okay.
if I go outside and look at it.
I bet if you keep
Nothing
repeating
to
the
do with
remedial point, it'll
dinosaurs.
suddenly become a heavy hitter. Like you said something about a
I'm trying to
kaleidoscope
get you
Earth,
to
and
engage the
you
point.
said
Can you
something about a
explain to me
kaleidoscope.
why?
I was engaging with it. You said something about a kaleidoscope Earth and that it was ridiculous. And I said, just because you say that doesn't mean anything. This actual realm is a crazy place, regardless of what you think about it, factually.
One thing that I took away from the conversation I had with him that was valuable was I asked him if his model could provide, and you would agree with this, Austin, that any model that supersedes another should provide better predictions. It should be able to do it better, and it should have explanatory power to a better degree. And I asked him if his model does such a thing with the globe, and he said he needs time. Quote end quote.
Yeah, he said it's a conceptual model.
Okay,
Great.
how long did it take to
It's
make
fine.
the
It's
globe
fine that it's
model? How long did it take
well,
to make
it's
the
fine
globe
that it's a
model?
conceptual model, right? But like he sort of plays it like this is the fancy new
No, he doesn't.
fancy new girl.
No,
in
or
town.
maybe it's like
I don't know.
maybe we tested the claim of the other model and it doesn't add up, and so now we're expected to like immediately come replace what thousands of
I think
people and
challenging
billions
ideas
of
is
dollars
great.
did for you. Like
Yeah, I think
you guys
challenging
didn't do
ideas is
anything.
great.
Like let's just set the record straight, right? Like you guys didn't do anything. All you
Well,
did
listen,
was adopt a belief
that's the
that was
genetic
handed to you.
fallacy. No. That's the don't start with that because
That's
we
not a
can
genetic
we can
fallacy.
look. Yes, it is.
A genetic
Yes, it
fallacy is
is
saying
because
something
we
is
can take.
untrue because of its source.
No, it's saying that we, like for example, we can take the evidence of what the geometry should be in for the sun in the south and say, hey, our evidence is that the sun stayed in the sky, and you said, well, did you go and do that? That's the genetic fallacy.
No, a genetic
right?
fallacy is saying something's untrue because of the source. It's like if I make a claim and someone says this guy's a retarded flat earther, so what he's saying isn't true, that's a genetic fallacy.
Like
right?
it's like when you dismiss NASA's information because it comes from NASA. Yeah, we get
That's
it.
totally different. NASA makes claims that
Go
well, no. What he's saying
Notice how
though is
you
like we
both
can use
immediately
evidence.
interrupted me, dude. You have no
I know, but the point.
self-control.
Listen.
I
Listen.
do.
I've been good.
Yeah, I did
I've been
interrupt you,
good.
but just listen. Like, no,
My
I don't
point
have
is
to
this: is
engage in conversations like that.
I can take your evidence, for example, Austin. I can
Bro,
take
there
your
was a
evidence
point
and
made.
say
I was going to
that's
respond it.
This
You're
is
just
what
like
the globe is
seamlessly
okay. Go ahead.
steamrolling me.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My God. Okay, it's not like NASA because NASA makes claims that we're strictly dependent upon them for. They're the only ones that can supposedly verify the claims that they're making. So we have to trust them as a reliable source. That's the only way we can verify those claims. So when that source is proven to have been lying in the past, they can no longer be blindly trusted to verify the claim that only they claim to be able to prove. Okay? That is not the same at all.
But when I take your evidence, right? When I say Austin, you put a stream online.
Posted it just in case because you're making a mistake
Well, let me
of what
respond
is.
just real quick, and I'll let you go. One sec. Like Austin, if you posted your stream online, right, and you showed the 24-hour sun, and I say, hey, I like Austin's 24-hour sun, I'm going to use that as evidence. Like that's not a fallacy, right?
No.
Okay, well, that's what I'm doing. I'm taking your 24-hour sun and I'm saying, based on geometry, like we can't see that on a flat Earth. We cannot see that on any flat Earth, right? Like there's no projection
No, that's not true.
that would
That's not true.
that would allow us to see that and would allow us to go into the northern hemisphere and at the 80th parallel or whatever and see the same thing at the opposite side of the Earth. We can predict that with our model, right? That's all I'm trying to get across. And any good model makes predictions that come true in reality and
Holy
has
shit,
explanatory
you
power.
interrupted constantly just to fucking say that, dude. Come on.
Thank you, Beasticles. Yes.
So again,
again, just to clarify,
genetic fallacy is a logical error where the validity of truth of a claim is dismissed or validated based solely on its source or origin rather than its actual content.
correct.
Yeah, we've already determined that, Elbow. Thank you.
But this is the thing, right?
I guess Icy Spin did not know that. And
well, listen.
Well, when we don't say no because it's from NASA, we don't believe it. We dismiss
That's
the
exactly what.
claim. We dismiss the
But you're about to commit the
claim,
genetic
not
fallacy right
the
now, right?
source.
Well, to be fair, you dismiss anything. So
No, incorrect. NASA says that you need a container to have gas pressure. So
no, they don't.
No, they don't.
yeah, they
Nothing
do.
to do
It's
with
actually on their website.
Nothing to do with NASA.
Look it up.
Bring
Look
it up. Pull it up.
Pull it up.
Pull it up, Elbow.
Sure. Give me 1 sec.
I'm
Let's
still
see it.
waiting on the
Thank you.
citation from the last time I spoke with Witsit about like a month and a half ago. Am I ever going to get those citations? No, probably not, right?
Like, what's another thing
I
about
dropped citations already.
what's another thing about like your trip, Austin? You came back, you said, you know what, like it does seem like this is weird, but this thing, like what's really got you like, no, it can't be a globe.
It's just the physical measurements of the Earth, right? I mean, like, um, yeah, like the most, like the claimed radius of the globe just has been falsified. So
How?
it's like,
I know you say that. I know you say that. Can you jump into like the elevator pitch of like you drew that conclusion a long time ago, like, and you've stuck with it, which is commendable. But what is it?
like there's all kinds of things, but like coherent microwave transmissions parallel to the face of the Earth that
You
should be
mean
blocked by the
Laura?
Earth. No, you ask that every time. That's a radio transmission. Although that's also a problem for you
Oh,
guys.
that's because that's one of the citations that I was waiting for from last time.
Here you go.
Well,
I
good
posted,
thing I've already done an entire series on it, and I dropped all the corresponding links there, showed them on screen, and dropped them in the Telegram. And I don't work for you.
So you don't want to justify your claim. Got it. Thank you.
No, I already did.
I'll take that concession. That's
I
fine.
already did in front of tens of thousands of people.
Tens of thousands is
That's
a bit strong, but okay.
Elbow, what
this
a
is from
joke,
hold on.
Elbow.
Hold on, we have to do a sidebar. Like, are you telling me this is from NASA?
Yes,
What
it
a
is from
joke,
NASA.
Elmo. Sure it is.
Oh,
Send the
God.
link. Put the link where I can
Where's the
click the link.
URL? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
put
can
the
we?
URL
Okay,
there.
I personally don't want to talk to you guys about Antarctica.
We don't have to do that.
Oh, that's
I literally
adorable.
asked it
We were just
because
having
someone else.
so much more of an enlightening conversation.
There you
Well,
go.
And
can we get off particle physics at least?
I feel like you
That's
guys get
the
uncomfortable
link. I just
at
posted
the
the link.
like metaphysical nature of reality. I think that I'm curious as to why, right? I think it's
Well,
because it has some pretty serious implications, right?
the
Like
same way that you get uncomfortable when I challenge you to a biblical debate, it's because you don't know the Bible. So I tend not to speak about things that I don't understand.
I'm
Oh,
not
so you're going to
scared
accept the
of
biblical debate with me
anything
or
to
no?
do with you, dude.
Everybody
It's
wants
like,
to debate you, Austin. Everybody. Right?
But the thing,
Yeah, 'cause it's fun. It's fun debating
the
with this
thing
dumb
is
shit.
though,
time
what's
is
so funny
priceless,
is
man.
for you to be excluded as a possible contestant in a debate with me, you have to be such a douchebag. Like I will debate almost anyone about anything
No,
that
it's
I
because you're
believe.
scared of me. I get it.
That very thing you just did is the reason
Mhm.
why you're on the
Mhm.
list. Because I
Aw.
don't have
he
to be
doesn't deserve.
disrespected by little scrawny people that act like they're tough on the internet.
Aw.
I just don't. Like
It's
realistically,
adorable.
I don't. Why would I need to allow you to disrespect me? Can you give me a legitimate
I
reason?
wouldn't disrespect you. I would just, if we did a biblical debate, I would just read the Bible to you and watch you crumble.
No. Interrupting and walking all over people is disrespectful.
Well, because here I have to take every chance I have to speak because you will go for 10 minutes and whenever I cut you off to make a clarification or ask a question, I will get muted because you only debate with snowflakes cuddling you up.
That isn't true, right? Like I'm like the most lenient with interjections ever. That's my preferred method of debate.
You literally muted me earlier today. And
I haven't muted anybody.
left
I haven't
you
muted
muted.
anybody on this server in like 4 years,
If he
dude.
said he's not been disrespectful to you,
Shut up.
don't
Stop
believe him. He's a
cheerleading me
liar.
then. Shut the fuck up. I'm speaking to Witsit, not you. You
Yo,
have been
Max
running
is a
away
nuisance. Yo,
from
don't take the bait.
890 days. You have been running away from
He's
me
been
for
very disrespectful to
898
you over
days.
the time I've seen him.
So anyway, so with the conversation that was actually interesting, like I have B negative blood, and it is a fact that I have had moments where, for example, I was 800 miles away, I was 400 miles away, I was like 60 miles away, and I knew that something bad, very bad, to involve death happened, and I could feel it in my gut, and it was like the most intense, insane feeling ever. And I knew as soon as my stomach started to feel it in my gut, I instantly got the thought and knew what it was. And I was right 3 for 3.
I'm getting a
And
gut feeling in my
how is
gut
that?
that you're full of shit right now.
Okay, I don't
What does the
care.
blood type have to do with it, though?
No, I'm just saying that when you look up the blood types, they claim that one of the characteristics of Rh negative blood is like intuitive or psychic capabilities. I'm not claiming that I'm psychic or anything, but I'm telling you the quote unquote gifts that I have is that right there. Obviously, I can't prove it. You guys can claim I'm lying, but I'm not. I literally found out that my cousin killed himself like 30 minutes after that happened. And I didn't know he killed himself. The thought I got was just that I just thought of my cousin like he was in trouble. And also I had this like it also comes with emotion. So I was just sad. So I had this like anxiety. I felt like I was free falling in my gut and I instantly thought about my cousin and felt super sad like he was in danger. Right? And then I got a call that he killed himself. And I remember I just like fell against the wall and then fell down. He was like my little cousin. And he had actually reached out to me a few days before that saying he really wanted to move out of his mom's house and stuff. And I said he could crash with me and I'd help him get a job. And then he, instead of calling me back, he ends up like killing himself. And that same thing, I had that same feeling when my friend got in a car crash that killed him. And then I had that same thing happen to me a few, like 7, 8 months ago, or it's actually been about a year ago now, like 800 miles away. And it was like precisely accurate. So I don't know. I mean, I don't really know how to explain that, right? Like if I'm 800 miles away, how do I know someone's doing something that I can feel in my gut, and then I get visuals of them doing it, and then come to find out that's what they're doing? How does that work? Like obviously I could be lying.
I've thought of that, and
Some
Set
people
aside
don't
the
believe it.
possibility.
I
Some
wanted to
people
say
just
about
don't have that ability. They've never had a spiritual experience. So, some people have to have literal physical evidence in front of them, right? They have to be spoon fed. So, if
You know what's funny though? I'm kind of going back to what the little image we posted
for many,
from
some people
NASA.
don't have to have that personal
Hello,
experience to
you hear me?
accept it, but some do.
What's funny is that Icy Spin thought that image was a flat Earth image about
It did
gas
look
pressure.
like it. I stand corrected. All right, I stand corrected.
It's
That-
so hilarious,
straight
bro.
from NASA. I will say
It's
that.
actually the
Back,
Glenn Research Center. It's a K through 12 learning thing. It's not technically NASA.
Yeah, but it has the NASA.gov domain, so I'll give it to him. I will.
Yeah, can you hear me?
You might not,
It's
Robert, but
for
I'll give it.
grade school learning.
Yeah.
Hey, these guys are
That's
clowning
crazy
around. They
because you
can't
know what?
address what you're
That's
talking
crazy
about, but I
because
wanted to.
that's
Yeah,
that's
being
that's
silly
taught in
again.
college as well.
Oh my God, does Alec have the
Yeah, it's
mic?
pretty
yeah,
silly
go
what
ahead,
you're
go ahead,
saying.
Jesse.
God, electric.
Go ahead,
Stop.
Jesse.
So
Yeah, no, they
stupid.
talk about in quantum entanglement, it's all about how however far apart the particles are, that if you like match the spin rate of the velocity, that they become quantum entangled. And I'm thinking like within the human body, because we're made of fluid, like you could just have some kind of dynamic system within you that would align with whatever reality that you're becoming in tune with. If that makes sense. You're asking about like how could you possibly?
Yeah.
I think
No,
it has
I
to do with
agree.
oscillation.
I agree. I think it's like the ether is connected, like the ether's touching me and that other person. But what's so fascinating about it is it knows to send me the information. You know what I'm saying? It's like you would think that there's intention directing it somewhere. For like out of all the people, I'm 800 miles away. I feel it. That night that happened, a couple hours before it, I got a visual in my head. I was getting in an Uber, was looking at my phone, not thinking about anything like this at all. Got a visual of someone, knew what they were doing. It turns out I was right. And I got home from the Uber. The Uber dropped me off. I went in, and I had this just feeling. So I normally don't talk about this because it's hard to explain. Because like when I say I just had a deep intuitive knowing, like I feel like you have to experience to know what I'm saying. It's like you suddenly just know something. There is no questioning it. It's not like, oh, I wonder if this is happening. That is not what happens. It's you just know it for a fact. And then you don't want it to be true. It's not an enjoyable experience. It's like terrible. It's only ever happened to me when something bad happens. So it's not like I don't have like a positive experience with it at all. It isn't like, oh, I can tell what's going on. It's like it's only happens to me when it's something super bad that cannot be taken back. If there's no
I'm
going
getting
back,
that feeling right now that you're lying.
like my reality has shifted forever. Does that make sense? Like I'm now in like a new reality. Like whatever has just happened, there's no going back from. And all 3 times that's been the case, all 3 times I was right. And let's just say like people like the people involved were like shocked and um yeah, I don't want to say too much. But like so yeah, anyway, it's kind of crazy. And then the other thing that I just found out is the thing about the electronics thing, right? And like when I think about it, I'll have like people tap into my computer, clear everything out. I'll have it like basically everything on an external, like it's everything should run perfectly smooth and everything will be working perfectly fine. As soon as I go live, there's obviously like a shift in like my mentality, right? Like when you go live on a live stream, it's like it's almost like you have to like get into character in a way. Like even if you're being as authentic as you can, you have to like be aware of how you're presenting yourself or whatever. And like as soon as I go live, everything stops working. My soundboard stops working. My mouse will start glitching out. Like my everything stops working. The browser stopped working every time I go live. There's like almost no exceptions. And it's very weird, right? Like I've always just attributed it to like I don't know. It's almost like like I almost had a more of a conspiratorial take. But now that I read that, I'm like, I wonder if that's true because it sounds insane to say like, oh, you have a blood type, certain blood types like mess up electronics. But it also sounds crazy that 800 miles away, I suddenly know someone's doing something, or I suddenly know someone's dead. You know what I mean? So it is just a crazy phenomenon. And then when I fall down this rabbit hole, I'm like, what is it about that blood, right? Like, and is that a good thing? And like, then people claim that the Nephilim and the elite bloodlines have Rh negative blood, and I don't know if that's true. And obviously, I don't want that to be true, you know. So I don't know if that's actually true or not, but it's just kind of like a rabbit hole because the elite are like obsessed with blood. And I think I've told you guys the story about how so like the mom that raised me, she was my stepmom, right? Like my birth mom was like wildin' and gave me up or whatever. And then my dad married his high school sweetheart. And she had a son from a previous marriage. That's my little brother. So he has no blood relation to me. My little sister has my dad and my stepmom. And then my older sister has the same mom and dad as me. And so anyway, um so my dad remarries and then my mom also has like these capabilities and I don't think she has negative blood. So like I've experienced people having it without negative blood, right? Like my mom called me at 3 in the morning when I was in college and knew I had done something. And I had just got I gotten arrested for having like 2 grams of weed or whatever in college. She knew to call me at like 3 in the morning, dude. How does that work? You know? I don't know if you guys have probably heard that, like mother's intuition. So it's
Yo,
not just the blood.
I just want to say something. So if you look up Rh negative blood types, if you look it up on Google, it's going to tell you that gingers don't have a like disproportionate amount. But if you look it up a little deeper, dig a little deeper, you'll find out that the Scottish, the Irish have the majority in the world, right? Now, obviously, not all Irish and Scottish people are gingerish, but there's also a disproportionate amount of gingers amongst that population. And
What is it?
It seems that the giants, even the Kandahar giant in Afghanistan, they were saying that he was like, red-haired giant. The Native Americans talk about red-haired giants. Some of the Canaanites apparently were red-haired giants. So that's why they think that like gingers with Rh negative might be connected to Nephilim blood types. I don't believe that myself, right? Because also David might have been a ginger, right? He was ruby red. Esau was ruby red. They were twins. You see what I'm saying?
And Adam means red,
Just
right?
because you got red hair doesn't mean that you're a Nephilim. That's retarded. But I don't know
Yeah.
why the Giants happen to have red hair though. That's kind of strange. And some of the royalty, even in Peru, with the elongated skulls and Paracas, they have
Yep.
red hair. Go ahead.
Also, Egyptian
What did it?
mummy, Egyptian mummy with like the oldest Egyptian mummy found, supposedly from 10,000 years ago, has red hair. It's a red-haired female.
Did it say anything
Yeah.
about their souls line? We're dying to know. Did the gingers have souls?
But what's
Of course.
crazy is like I do have a red beard. I have a red beard, like kind of blonde hair, blue eyes. But like I think that DNA is largely pseudoscientific, right? Like I think that it's real in the sense that there's like highly specific sequential information that's identifiable and like individually identifiable. But I do not like it's just the helix structure thing is just a model. And I do not believe any of the stuff that they claim, right? Like I don't just grant it. Like this whole like the recessive genes is like cool story, bro. Like I don't necessarily believe those things, but like maybe you guys do, whatever, teach their own. But it is fascinating that if you have an Rh negative mother and an Rh negative father, guarantee the child's Rh negative. And doesn't that kind of disprove it in and of itself? Because like if it's a recessive gene and sometimes it can pop up, but they can still have positive factors, then wouldn't it mean in theory that their child could have positive blood? But that never happens. If you have an Rh negative mother and father, the child is always Rh negative. So doesn't that debunk the whole recessive gene thing?
No, it doesn't. It actually confirms it.
How?
Because recessive genes are the ones that usually have lower priority to manifest. Like blonde hair, if you have in your cocktail there's brown hair and blonde hair, it's less likely to manifest. But sometimes it does happen that you manifest recessive genes.
Yeah, I
Like
know
my
that. I know
father
that's
is
the I know that.
brown and my brother is brown, and because my mother is like super white and pale, I came out white and pale.
But I know
But
that. I know that's
if
the
you look
story,
at
but
my
you get my
sister and my nieces, my sister and my brother-in-law, they're both brown, and they have one brown daughter, one that is dark-skinned with blonde hair, and a white one with green eyes.
Yeah,
So
like I
you can
get
get
that.
everything.
I get that, right? Like I get the story is that there could be two parents that say have positive blood, but technically their child could still have negative blood because they could both be carrying the recessive gene, and this goes for the hair color and all that. That's the claim. But if that were true, then you could also have an Rh negative mother and an Rh negative father that pass on genes that are not recessive, because that means that they happen to receive recessive genes, but in their gene pool is also the non-recessive genes. Yet when you have an Rh negative mother and father, every single time the child is Rh negative without exception. So that is weird because you would have it even if it was like rare, right? Because it's typically rare for the recessive genes to pop up if both of the parents aren't, don't have them
What
active.
it's sort of like if a black man and a white woman get together, most likely the child's gonna be black because that phenotype is dominant. The blackness is dominant and the white would be recessive. It doesn't mean that you can't have a white child, just the probability stacked up against you. But if you have two white parents, you're most likely going to have a white child. See how that works?
Yeah, but I don't. So I'm saying I think that also disproves it because like when a black man and a white woman or vice versa get together, they don't have a black child. They have a mixed child. So it's like, yeah, they have a specific mixture of genetics that give them a mixed child. You almost never get a child that comes out just like dark black in that instance.
You,
You have a
I
mixed
get that.
child. So like it's like I know that's the claim, like melanin is the dominant trait and da 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 da, and everyone comes from black people and all that stuff. But like I think it's just a model that actually doesn't really even make sense because
There,
uh,
there's
I
a
just don't
group
get
of
how the two
people
Rh
that
negative
right
Okay,
now
the
fighting.
parents could.
You know how they're fighting for the white race, dude. The whites are a minority worldwide. Like there's a movement right now. There,
So this is
like
why
white
I think
pride.
it's not the Nephilim, right? This is why I think it's
so
not the Nephilim. This is why I'm entertaining the idea that it's the opposite. Because if you look it up, all the low-hanging truther conspiracy is that the bloodlines, the royal bloodlines, they call themselves blue bloods, and that they're Rh negative, and that they're incestuous. They want to keep their blood pure, and that they track all throughout history, and that red hair is a marker of it. Blah blah blah. Right? That's like if you Google it, that's the conspiracy you're going to get from everybody is that Rh negative
so
tracks back to the royal bloodlines. They think the royal bloodlines track back to the celestial ancestry and the Nephilim, right? So I'm like, okay, I've kind of always just defaulted to that, and that's why I didn't want to get my blood tested because it's
No,
just
it's
like
not true, dude.
you know
There's
but
what
some
the
truth
thing
to that,
is
but
with
dude,
the negative, with the negative RH is that if you have negative RH, you don't have any gene for any other blood type. It's that recessive that you need the full set of genes to have that one, or otherwise it doesn't manifest. That's
right. So
why.
then, how would there be any in existence at this point? And that would mean that all my ancestors have to be Rh negative, and that isn't the case. This is what I don't understand. Like the theory doesn't make sense. And it is a
But
theory. If you
it
go
does.
look it up, it's believe it or not, when you go look at blood cells, you don't see plus or minus signs, right? like
No, it's a
although there are
marker.
and I know I'm just trolling kind of, but like there are of course specific characteristics because with the blood test what happens is it's obviously a chemical reaction on the tabs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then the blood basically like coagulates or spreads out whenever it hits a certain type of blood. So it's a chemical reaction. So there's no doubt there is like a real physical component to the blood types, but the whole model about the recessive genes and stuff, I reject it. Right? Like I just there's a lot of things that are discrepancy. Also, with like the mainstream Rh negative blood is a huge wrench in the system for evolution because the whole thing is like the rhesus. It's talking about the rhesus monkeys, right? And so they can't even determine where the Rh negative comes from. They literally in the evolutionary model, they do not have an origin source for the Rh negative. It makes no sense. But all the Rh positives, which
They
is
say
like
it's
what
a
90,
mutation, right? It's
yeah,
a
yeah,
genetic deletion
yeah.
type of mutation.
So they can't even track an origin, which is a major problem for evolution, bro. But like 95% of the world tracks back to like the genetic similarity with the rhesus monkey, but then the other like 6% or 5-6% doesn't. And they also inflate these numbers. Like if you just Google, it'll say like 15 to 18%. When you look into it, it's like 6%. So it's like, why are they doing that? And the other thing is like, if it really was like this elite bloodline and it was tracked to the Nephilim, whatever, for one, they would be tracking down the people with Rh negative blood, bro, and they'd be scooping them up, in my opinion. And then secondly, right, like, why would there be such a social effort to eliminate those people? That would be the last thing that they do. They wouldn't want to eliminate them, right? That would be like the dying breed of like their ancestry. But if it was the opposite, then they would want to wipe them out. If there was actually something opposite to what they're claiming, right? Like to the mainstream narrative, or like it's not really mainstream, I guess. Obviously, Nephilim aren't mainstream, but it's like it's the mainstream conspiracy. This is why I started entertaining the idea of the tribes, because it's like if you wanted to make sure the Messiah was born of pure blood, you could literally, like Rh negative women can only give birth if they're impregnated by a Rh negative father. Like if you go back 50 years and beyond, that's the case. And so you get this like inoculation that kind of changes everything. It can force the mother's body to actually go through with the pregnancy. So then that would effectively remove the ability of those women to give birth to Nephilim, but everyone else in the world could. Isn't that crazy to think about? Like, if you wanted to ensure that a seed is, because that's like the whole story, right? It's like a seed war. And obviously, there's like the whole theory that Eve had sex with the seraphim, and that's what Cain was and stuff. And I reject that.
Nah,
But
nah, nah.
yeah, I reject that. But the point is that like it is a seed war in general. It literally says that. It says like the serpent's skull will be crushed by the hill, right? It is
Yeah.
like there is a battle there, and there's like a tainting of genetics. And then you get into Noah. I'm curious what your take is on that, right? Where it says he's the last pure one of his generation, and then there's obviously the take that it just means like pure in terms of like
I agree
righteous.
with Rob Skeeb on that, dude. He
Yeah,
was
yeah,
right.
yeah. I agree
But
too. So
the seed of the woman will crush the serpent's skull. So
yes,
there is
so
a seed
dude,
war.
the seed of the woman. Think about that. The seed of the woman, the Rh negative woman, is the one that protects the purity of the bloodline. You know what I'm saying? Like it specifies that it's the woman.
Dude, there is a pattern in the scripture where, for whatever reason, Messiah's lineage, right? Many of the women were barren. Sarah, barren. Uh, you also had, I think it was Rebecca, barren, or no, Rachel. Rachel was barren till she was old, dude. Like a lot of these women, for whatever reason, their wombs were locked up, and they were wondering, like, what's going on? How come I can't give birth? Because God was preserving them, dude.
Yeah, it's just also crazy, right? Like if you wanted to have a pure bloodline so the Messiah could be born of that, then if you put in like this physical protective like whatever, then you would prevent that bloodline from being tainted. And to me that's a trip.
Remember,
And then if you have an Rh
remember when
negative and
Sarah gave
positive,
birth, dude? You know how old Sarah was?
no.
She was not. She was like 90 plus. Dude. She gave birth to Abraham's child. Dude. Remember, she laughed. She's like, "I'm not gonna get pregnant in the tent." Remember?
Yeah, it's pretty
Possible.
old.
And she was barren. Yeah, and then so her womb was locked up until God said, "Okay, now it's when it was right, when the time was right." Same thing with Rachel. Rachel was jealous because she couldn't give birth, dude. Remember, she gave the maid, the maid to Jacob. She's like, here, if you can't have kids with me, just have kids with her.
Yeah, both my daughters have blonde hair, blue eyes, but they have positive blood. So it's like I would have to impregnate an Rh negative woman to ensure an Rh negative offspring. And what's so crazy is like it's a 100% guarantee. It's kind of crazy because some of the most beautiful women in the world would be Rh negative blood, in my opinion, and they can really only get like naturally impregnated by like an Rh negative guy. So you kind of
Isaac
get
was
like a
Isaac was the promised seed, and then he gave way to Jacob, and it was through Rachel that Messiah's lineage, pretty sure. But so they might have been gingerish, dude. Like if people think they're black, dude. Like oh, the original Jews were black. I'm not so sure about that, dude.
Well, think about it, dude. Think about this. So, like, if you were going to make a group distinct from the rest of the world, like, wouldn't it make sense that maybe they don't look like the rest of the world? And wouldn't it make sense that they maybe have blood that's not like the rest of the world? And wouldn't it make sense that maybe they struggle to reproduce outside of their group so that it can maintain the fact that they're not like the rest of the world? And isn't it interesting that we've been completely lied to about the history of this continent? And isn't it interesting that there's a very blatant concerted effort to not only demonize quote unquote white people, but
Aw.
to like breed them out of existence basically, right? Eh,
Aw.
What you would be happy if white
Yeah, it's
people no longer
adorable when you
existed?
get racist.
He is
How is it
white.
racist? Is it racist when a black person says that they want to have black babies? Yes or no?
No. No.
Okay, but it's racist when
No,
a white person says it?
No, because that's
when
not
they
what you
say they
said.
want to
What
have
you said is that they're
white
trying to
babies.
wipe white people.
Wait, wait, wait,
That's
wait,
adorable.
wait, 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 wait. So you agree that it's not racist to say that you want to preserve your race and have children within your race?
Wait,
I
hold on.
don't I
If
think
you were
there's one
black,
race,
Witsit,
which is the
would
human
you want to
race.
have black babies or white babies?
Black.
Yeah. Okay. So what's the issue?
That's my point though, is like if a black person came in here, it's openly stated all the time, all over television, you name it, where they're like, they'll check the dude, oh, once you got some money, you went and got a white girl. They'll talk crazy about it. No one bats an eye. Mexicans do the same thing, Italians do the same thing, everyone does the same thing.
Mexican is not a
But
race.
when like Northern Europeans, when white people say that it's racist and bad, like it is obvious that there is a socially engineered double standard where the things like for example if you say black power, black excellence, that's totally fine. If you say white excellence, you're a white supremacist. So it is undeniable that there's a double standard there. And then if you look at the
There's also a
population,
stigma though in the history. Like,
Wow.
why is there a
right?
stigma when like white people have been a minority of the world the whole time?
What?
Yeah, but you know that it was white people that went around enslaving and killing everyone else, right?
That's not what happened. It was the
That
whole
is
world.
exactly what
No,
happened.
no, actually, it's not. White people were the only ones that actually ended slavery for everyone else.
That is false.
It's okay. Who ended slavery?
A bunch of different people, but
No,
it
Britain.
came
Britain.
from the slaves wanting to be free and recognizing that empathetic people recognizing that slaves were also human beings.
Who ended slavery
Where?
across the world?
White people, right?
Britain. Britain did it. Yes, white people. So this is the thing. There has been slavery throughout all time. All groups of people enslaved people. I think
Abraham
that
Lincoln.
slavery is barbaric and evil, including the white people that did it. A lot of the like mainstream claims that people believe about slavery in America are totally false, easily disproven. A very small percentage of Americans had slaves. Very small percentage, like 2%. Okay, it was not common at all for white people. A very small percentage of
Like
Americans owned
plantation
slaves.
owners.
Yeah. So, and then it's also like there's a disproportionate representation of Jewish people.
You know that you're wrong on who abolished
Wait,
slavery
what?
first. The first ones to ban the trade of slaves was Denmark, and the
France.
first modern to abolish slavery was Haiti.
No, it
Okay,
was
first of all,
Being
France.
no,
It
wrong,
was France.
imagine that.
It was France in like 1300s, and then it was Spain, and then it was Britain. But Spain, dude,
No, I'm talking about who actually went out beyond their borders to make people stop having slaves. It was Britain.
For sure. Yeah, that was.
Britain is the
But
one that was like, "Yo, this is immoral, and we're gonna go across the whole world and end it."
it was definitely Europe. Queen Isabella, right, was very hard on Columbus for taking on native slaves. Yeah, they actually put him in prison for it because they already understood human dignity, right? And then it goes back to the Magna
No,
Carta
that's
in
not
Britain.
what happened
It goes
though.
back to the
It's
Magna Carta, yes.
hold on. So the reason why the British went out of their way to stop slavery is because if they were not allowed to do slavery and everyone else were allowed to do slavery, they would get competitively like backtracked. This is why they said they went out of their way to like break everyone else's
If that was
slave
true, they
trade
just wouldn't
system.
have ended slavery for themselves.
They couldn't keep up with slavery because of all the revolts that were happening. They realized that it's not pragmatic anymore to have slaves. You saw the
Okay.
Haitian Revolution, and they saw the Haitian
Okay.
Revolution.
Yeah, can
and
you
they
provide
saw
some
all
proof
the
of
other
it?
revolts.
Provide some proof of it. Because I've
Provide
actually
some
read
proof of what?
I've read what they wrote, and they claim that there was a moral reasoning for it. So you're making an
Okay,
opposite
so
claim to it.
It was
so whatever
Christian
the
values.
government says back then was like okay,
Oh,
but
so
whatever
we're
the
just supposed to
government says.
blindly believe the made-up
No,
motivation he
blindly
created.
believe. There's like citations of it. I can give you the citation
That's
if you
what I
want.
asked for, yeah, because they actually wrote about why they were doing it, and it was very expensive and detrimental to them. And the biggest slave trade was
You
Arab.
literally said it was very expensive to them. That was my whole argument, by the way.
No, it was expensive to end it. And they lost tons of people doing it. It was a huge additional expense to them to end slavery.
Yeah, because now you don't have free labor.
No, the actual process of going and ending it was very expensive. And the biggest
But
slave
do you
trade was
think that they
Arab.
run like a crusade
This is that
against
you're
slavery? No, they
racist. The truth
ended
is
it.
that you're racist.
No,
And
I'm
so
not.
you have to, yeah, you're racist. It's actually always the
Oh,
people
that's
that
the
aren't white that are
projection.
racist. No, yeah, bullshit. Who had the
You know
biggest
that I'm
slave trade?
whiter than you, right?
No, how are you whiter than
And
me?
then they try to project
Witsit, I'm
it
trans
onto other people.
fucking parent.
You just now told me you have a parent that isn't white.
Yes, and if
Okay,
you
you're
look
not
at my
whiter
skin,
than me, dude.
I am like transparent with it.
His skin, he's probably. Are you
Okay,
a ginger?
yeah, maybe you should get out of the house.
No, I'm not ginger, but I'm blonde.
Maybe you should
He's
get out of the house.
indoors all the day, I guess.
Yeah. But this is the thing, right? And
What's
actually,
all
I
this
have
got
a.
to
I
do
think
with
I think I have a little splash of Cherokee somewhere. But
Witsit, I'm so white I don't
Cherokee?
even get a tan.
I think so. I think I like because I actually get tan. Like I get red, but it turns tan.
I don't get tanned at all. I go to red and then I go back to white. I don't get color.
Okay, cool. All I'm saying is both my parents are white, bro.
What's
You
this
know,
have
it's
to do with
whatever.
the price of tea in China?
I don't know. He just wanted to somehow talk about how he's whiter than me. But this is the main thing, right? It's like racism is permissible one way in the current social status, and it's against white people. Like if you run around and you say like derogatory racial slurs of any race, it's looked down upon if you're white. But if Mexicans call white people crackers, no one cares. If black people call them crackers, no one cares, right? If black people call them
I
honkies, no
care.
one cares.
I tell people not to be racist like that. I
Okay,
experienced that.
but can you at least acknowledge that the vast majority of the world doesn't?
No, I don't think so.
Because like if you drop the N word, it's a huge deal. You'll literally be fired and your whole life will be canceled. But if you
Depends on
say
the
cracker,
You should.
if you say cracker, it's totally acceptable.
It depends on the context.
I don't know. I come from a place that doesn't really have
This
institutions.
is just so
like that.
disingenuous.
Do you know
Everyone
what the word
knows that there's
cracker means?
Yeah,
yes,
in
I used
my
to crack
culture
the
it
whip.
doesn't
Yes.
happen. In my culture, we don't
know what the
have
word
an
cracker means?
equivalent of the N
They used to
word. In my
crack the
culture,
whip.
there is no racism like that.
Wait, okay.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's not.
this isn't something to argue about. It's just a fact. Everyone knows that certainly in America that there's a social double standard when it comes to white people and racism. You can't say black excellence. I mean, you can't say white excellence. You can't say white power. You can say black excellence. You can say black power. In fact, there's laws on the
You know the
books.
difference between white power and black power movements?
Probably some retarded liberal talking point, if I was going to guess.
Oh my god.
No.
Yeah, go ahead and
This is why
virtue
you're my
signal.
favorite
Go ahead and
with-
virtue signal about your Amerocentric misrepresentation of the influence of white people and the evil they suppose. Go ahead, because it's going to be a really low IQ argument where you're just repeating what propaganda you've been told to say.
And you
Oh,
know
wait a
that
second.
because of your mind reading powers, right?
To say there's
What's
a
the- what do you-
difference in saying white excellence and black excellence literally requires you do something retarded like that.
Uh-huh.
So are
So
you
go
saying
ahead.
there's no difference?
The difference is that one's white, one's black.
Okay.
So okay,
That's a
so it
thought.
should just be it should be universally accepted that it's natural for people groups to want to reproduce within their own people, right?
Right.
And this
Of course.
this is just how it naturally falls out. Like even though we have like a huge mixture of people now, like every single race overwhelmingly reproduces within their own race. And it's not frowned upon for every race to just say it out loud except for one race. There's one race that's an exception, and there's also like
Hey,
laws.
ChatGPT, remind me who banned the interracial marriages again?
That's based. It's based.
And he says he's not racist. Oh, so adorable.
Oh, I'm not racist. Like literally in college, I
Mhm.
played football. I played football in college. I was the only white person in my friend group. Like I had like 5 or 6 guys I went around with. I was the only white guy. And it was like an inside joke in my family that they would say I wanted to be black. And then whenever I went to my next college where I wasn't playing football, once again all my friends were black. So like my roommates out of like 3 roommates I've had, 2 of them were black. Like, in fact, I was the guy that would pay for everybody's stuff if I had any money. Like, I like was welcome in the hood. I was the white guy that was invited to all the cookouts, bro. I used to literally live in multiple different hoods.
I
Right,
have a
so
black friend, guys. I'm not racist.
no, it's not I have a black friend. All my friends were black. They would
You're
literally
such a
clown you.
cliche.
I
I
guarantee
love
you
it.
that none of you goofy little kids could be in any of the environments I was in. That's the funniest part. You would actually be
Oh,
scared to be there. You would never even be where I was at. They would
you're
never
lying.
even so shut up. Just shut up.
Where
I
were
would love
you?
to see you
Where was
tell
this?
them that I'm racist and they would tell you that you're retarded. If I
Where
was
was this
racist,
environment?
if I was racist, why would I have a black guy live in my house? Answer my
Where
question.
was this? Where was it?
Jackson, Tennessee is where I had a black roommate. Martin, Tennessee, University of
Bro,
Martin.
he's
Cumberland
literally doing
University
the
is
whole
where.
bit.
So you can't answer the question. Would a racist white guy have a black guy living in his house?
Would a racist white guy have a black friend?
It's not a black friend. A black guy living in his house.
Where they
It
try to
wasn't
say
that
you're
I had. It
racist.
wasn't that I had a black friend. It would be more accurate to say I had the occasional white friend. I literally only hung out with black people.
You know, it's funny. I'm listening to everything you say about blood, and it's interesting. And I didn't think it felt racist, like, but these guys are, you guys are getting mad. It's not
Electric, stay
I
off
racist.
know
the
they're
edibles.
weirdos, bro. Like this is the thing, dude. This is the thing, dude.
Stay off the
If
edibles, Electric.
if you're truly not racist, then like you don't care to have this conversation and to say, yo, yeah, I would obviously want my kids to look like me. And I don't feel bad about that at all. I would feel really weird if my kids didn't look like me. And if you disagree, that's totally fine. It's a good thing that you have free will and you can do what you want, brother. But most people agree with me. Not just white people, all races. In fact, white people are the least racist, in my opinion. They're literally the ones that step outside their race the most. Literally. Literally.
Because they
They're
conquer the whole damn fucking world and they
that
went
makes us
around
badass. If
raping
that was true that
everyone.
wait,
That makes us badass, guys. That makes
if
us
that was
badass
true.
because we raped and pillaged the whole world and
Oh yeah, it
conquered
was
their
only
land.
white people that did that, huh?
Yeah, they're the white horse, man. What are you talking about?
It's so
I mean,
goofy.
no,
Like
So
it's like
any group that did it should be made
I know, eh?
fun of.
Austin,
then
Why
why are
are
you
you
only
calling
talking
that
about
that's
white
so
badass?
like
people?
hypocritical. It's unbelievable.
You said that it is badass that we conquered that. Like, bro, come on.
Yeah,
That
it
was a
is. It
good
is
thing.
badass. It's badass that supposedly we're like the lamest, weakest people, but apparently at the same time we're like dominant over the whole world. Like I disavow any like killing of anybody, right? But
Witsit,
the
by the
most
way,
barbaric people in the world were the Muslims. It's not even remotely close. It's literally not even
oh, the
remotely
Vikings
close.
weren't barbaric.
Not even
Vikings were
not
totally
nothing
unbarbaric.
compared to the Muslims.
Also,
The,
a lot of Vikings became Muslims when they
the,
moved out to
Okay, that
Syria.
makes sense. That makes sense actually because the Muslims were so barbaric that they just integrated pretty
Yeah.
seamlessly.
Anyways,
Yep.
Witsit, hold on.
the
Give me a second,
Crusader
please.
Christians?
Uh,
Oh, so it's
Max, give me
wait,
a
was the
second.
Arab slave trade the biggest slave trade in the world? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did the
Yes.
Muslim,
Witsit,
did the
you asked
Ottoman
me for a
Empire,
citation.
did the Ottoman Empire
Go ahead.
forcibly pillage everyone around them for hundreds of years? Yes or no?
Yeah, so did the Byzantines, though.
So that's what I'm saying. It's just the way that the world worked was a lot of people took over other people. That just was standard. You had slaves, you took over places by force. Your land was only your land if you could defend it, right? That's just a standard thing. It has nothing to do with white,
Witsit,
black, purple, green. It's super gay and lame and feminine to virtue signal about how white people are so
feminine.
bad. Yeah, it's literally feminine.
Mr. Witsit, I have posted the
Wait,
UK Parliament's own transcript of why they ended slavery, and they literally admitted there that it was the risk of like the rebellion and stuff. I can have many more if you want, but
This is just like a
you know,
you have a citation of this. This is a huge
yes, I
document.
posted it on the side chat on the
That's
debate
not a
chat.
citation.
What?
That's a source.
This
Like,
is
can you
literally
cite
from the
it?
Parliament of. Yeah.
Brother, do you know the difference in a citation and a source?
Sorry, I gave you a source. Okay, that's the
Well,
Parliament, the
it's
UK
like freaking
Parliament.
400 pages long or something, bro.
Do a Control F. I don't know.
All right, bro. Well, you claim that you just read it, so you should be able to tell me where it's
I
at.
didn't read it. There's like literally they have like uh every single act has like the key points that placed on whenever it gets passed, and it's in like every single history book, like why they ended
Oh,
slavery.
you
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 read
don't
about
actually
it.
know that this supposedly shows what you're saying.
Oh, I gave you the source. If you don't like it, then I don't know what to tell you.
You read a headline and thought that it has to be in there somewhere.
That proved me wrong. I gave you the
Don't have to.
source.
You
Oh
haven't
my
even proved
god.
yourself
You
right
haven't
yet.
proven that you're right yet.
Okay,
He
it
doesn't even
literally.
care. He doesn't even care enough to learn it himself by going through the source himself.
Oh my
That's what
god.
But anyway,
happens,
let's get
Austin.
to
A
the
lot
So
of
you
more
these
have.
times,
interesting.
these people
Let's
are
get
just
to
wasting their time.
this is what's so funny. You guys are unknowingly proving my point, which is that and it's convenient because it's always the people that aren't white that have a lot to say about it. Interestingly enough, right? Because
Yeah,
I'll
almost
happily
as if like white
shut the
people
fuck.
like
I'm
fucked us
talking,
over.
buddy. Do you hear me talking? Thank you, man. So like I will happily call out white people that are racist. And I will happily call out the stuff that white people have done that's wrong. It actually is typically the other people groups that seem incapable of doing that, checking their own kind of people. Isn't that ironic how that works? So it is just a fact that in America, there's laws on the books. None of them benefit white people. I definitely don't get a bump to my ACT score because I'm white. Okay, the opposite happens. And the only people that are kind of on the worst end of that than white people are Asian people. So it's not just exclusive to white people. When it comes to like intellectual bias, it also goes against Asian people. But like if I'm white and I have a 30 on my ACT, but I'm black and I have a 25, the black guy will get into college before me. We have affirmative action on the books. Not only is America not racist, it's for white people, it's racist against white people. That's just a fact.
Gee, I wonder why.
Probably, I don't know. Please enlighten me.
Because for centuries, Americans, like white Americans, have like segregated and like oppressed the black population. Now you're like getting snowflakey about the
That's
simplest
not
like
even what
affirmative
happened.
action.
That's
Like,
not
bro,
even
shut
what
the fuck
happened.
up.
Black people chose
Oh,
to be
segregation didn't
segregated.
happen?
No, let me enlighten you, bro. Black people chose to be segregated. They wanted to be segregated, and they actually flourished when they were segregated. They had a
What the?
way more successful population. They had Black Wall Street. They had like 90% two-parent households. The actual racism was the Jim Crow, the disguise of removing segregation, where they didn't remove it. They just put them in ghettos, and then they actually held them down. They incentivized single motherhood by giving the government to go literally house to house and say that they would pay them to be single mothers. And that's what actually destroyed the black community. So I have no again, I was the only white guy in all my friend groups my whole life. I've been saying this since I was like 16, bro,
Please
constantly.
emphasize this.
So, yeah, because you don't seem to understand it, right? Like I understand all about it. I was the white guy checking all the other white guys. If someone had said the N-word to one of my friends, they got knocked out. That literally happened 2 different times in Tennessee.
word.
So like I don't really need to hear about how you guys are so virtuous, okay? Like the point is, yes, there has been an asserted effort to like hold black people down. But really they messed up. They messed up by not being like, no, 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 we're good. We want to stay with our people. That's what they should have done. They should like so they got tricked by evil white people. I'll grant that. Under the guise of making them like more free. That's the actual truth, right? What actually hurt black people was the removal of segregation. Now, I wouldn't want to live in a world where it was literally segregated. That would suck. Like actual different water fountains and stuff. I think that's lame. I'm just explaining that that is what happened, right? Like they were much more successful. If you go from 90% two-parent households to like what is it now, like 15%? I mean, that come on, bro. And then of course there's the aspect of like the music, the infiltration of drugs, stuff like that. But the removal of the father from the house is like the biggest variable.
What do
So
you think
so
about all the lynching that happened? I don't think that
uh,
was
uh,
just like some bunch
oh,
of
I
Jim
I
Crow
completely
guys.
disavow. It just wasn't a very commonplace thing though. It literally wasn't a
It was
commonplace
common
thing.
in the South.
No, it wasn't, bro. And actually the North was more racist than the South.
Oh,
Abraham Lincoln literally wanted to send all black people to a colony in Liberia. And then when they
what?
decided it was too expensive, yeah, so I'm happy to teach you guys about history you don't know. He wanted to send all black people, buddy, he wanted to send all black people to a colony in Liberia. And then when they decided that it was too expensive, he wanted to send all black people to Central America. The reason, basically, the South were saying, we have the right to own the slaves and keep them here. And Abraham Lincoln was saying, I want to get them out. Abraham Lincoln was racist. The North was racist. The North had slaves longer than the South did. Okay. And it was actually an economic battle anyway, because the North was more dependent upon the Industrial Revolution because it gets cold there and they couldn't really use agriculture as much as the South. So it was an economic battle. And Abraham Lincoln didn't want to just free the slaves because he was so not racist. He wanted to go send them back to Africa. And the South fought to be able to keep them here. So it was evil on both sides. And that's what actually happened in the Civil War. And of course, the Union ultimately wins. And then he gets assassinated and isn't able to actually follow through with sending them out of America. All easily verifiable. So just go look it up.
Can I ask you a question, Witsit?
Yeah.
Do you believe that race is a social construct, or do you think that it's like actually genetic?
That's kind of a tricky question, right? Like, I think ethnicity is real, and I would say race is kind of a construct, right? Because they're like, what does white mean? What does black mean? You know what I mean? Like, they're very like overly simplified
That's great.
categories. You know what I mean? Like I'm like German. I'm not white. Like, it doesn't really make sense, you know. So it's a
They've actually
construct.
backtracked on that since Darwin, right? Because in classical race theory, you had like Caucasians, Negroids, Mongoloids, and in modern
I think that's the three
times,
major ones, right?
because of I think there's another one that I forget, but yeah, since modern times with DNA testing, they found out that human beings are like 99.999% identical, and it's one race, the human race, mankind, right? So
Yeah.
that's actually more in line with the Christian worldview than to say that we're all different races because of the color of our skin.
But at the same time, though, the Bible does absolutely make it like an explicit importance placed on like different tribes. So it's
Right.
like, there is
Ethnicity.
a, yeah, exactly, ethnicity. So it's
Ethnos.
interesting.
And you could have drastic different morphology, like even skull formation, right? Those are all accidental properties according to ontology. That doesn't make you a different race. It can make you a different ethnicity, right? But not a different race.
But and
Sort of
so
like
and
all
it,
dogs are dogs, right? All dogs are canines, though you could have different breeds.
but it's not like completely fabricated, right? Like, so basically, America was like revolutionary in the idea that they used the term white and they just pulled a bunch of Europeans together and they called it white. That was kind of like a new thing. And then they created like laws that said, look, this is a country founded for white people. Because again, like the context was that they were leaving the monarchy, the oppression of the monarchy, and they came here to be free. And they're like, yo, all of our fellow European brothers can come here. We have like a homeland, basically, or whatever. But if you look like, so if we have white and we have black, we have like, you can have different places in Africa, whatever. Jamaican and Haitian and African the same thing, you know? Like, no, but I mean, like, if you just looked real quick, you'd have to like be familiar with the different groups to see the difference. But the point is like, they are like different. If I put like Jamaicans, Haitians, and Africans all in a room, and then in the same room I put like Germans and whatever, the
Yeah.
Swedish, blah blah blah, you would obviously say those are black people, those are white people, right? Like, so there is a variable there that is real. It's just like
Yeah,
overly simplified.
even genetically, you could have a different temperament, dude, right? You might be prone to aggression just because of your genetics. And I know they say this with pit bulls. That's not, it's how you raise them. I disagree with epigenetics. That we're starting to see that you can have certain behavioral inclinations based off of your ancestry lines. Like
Yes.
it can be recorded. Traumas can be recorded, like certain habits, whether it's alcoholism or rage, it can manifest genetically.
And then there's also like
What
the
you're doing all
IQ
this
portion.
phenotype, think cannabis sativa versus cannabis indica.
Okay,
Like
but so here's the bigger point, right? So what is interesting is like that's true, like we have all this commonality. That's why the Rh negative thing is so wild. It is like the example of a major distinction. And in like modern evolutionary thinking, it makes no sense. They can't even pinpoint an origin for it. So if 95% of the world tracks back to a genetic similarity to the rhesus monkey, which really means nothing. We have genetic similarities to lots of things like pigs, but of course they try to isolate it, cherry pick it, and they claim it's evidence for evolution. It's not though, right? Because how do you have Rh negative people? Right? Like that doesn't work. If evolution is true, you should be able to track a genetic origin for Rh negative, and they can't. So I mean, so then if you keep going down the rabbit hole, you'll find out that there were actually lots of stories of like light-skinned people, like with fair complexion, that were the noble class in multiple different civilizations that were like removed from history. That's like totally a real thing. Like if you look at ancient depictions of Buddha, he has blue eyes.
I was gonna say that earlier. Yeah, the Aryans apparently migrated eastwards. Like the ancient Indians were most likely white.
Isn't that so crazy, bro? So now I'm thinking like, okay, if this is supposedly the royal family, the Nephilims, they track back, blah blah blah, and like I can still man that argument, right? Because you have the coat of arms, and it seems to point to the different types of angels, and then they are incestuous, and they keep their bloodlines, and the way that they do it is they branch out as far as they can before recycling to try to minimize like the negative effects of incest. It's like a science. So like when you're in one of these occultic families, you get married as like a business arrangement. It's not like you fall in love with somebody. You just marry like the most distant cousin you can, and they arrange it. And so like they obviously feel very strongly about it, and that makes you think like, oh, they know something that they've removed from the general pop, right? Which is that the blood is very important for some reason. So then people kind of claim that it's the Nephilim or whatever. But if that was true, then why would there be this like blatantly orchestrated attack on the group of people that has the highest concentration of negative blood? See what I'm saying? If anything, that seems to imply the opposite, right? Like if there was some significance of the blood, and then the enemy wanted to attack those people, well, that makes sense, right? Like it makes sense that all of a sudden what we see is, white people, quote unquote, were 30% of the world population, and now they're like 7%. That even though they're a very small minority of the earth, it's overly represented, and everyone views them as like this, like as the majority and the dominant force, even though
The
they're not.
oppressors. They're the
Yeah.
oppressors.
Yeah, and they're like such a tiny little fraction of the world, yet everyone just instinctively thinks that they're like the dominant force, and it's like that's just social engineering. And so then, okay, well, who's responsible for the social engineering? Well, it's the same groups of people that are responsible for all the engineering, right? And it's like
Jews.
oftentimes Jewish people, yeah. So then it's like, okay, well, what is their objective here? And so a lot of people would say, well, it's like historically speaking, it was white people that always like expelled the Jews. Like that's the argument I've always heard, right? Like if you look back through all the expulsions of Jewish people, it was just the same story over and over and over. They would implement usury. Eventually, that would result in them having most of the population indebted, and then they would take over the country, and the Christian nation would have usury banned, and eventually they would expel the Jews. And it would always be like white Christian countries that did that. Not literally every time, but the vast majority of the time. So then there's this idea that like the Jews like have beef with the white people, right? Like they're like a strong white civilization has historically always been the locations that spot us and then kick us out.